World of Martial Arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751, Recovering the Southern Sky Region. Because the teleportation exit was destroyed, Lin Ming forcibly stabilized the space channel, but it still took a little time. After he appeared, Zhu and Wuji had disappeared. Is it a serial teleportation? Lin Ming felt that the war spirit mark he left on Zhu and Wuji was moving away at an astonishing speed. There was only one possibility for this situation, that is, Zhu and Wuji stepped onto another teleportation array. After his perception spread out, Lin Ming quickly found the location of the teleportation array. This small island was obviously a transfer point for a teleportation array built by the South China Sea Demon Realm. The entire island was protected by the illusion array and was well hidden. There were also some attics on the island. These should be the residences of the disciples who guarded the island at the beginning, but now they are deserted. Next to these attics, there are more than a dozen teleportation arrays of different sizes, each with a diameter of 10 to 20 feet, and the estimated teleportation range is more than 100,000 miles. Among these teleportation arrays, one has been destroyed. Obviously, Zhu and Wuji came out from there just now. On the side of the destroyed teleportation array, there are 3 or 4 similar teleportation arrays, one of which flashed a faint energy aftermath, proving that it had just been activated. There is no doubt that Zhu and Wuji left through this teleportation array. Zhu and Wuji can destroy the exit of the teleportation array, but it is impossible to destroy the entrance, otherwise he himself would not be able to teleport away. After Lin Ming understood the principle of the teleportation array, he stepped into the second teleportation array and started teleporting again. At this time, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the South Sea Demon Realm, in a deep mountain, 7 or 8 warriors were sitting around several teleportation arrays. Brother, I heard that the South Sea Demon Realm has been destroyed by 70% to 80%. What should we do now? Should we wait? Among the warriors, a 20-year-old young man said to the red-clothed warrior in the lead. These people are disciples of the 3rd grade sects in the South Sky region, and they are specifically guarding the teleportation arrays. The South Sky region is vast, and there are many teleportation array assembly points. Because these teleportation arrays are expensive, many of them are jointly built by several sects. There is a fee for using them, so naturally some disciples will be sent to guard them. However, a few years ago, the South Sea Demon Realm invaded the South Sky Realm, and the 3 4th grade sects of the South Sky Realm, Shenhuang Island, Jikung Sect, and Taixuan Temple, were destroyed one by one. These 3rd grade sects lost their backers and naturally became subordinate sects of the South Sea Demon Realm. As for the teleportation array network of the South Sky Realm, it was also occupied by the South Sea Demon Realm. It often takes more than a dozen people to guard a teleportation array assembly point. Because there are so many assembly points, the South Sea Demon Realm cannot send all the people from the headquarters to guard them. So they sent a South Sea Demon Realm disciple to each assembly point, and the rest of the people were acquisitioned from the original team of the small sect. These people, without exception, were planted with restrictions by the South Sea Demon Realm. Under such circumstances, once they rebelled, their fate can be imagined. Now, it is heard that the South Sea Demon Realm was killed several times by Lin Ming, and the headquarters is on the verge of dissolution. The disciples of the Demon Realm dare not stay in the South Sea area, and have fled back to the mainland of the South Sky Realm. Under such circumstances, they don't know where to go. Don't talk nonsense. Even though the South Sea Demon Realm has suffered a setback, its remaining forces are still far beyond our ability to contend with. Moreover, in the mainland of Southern Sky Realm, the power of the South Sea Demon Realm has not been greatly affected. The elders in charge here are still here. If they find out that we are talking nonsense, we will surely die. Alas, it's a pity that Hero Lin only killed people in the South China Sea. If he can make it back to the mainland of Southern Sky Realm, even the local branch of the South Sea Demon Realm will probably be disbanded. By then, perhaps we can lift the ban and gain our freedom. A girl in yellow muttered softly among the warriors sitting around. I told you not to talk nonsense. There are still demons from the South Sea Demon Realm on our island. If he hears it, the consequences will be disastrous. And I heard that 4 months ago, Lin Ming and the giant Kun were sealed by Zhu and Wuji in the deep sea trench at a depth of 30,000 feet. The pressure at that depth is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. It is hard to say how long Lin Ming can hold on. Once Lin Ming fails, Zhu and Wuji will return to the South Sea Demon Island. With his appeal, it is not difficult to reorganize the South Sea Demon Realm. After all, most of the disciples of the South Sea Demon Realm are still alive. The leading red-clothed warrior Sidon said he was worried about the war in the South China Sea. In the past few months, Lin Ming has become the spiritual belief of the South Sky Realm. He has captured the giant Kun, bloodbathed the South Sea Demon Realm, and killed thousands of disciples of the South Sea Demon Realm, including most of the elders of the South Sea Demon Realm. Such a record is a miracle. But no matter how miraculous it is, Lin Ming is only in his 20s and has reached the Zuonden stage. He was able to repeatedly defeat the South Sea Demon Realm while Zhu and Wuji was in seclusion. Now Zhu and Wuji has come out of retreat and his cultivation has broken through the 4th level of life. Can Lin Ming resist Zhu and Wuji? Hearing the words of the red-clothed warrior, the yellow-clothed girl who spoke before clenched her fist and said, "Master Lin will be fine." By the way, I heard people say that Master Lin is from the 7 Mysterious Valley. Isn't that the same sect as Brother Jiang? The yellow-clothed girl suddenly remembered this rumor and asked the red-clothed warrior. Yes. The red-clothed warrior, who was called Brother Jiang, suddenly heard the yellow-clothed girl mention this and sighed. Lin Ming was indeed from the 7 Mysterious Valley, and he won the first place in the 7 Mysterious Valley General Sect Martial Arts Competition. At that time, no one had ever thought that Lin Ming would become the top master in the Southern Sky region, second only to Zhu and Wuji in the near future. Looking back on the past now, it really feels like a dream. Hearing the red-clothed warrior's affirmative words, the yellow-clothed girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Jiang, tell me about Hero Lin's past in the 7 Profound Valley. The red-clothed warrior shook his head and smiled bitterly. I was just a marginal disciple of the 7 Profound Valley. When the main sect held a martial arts competition, I was just a spectator, watching him fight on the stage from afar. Although Lin Ming and I are in the same sect, we actually have no intersection at all. When the red-clothed warrior said this, his expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, "Don't make a sound, the demon envoy is coming." As soon as the words fell, a warrior from the South China Sea Demon Domain, dressed in black, and with the cultivation level of the alienate stage, appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. He glanced at everyone fiercely, and said in a cold voice, "What are you mumbling about together? Humph, I advise you to be honest." Now Lin Ming has been sealed into a 30,000-foot trench by the Great Elder. After the Great Elder solves Lin Ming and achieves the Divine Sea, the South Sea Demon Realm will be upgraded to a holy land, ruling the entire southern part of the Xianan continent, and even establishing a kingdom of God in the future. You should feel honored to be the early citizens of the kingdom of God. Yes, envoy. The red-clothed warrior ignored the boasting of the black-clothed warrior, breathed a sigh of relief, and said in a respectful tone. The black-clothed warrior nodded with satisfaction, and just as he was about to speak, when he remembered something, the teleportation array suddenly flashed a blazing light. Someone is coming. The black-clothed warrior's heart moved. A few months ago, after the South Sea Demon Domain headquarters was bloodbathed by Lin Ming, there were often South Sea Demon Domain disciples who fled from the South Sea to the South Sky Domain branch to seek refuge, fearing that they would be hunted down by Lin Ming if they stayed on the sea. However, these days, as Lin Ming was sealed in the 30,000-foot trench, the teleportation array was used less. At this time, the light of the teleportation array suddenly increased, and black light shot straight into the sky, even shaking the ground. The black-clothed warrior's face changed, who is so bold that he forcibly accelerated the teleportation array to save a little time. Energy overload may cause permanent damage to the teleportation array. Once something goes wrong, the loss will be huge. Who is so reckless? The black-clothed warrior was furious. He touched the Zumi ring with his left hand and drew out a spear, ready to capture this arrogant guy on the spot. However, after the light flashed, a pale middle-aged man in black appeared in the formation. Bold lunatic, you. The black-clothed warrior was halfway through his words when his throat got stuck. For a moment, his face twisted into a complex puzzle of formations. Grand Elder. The black-clothed warrior was completely stuttering. As a disciple of the South Sea Demon Realm, the black-clothed warrior certainly knew Xuan Wuji. Even if he had never seen him in person, he had seen Xuan Wuji's portrait. Moreover, the momentum and unfathomable cultivation of the black-clothed man in front of him also proved that he was Xuan Wuji without a doubt. How could it be? Isn't Elder Xuan blocking Lin Ming in the deep sea? How did he come to the South Sky Realm branch? Could it be that he has already killed Lin Ming? The black-clothed warrior's mind turned rapidly, and he was, as if petrified and motionless. Behind the black-clothed warrior, the three great sect disciples were stunned when they heard the black-clothed warrior call out the title of Grand Elder. Because of the inheritance issue, the South Sea Demon Realm is divided into several major clans. Each clan has a clan master, but there is only one Grand Elder, and that is the number one person in the South Sea, Xuan Wuji. Could this black-clothed warrior be Xuan Wuji? Such a legendary figure actually appeared in front of them? You know, they usually don't have much chance to see Xuandan warriors, let alone a strong man like Xuan Wuji who has lost his life in the 4th level. To them, this can be said to be a god. Just looking into his eyes, I feel my soul trembling, and I can't help but lower my head. He is worthy of being the number one in the South China Sea. The red-clothed warrior was horrified. Just standing in front of Xuan Wuji, he could feel pressure. Why does it seem that Xuan Wuji is injured? Whether it is the many disciples of the 3rd grade sect or the black-clothed warriors, they all noticed the scars on Xuan Wuji's body, one after another. His clothes were torn and bloody. There is no doubt that Xuan Wuji had just experienced a fierce battle. Who on earth could fight Xuan Wuji to this extent? After Xuan Wuji appeared, he first swallowed a pill, and then turned around and slapped him without saying a word. Boom. The teleportation array was shattered. The warrior in black watched this scene happen, dumbfounded. What was he doing? Great Elder, you. The warrior in black said tremblingly. Get lost. Xuan Wuji shouted, and the warrior in black was shaken, and was blown away by the sound wave. Then Xuan Wuji swung his sleeves, and flew into the sky. The violent wind that was blown away by the energy explosion blew the 7 or 8 3rd grade sect warriors all over the place. Those with weak cultivation had their blood surging, and suffered minor injuries. Chapter 752, Xuan Wuji's death. Who can tell me this? What the hell is going on? The warrior in black got up with a dusty face, and blood all over his mouth. Xuan Wuji's scolding just now damaged his internal organs. This was because Xuan Wuji did not use too much true energy, otherwise he could have directly shattered the warrior in black. The warrior in black couldn't figure out what happened to Xuan Wuji that made him so anxious, and why he destroyed the teleportation array. Was he being hunted? Not only the warrior in black thought so, but other people also had this idea. He was injured all over, and he used energy to forcibly speed up the teleportation array, destroyed the teleportation array, and left in a hurry. He did look like he was being hunted, but how could this be possible? Who in the entire South China Sea has the ability to hunt Xuan Wuji? As soon as this thought came to everyone's mind, the destroyed teleportation array actually lit up again. This. The warrior in black widened his eyes. Could it be that someone else was going to get out through the teleportation array? This is impossible. The teleportation array has been destroyed. How can it be possible to complete the teleportation? If the teleportation has been initiated before, it may even be lost in the space turbulence and torn into pieces by the space storm. Boom. Thunder roared, the wind and clouds changed color, and all the heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 miles gathered together, forming a terrifying whirlwind. Blazing rays of light shot up into the sky, the earth trembled, and cracks spread like spider webs. Is it really teleporting? The black-clothed warrior's eyes were about to roll out, and the other 3 grade sect warriors were also completely dumbfounded. At this time, the gorgeous light climbed to the peak, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget. Just 10 feet away from them, the space was strangely distorted, and then there was a bang, and half of the red spear appeared out of thin air, piercing the space like tearing cloth. With a stab and a tear, a crack as high as a person appeared in the space. A man in blue clothes stepped out of the space crack calmly. He was surrounded by flames and purple lightning, holding a red spear, like a god of war. He is. The warrior in black was completely stunned. Even though the teleportation array was destroyed, he could still forcefully complete the teleportation. He opened up a space channel to come here, tore through space with a shot, and stepped out of the wind. Is this still a human? Question mark. Although the warrior in black was only at the Xiantian stage, he was also knowledgeable. He had never heard of anyone who could tear through space at will and open up a space channel to cross the void. Could this person be a strong man in the Sea of Gods? No. He is so young. He looks like he is only in his early 20s. Only in his 20s, tearing through space at will. Is he the prince of the 4 great divine kingdoms? Even the princes of the 4 great divine kingdoms do not have such strength. The warrior in black was confused, and as for the warrior in red, his heart was shocked. Although the temperament of the young man in front of him had changed, he could still see some familiar shadows from his face. He seemed to be Lin Ming? Question mark. The young man in blue appeared and glanced at everyone. He seemed a little surprised, but he quickly retracted his gaze and ignored these juniors. He moved his feet and unfolded the golden peng breaking void body technique. He shrunk the ground into an inch and flew into the distance at an astonishing speed, chasing Zhu and Wuji. The black-clothed warrior watched Lin Ming take a step to cover a distance of several miles and left like teleporting. He was completely dumbfounded. What kind of step was this? Teleporting. I didn't see it wrong. That person? The yellow-clothed girl twitched her lips. The young man didn't look much older than her. How could he have such strength? It was like a god descending from heaven. He is Lin Ming. The red-clothed young man suddenly spoke, with a hint of excitement and admiration in his voice. Lin Ming? The black-clothed warrior opened his mouth wide. Looking at the direction he was heading, it was clear that he was chasing Zhu and Wuji. Could it be that Zhu and Wuji was in this state because he was chased by Lin Ming? Not only the black-clothed warrior, but other warriors also realized this. It was rumored that Lin Ming was trapped in a 30,000-foot trench by Zhu and Wuji for 4 months. How could it be that Zhu and Wuji was hunted down by Lin Ming? The girl in yellow covered her mouth. She had always heard of Lin Ming's reputation. Seeing is believing. Today, when she saw Lin Ming in person, she realized that the Lin Ming she had imagined was still far less powerful than Lin Ming himself. Report this news to the sect quietly, and don't let the demon envoy find out, as soon as possible. The young man in red suddenly came to his senses, and said with his true essence. The other warriors were suddenly stunned. Yes, if Lin Ming could hunt down Zhu and Wuji, then there would be no existence in the entire South China Sea demon realm that could compete with Lin Ming. Doesn't this mean that the South China Sea war is going to be won? Victory? Question mark. Several warriors from the 3rd grade sects were stunned. This was a distant word. Since the Battle of the Demon God Emperor Palace, the wartime alliance has encountered one defeat after another. The word victory has become extremely unfamiliar. Several warriors from the 3rd grade sects thought about reporting to the sect. The black-clothed warrior from the South Sea Demon Realm was no exception. He must pass this news back to the South Sea Demon Realm Nanshan branch as soon as possible. In this way, in less than an incense stick of time, several sound transmission nodes were ignited, and the news spread like a tide. Lin Ming, Zhu and Wuji, who was flying rapidly, saw Lin Ming chasing him again, and his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? I clearly destroyed the teleportation array. How did he catch up? Zhu and Wuji couldn't imagine how Lin Ming did it. This was completely beyond his understanding. Lin Ming said nothing, holding a red spear, and chased Zhu and Wuji. The distance was getting closer and closer. The blood and energy Zhu and Wuji had left on the Black Thunder wings had been slowly used up. As one increased, while the other decreased, Lin Ming's speed became faster and faster than Zhu and Wuji. 10 miles. 5 miles. 3 miles. It was already within the range where he could attack. Lin Ming, don't push me. Zhu and Wuji roared, and at this moment, Lin Ming fired his gun. With one stab, the space twisted, and the scorching flames of the burning stars burst out. The gun infused with the fighting spirit was like a blue rainbow, piercing the sky, burying the sky. Boom. Zhuan Wuji forcibly blocked this move. His body shook, and he spat out a stream of blood. At this time, his true energy had been consumed by 50% to 60%, and he was completely powerless to fight Lin Ming again. Lin Ming, I hold a lot of secrets of the Demon Emperor. If you kill me, you will never get them. The secrets of the Demon Emperor. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Zhuan Wuji, I have said before that what you are pursuing diligently may be nothing more than trash in the eyes of others. Although the relics of the Demon Emperor are of some value to me, they are nothing more than that, and they are far less tempting than killing you. Go to hell. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. Lin Ming chopped down with a gun, and the space was torn apart. The vitality of the heaven and earth in the sphere of influence became agitated. The vitality condensed into small fragments, which operated like the chain of stars, and then flew towards Zhuan Wuji with Zhuan Wuji as the center. If you can't dodge in time, you will end up with thousands of arrows piercing your heart. Essence and blood power, explode. Zhuan Wuji bit his tongue and spit out another mouthful of essence and blood. Now, he can only rely on the power of essence and blood. However, just when he spit out half of this mouthful of essence and blood, Zhuan Wuji's face suddenly pulled out. After repeatedly using his blood essence, Zhuan Wuji had already hurt his original life fire. With his life fire weak, and after a long run, Zhuan Wuji spurted out a mouthful of reverse blood, which had already hurt his heart. No. The move was suddenly stopped halfway through, and Zhuan Wuji was no longer able to resist. With his body as the center, countless energy fragments condensed from the essence of heaven and earth gathered together and exploded. Zhuan Wuji screamed, his body stained with blood, and flew backwards like a rag bag. The previous attack damaged many parts of Zhuan Wuji's internal organs, and cut his meridians. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with burning murderous intent. In fact, he had consumed 40% to 50% of his energy at this time. If Zhuan Wuji had more energy, it would be difficult for him to complete this pursuit. Bury the sky. As if a spear tore through the sky, Lin Ming used his energy to the extreme and stabbed Zhuan Wuji's forehead with a spear. At the moment of death, Zhuan Wuji twisted his body abruptly and avoided the vital part, but his right hand and shoulder were torn off by Lin Ming's gun. The bloody arm was thrown out and was torn into pieces by the sharp space fragments. Although he avoided this fatal blow, Zhuan Wuji was already exhausted, and death was inevitable. With a turn of his body, Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique and instantly appeared behind Zhuan Wuji, stabbing Zhuan Wuji's back with a gun. Die. Blood flew, and the red spear tore through Zhuan Wuji's body protection, and pierced into his flesh. Puff. Zhuan Wuji felt a chill in his chest, and the red spear pierced through Zhuan Wuji's body, and the bloody gun blade protruded from Zhuan Wuji's chest. Zhuan Wuji looked at the blood-stained spear blade with his eyes wide open. At that moment, he felt that all the sounds had gone away from him. He unwillingly grasped the cold spear blade, his face pale, his lips trembling. This spear pierced not only Zhuan Wuji's body, but also his ambition. Lin Ming turned his spear, and the true essence infused with the war spirit shot into Zhuan Wuji's body like a flying knife. The next moment, Zhuan Wuji exploded like a pile of rotten meat. Blood and flesh splattered into the dense forest under his feet. A generation of heroes died in the nameless mountains. It's over. Lin Ming exhaled hard. In 5 years, Zhuan Wuji went from a top master that he couldn't even look up to a dead soul under his spear. The South Sea Demon Realm, which had been threatening Shenhuang Island, had also become the dust of history. The war in the South Sea Demon Realm has finally come to an end today, and the remaining remnants are no longer worth mentioning. Zhuan Wuji. Lin Ming silently recited the name. Although the owner of this name might be only a nobody to him 100 years later, to Lin Ming, he was an enemy deeply ingrained in his life. In order to defeat this enemy, Lin Ming paid countless hardships. Thinking about the experiences of these years, Lin Ming sighed in his heart. He put away his spear and found that he was actually in the territory of Xianan country in the Kixuan area. The generation of heroes Zhuan Wuji actually died in Xianan country. This coincidence in the dark was like an irony, and it also seemed to imply a kind of reincarnation. There is no one in Xianan country that I care about anymore. It's time to return to Jukun's small world. My parents, Jua and Xingxuan, must be waiting anxiously. Lin Ming muttered to himself and flew towards the South China Sea. Chapter 753 Return to the Small Thousand Worlds. The news that Lin Ming was hunting down Zhu and Wuji spread quickly throughout the southern sky region and the five-element region like wings. For the sects in these two regions, any unusual news was good news. They had been under the shadow of the South Sea Demon region for many years, and they needed to see hope. Before, Lin Ming seized the giant Kun, injured Zhu and Yuki, and destroyed the South Sea Demon region. Every piece of news was exciting, but this time, Lin Ming, with one gun, broke through the void and crossed hundreds of thousands of miles to hunt down Zhu and Wuji. This news was too exaggerated. Its authenticity really made people doubt it. Especially this news was not from a large sect like Feng'an Valley or Huang sect, but only from a small teleportation array. 4 months ago, Lin Ming was sealed into a 30,000-foot deep sea trench by Zhu and Wuji and was in danger. Now, in such a short time, Lin Ming turned around and hunted down Zhu and Wuji for hundreds of thousands of miles. Is it possible? Could this be a smoker screen released by the South Sea Demon realm? The real situation was that Lin Ming had been killed by Zhu and Wuji, and then Zhu and Wuji released false news to induce other sects to join forces to attack the South Sea Demon realm's Southern Sky Realm branch, and then capture them all in one fell swoop. Father, what do you think? Zan Yunjian asked his father in Feng'an Valley. In front of Zan Yunjian, there sat a middle-aged man in green shirt. He pondered for a while and said, "It's too bizarre. Maybe it's a trap set by the South Sea Demon realm. Don't you think so?" Zan Yunjian shook his head and said, "It's because it's bizarre that I feel it's true. If this news is forged, I can only say that Zhu and Wuji's IQ has regressed. He didn't hesitate to damage his reputation and forged such a bizarre news. Even if the news spreads, can it really have the effect of a trap?" The middle-aged man in green shirt nodded and said, "Anyway, let's wait and see. After all, the truth will come out sooner or later. Of course, I also hope that this news is true." Zhu and Wuji died in the battle on the barren mountain of Xianan Kingdom. In the vast South Sky region, it was just an insignificant place, so no one saw that scene at all. In this way, Lin Ming returned to the South Sea, and the giant Kun also surfaced under the command of the magic light. The giant Kun, which is dozens of miles long and easily crushes the Yin-Yang Zuan Palace, is now covered with scars. Hundreds of Kun whiskers were broken, and both ears were shattered. The most serious was the wound on the pectoral fin, that was more than a mile long, which almost tore off the entire pectoral fin. Such a horrible wound, soaked in 30,000-foot deep sea water for 4 months, can only be resisted by a strong life force like the giant Kun. It will probably take half a year to recover from these injuries. Lin Ming said to himself. For a creature as huge as the giant Kun, it is impossible to feed it with elixirs. No one can afford to feed it. It can only be allowed to hunt in the deep sea and recover naturally. Fortunately, the South China Sea is extremely vast, and the number of deep sea beasts is simply impossible to count, which is enough to satisfy the giant Kun's terrifying appetite. If it can continuously hunt some high-level deep sea beasts, it can greatly speed up the healing speed of the giant Kun's body. Lin Ming needs the giant Kun very much now. With the giant Kun, his relatives and friends can get the best placement, which makes him less worried. At this time, in the small world in the giant Kun, several young women in red clothes surrounded a red pug. The pug was only half a foot long, with a short and thick tail, about the same length as a finger. It was covered with red curly hair, and had a pair of small and black dog eyes. This red-haired bug was naturally Mo Guang. No one except Lin Ming knew about Mo Guang's existence, but Mo Guang was a person who couldn't stand loneliness. Lin Ming went to the king-level trial for half a year, and Mo Guang's main soul stayed in the small world of the giant Kun. A dog was very boring, so he often strolled out and soon became familiar with Lin Ming's friends and relatives. "Xiao Hong, didn't you say that brother Lin was coming back? Why haven't you seen him yet?" In front of the pug, a girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 asked Mo Guang anxiously. She was wearing a bright yellow dress, with delicate features and beautiful appearance. It was Qin Xingsun. "Xiao Hong, your sister." Mo Guang was extremely depressed. He was small, and covered with red hair. I don't know which girl started to call him Xiao Hong on a whim. This extremely appropriate name quickly spread. Everyone called him that. No one paid any attention to him, even though Pug repeatedly seriously stated that he should be called Saint Lord of Mo Guang and boasted about his past glorious deeds as evidence. Mo Guang thought that the name Xiao Han greatly damaged his majestic image. However, the girls thought that Mo Guang had nothing to do with the image of himself as wise and powerful as he described in the past. Instead, his furious appearance with red hair standing up was very funny, so more and more people called him Xiao Han. Xiao Han, stop making trouble. We are really anxious. When will brother Lin come back? Where has he been now? What has he been doing for the past 4 months? I've told you 1,000 times, don't call me Xiao Han, call me the Holy Lord of Demonic Light. When this saint was traveling in the void, your great-grandfather's great-grandfather was still in his mother's womb. Forget it, this saint is too lazy to argue with you mortals. Lin Ming should be back soon. As for the past 4 months, he went to a place. It's hard for you to understand, even if I tell you. But he's back now. Isn't Zuan Wuji outside? Ha ha ha. Demonic Light laughed 3 times, and a sense of superiority brought by strength arose spontaneously. Zuan Wuji is nothing. When this saint was in his prime, a small figure like Zuan Wuji was just an ant. This saint didn't even look at him, and easily crushed him to death with one claw. As for Lin Ming, although there is still a big gap between him and this saint back then, he can barely deal with old man Zuan. Mo Guang, are you telling the truth? Mu Qianxue stood up all of a sudden, staring at Mo Guang with a pair of phoenix eyes. Although Mo Guang was very boastful, Mu Qianxue could feel that Mo Guang was unusual. It did have a strong soul power and could command Jukun. It was very likely that it was true when it suddenly said that today. If Lin Ming could really defeat Zuan Wuji, no, he didn't need to defeat him. As long as he could compete with him, then they could rebuild Shenhuang Island in the South China Sea War would end. Of course. When has this saint ever lied to anyone? If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will be back in a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. Xiao Han, are you serious? Qin Xingxuan's eyes lit up. As soon as she said this, the entire Xiaoqian world trembled slightly, and Qin Xingxuan's heart was immediately lifted. Someone came in. Was it Lin Ming? Hey, it's faster than I expected. Mo Guang touched the dog's chin and said. At the same time, a black-haired young man in his 20s wearing a blue shirt appeared in the Xiaoqian world with a smile on his face. Lin Ming. Brother Lin. Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue's faces were filled with endless surprise. In the past few months, Zuan Wuji had been eyeing Jukun covetously. They were under great pressure, and Lin Ming was nowhere to be seen. When they asked Mo Guang, it only said that Lin Ming was practicing outside. They were really worried to death. Now that they saw Lin Ming, they were all crying with joy. If it was just Qin Xingxuan or Mu Qianxue, they would have thrown themselves into Lin Ming's arms long ago. Now that both of them were there, they were embarrassed to do so. Where are my parents? Lin Ming asked. Uncle and aunt are both very good, and Xiaoji is also very good. Qin Xingxuan replied. In the past 6 months, Lin's father and mother had no idea what was happening outside, and lived a very relaxed life. Lin Ming brought back a lot of spiritual medicines that increase lifespan. Now, after taking these spiritual medicines, Lin's father and mother, who had been toiling for half their lives, looked a dozen years younger. Although Lin Ming's sister, Lin Xiaoj, was only 3 or 4 years old, she also began to use various precious medicinal liquids to wash her body. Her martial arts aptitude in the future would definitely not be bad. Junior brother Lin, where is Zuan Wuji? Mu Qianxue asked. Seeing that Lin Ming was safe, she felt relieved. At the same time, she couldn't wait to confirm whether Lin Ming had the ability to fight Zuan Wuji. The destruction of Shenhuang Island has always been a pain in Mu Qianxue's heart. As long as it cannot be rebuilt, she will not be at peace. Zuan Wuji was killed by me. When Lin Ming said this, Mu Qianxue was stunned. Qin Xingxuan was also stunned. Although Mo Guang said that Lin Ming could barely deal with Zuan Wuji, they never thought that Lin Ming would kill Zuan Wuji. Zuan Wuji, who launched the South China Sea War and destroyed Shenhuang Island, Jukun sect, and Taixuan Palace, and was truly the #1 in the South China Sea, died just like that. Brother Lin, are you serious? Yes, he died in Xianan country. I brought his weapons and zoom earring. Lin Ming said, taking out a bronze ring from his arms. Mu Qianxue took it in a daze, and her body froze completely after a quick scan. Inside the ring were Zhu and Wuji's weapons, the Elder's orders, and the jade slip of ancient magic skills. Without a doubt, this was Zhu and Wuji's Zumi ring. Mu Qianxue held the ring in a daze, and her eyes blurred involuntarily. Zhu and Wuji is dead. The South China Sea War is won. Tears rolled down one by one, and Mu Qianxue couldn't help but hugged Lin Ming, her voice completely choked. Thank you. Thank you, Lin Ming. Between us, there's no need to say thank you. Lin Ming wiped away Mu Qianxue's tears. After 10 breaths, Mu Qianxue recovered and said happily, I'll tell Master right now. They were afraid that you wouldn't come, so they were still in seclusion preparing for a fight to the death. I didn't expect that in a few days, they could rebuild Shenhuang Island. Although Shenhuang Island was destroyed, the elite was still there, and the foundation of the sect, Shenhuang Secret Realm, was intact. Coupled with Lin Ming's reputation, rebuilding Shenhuang Island was a very easy thing. At this time, a couple dressed in bright clothes, and looking to be in their early 30s came over. They were Lin Ming's parents. Dad, Mom. Lin Ming was delighted. Seeing his parents getting younger and younger, and Xingxuan and Chua being well, Lin Ming was filled with satisfaction. He had no regrets in pursuing the path of martial arts. Minga, you are finally out of retreat. Lin's mother was delighted to see Lin Ming. She didn't know what had happened in the past few days and thought that Lin Ming was just retreating in the small world. Now that she saw her son out of retreat, she was naturally happy. But before she could laugh a few times, Lin's mother saw Lin Ming standing side by side with Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingxuan, and she became worried again. Lin Ming's marriage has always been a concern for her. Lin Ming is already 21 years old, and should have gotten married long ago. Chapter 754, The Destruction of the South Sea Demon Realm. Since Zhu and Wuji's death, half a month has passed unknowingly. A lot of things have happened in the past half month. The news that Lin Ming had chased Zhu and Wuji for hundreds of thousands of miles became more and more intense. At first, most people did not believe it. However, as time went on, all signs showed that the news was probably true, especially 10 days later, when the giant Kun appeared above Shenhuang Island, and on Shenhuang Island, the original disciples of Shenhuang Island actually began to rebuild the sect with great fanfare. Seeing the new buildings on Shenhuang Island being built one by one, the South Sea Demon Realm had no intention of interfering at all, but instead retreated to the South Sky Realm and stayed indoors. Just 3 days later, another thing happened that shocked all the major sects. That is, the South Sea Demon Realm branch in the South Sky Realm was disbanded. The disciples of the Demon Realm went their separate ways. Some joined small sects, and some hid their identities, and went to live in a mortal country. Overnight, the last stronghold of the huge South Sea Demon Realm quietly disintegrated, and coupled with the South Sea Demon Realm headquarters, which was already in name only, the entire South Sea Demon Realm has completely disintegrated today. The South Sea Demon Realm, which has been passed down for more than 4,000 years, is gone just like that. The major sects in the Southern Sky Realm and the Five Element Realm all found it unbelievable. This was a sect that was once a holy land. It had been 3,000 years since the fall of the Ghost Demon Emperor City. The mysterious and powerful South Sea Demon Realm, which had always ruled the South Sea, collapsed overnight, giving people an extremely unreal feeling. It was like a dream. A few days later, the people of the Five Element Realm finally landed on the Shenhuang Island, and then they received a piece of news that stunned them. Zhu and Wuji is dead. Lin Ming killed him. In front of the major figures in the Five Element Realm, Mu Bingyan said in a very calm tone. What did you say? The leader of the Huang sect stood up on the spot. His head was in a mess, and he didn't react to what Mu Bingyan said for a while. Zhu and Wuji is dead, so the South China Sea War is over. Mu Bingyan repeated expressionlessly. Although her voice was calm, her heart was not at peace. When she first heard the news, she was also extremely shocked. Even though she knew that Lin Ming had an extraordinary talent, she could not believe it. Lin Ming killed Zhu and Wuji. God, he is only 21 years old. The rumors were spreading like wildfire before, saying that Lin Ming chased Zhu and Wuji for hundreds of thousands of miles, and many people could not believe it. Now after Mu Bingyan said it, the news was even more outrageous. Lin Ming actually killed Zhuan Wuji directly. Mu Bingyan said it herself, plus what happened in the past few days. This is 99% true. Only 21 years old, he killed the 4th level Mingyan with the cultivation of Zuandan period. How strong will he be when he reaches Mingyan? What about the Sea of Gods? Everyone couldn't help but have this terrible question in their hearts. Looking at the history of the entire Xianan continent, apart from the historical blank period tens of thousands of years ago, in the tens of thousands of years with historical records, there has never been a 21-year-old late Zuandan, and there has never been anyone who has killed a 4th level Mingyan in the late Zuandan period. The Emperor Shaka at the time, who comprehended the 7 martial intentions, merged the 7 martial intentions under the Bodhi tree, and broke through the void with martial arts, was considered the #1 genius in the entire Xianan continent, but he could never reach the level of Lin Ming at the same age. Zhuan Wuji is the #1 person in the South China Sea. Lin Ming killed Zhuan Wuji, and he will be the #1 person in the South China Sea in the future. Like the abbot of the great Zen temple, the king of Nan'an in the South China Sea, his strength is not as good as Zhuan Wuji. In the future, Lin Ming will be a person of higher status than them. Even considering the situation of the forces behind him, Lin Ming can at least be on par with the abbot of the great Zen temple. The entire great Zen temple has a total of 3 abbots. The great Zen temple is very powerful and has dominated the great Zen domain for many years. It is a veritable 5th grade sect. Both its strength and historical heritage are stronger than the South China Sea demon domain. No matter which abbot of the great Zen temple, to the masters of the 7 sects in the 5-element domain, they all need to show respect and salute. However, now, Lin Ming's status is even higher than that of the 3 abbots. At this time, let alone calling Lin Ming boy, they don't have the confidence to call Lin Ming by his name. Being on equal footing with the abbot of the great Zen temple, and being the #1 person in the South Sea, these are nothing to Lin Ming. If this continues, he will become the #1 person in the Xianan continent in the future. Several elders discussed with mixed feelings in their hearts, and in the corner of the table, Zhan Yunjian opened his mouth several times to speak, but he could not calm down the waves in his heart, and even could not calm his voice. The gap between him and Lin Ming could not be described in words. Do you have anything else to say? If not, Bingyan will not accompany you. Shenhuang Island is being rebuilt, and Bingyan has many things to do. Mu Bingyan's words awakened everyone present. They actually wanted to meet Lin Ming, especially Princess Huiyang, Zhan Yunjian, Baoxuan and other young disciples who knew Lin Ming, but after thinking about it, they decided not to interrupt. The various sects in the 5-element domain left the Southern Sky domain in this way. As they left, the news that Lin Ming killed Zhuan Wuji spread like a tide. The remaining forces of the Jikeng sect in the Taixuan Palace, and the various 3rd grade and 2nd grade small sects in the Southern Sky domain were all discussing this exciting and shocking news. The disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley were especially excited. As long as Lin Ming did not perish, he would become a Sea of God in the future. He was a sealed emperor. The entire Xianan continent, including the hidden old monsters, had only hundreds of legendary existences. Moreover, Lin Ming was not an ordinary sealed emperor. In the near future, they would be able to brag to their descendants that their grandfather had been a fellow disciple of a sealed emperor. Lin Ming also became the idol and goal of many young disciples, and even the object of admiration of many young girls. They were all about the same age. Lin Ming could become the #1 in the South Sea, while they were generally not even innate. Although they knew they could not reach the level of Lin Ming, at least the gap could not be that big. They had struggled, and even if they failed, they would not regret it in the future. 10 days later, in the dense forest of southern Xinjiang, in a small tribe with a population of less than 100,000 people, it's alright, it's really alright, a living god. A middle-aged man wearing complicated southern Xinjiang clothes, holding a crying baby in his arms, knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. In front of the middle-aged man sat a witch wearing black clothes and a black veil on her face. She had a pair of slender and charming eyes, curved like a crescent moon. Although her face was covered in black veil, the outline of her sharp eyebrows could still be seen. She was obviously a beauty. The witch was packing up her medical tools. She glanced at the middle-aged man from southern Xinjiang who was kowtowed in front of her and said expressionlessly, "The medicine I gave you, boil it in warm water for 7 days." After that, the witch waved her hand, and the middle-aged man felt a breeze blowing past him. The next moment, he was sent out of the woman's tent by the breeze. Got. The middle-aged man cried with joy. The witch god appeared and sent the witch to save us. The middle-aged man held the child in his arms and walked home while shouting. He knelt down and kowtowed to the witch's tent. After walking a few steps in the tent, the witch had no expression. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the tent. "Are you going to do this all the time in the future? Is there any meaning in saving a few mortals?" The witch calmly lifted her veil, revealing a beautiful face. She was Xuanyuki, the leader of the western sect of the South Sea Demon Realm. Xuanyuki shook her head gently and said, "It's meaningless." "Then why are you still wasting your time here?" Xuanyuki shook her head again. "From the time I was born until now, everything I have done has been for the Xuan family and the South China Sea Demon Realm. Now that the South China Sea Demon Realm is destroyed and the Xuan family is disbanded, has everything I have done ever been meaningful?" Xuanyuki asked back, and the old man was speechless. "Indeed, those were meaningless." Xuanyuki sighed quietly and said, "Xuan Wuji is dead. Of the 18 elders in the entire South China Sea Demon Realm, only you and I are left. Those sects that we have destroyed want to see us die. Maybe within 10 days, the remnants of the Jikun sect and the Taixuan Palace will unite to hunt down my disciples of the South China Sea Demon Realm, including you and me. 1,000 years of life is like a dream. What is meaningful for us to do in this world? Since the world no longer allows me, I will walk alone, seeking a pure land where I can feel at peace." Xuanyuki stood up and put on her veil again. After surviving the catastrophe in the South China Sea and the collapse of the South China Sea Demon Realm, her mentality has changed drastically. A pure land of peace of mind is your rescue of mortals away to atone for the countless sins you committed in your first half of life. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. There is no point in me saying more. I have decided to find a place deep in the mountains to practice in seclusion. Although I know that there is no hope for the Sea of Gods, I also hope to survive a few more times. If I die while surviving the calamity of life, it is also my fate. I have been determined to explore the path of martial arts since I was young. It is a worthy death to die while surviving the calamity of life. Xuanyuki, after today's farewell, I'm afraid we will never see each other again. I wish you good luck." The old man said and left. The empty tent was left with only the curtains fluttering. Xuanyuki never turned around and said silently, "See you later. I wish you good luck." Time passed. In a blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. The main buildings of Shenhuang Island were all rebuilt and completed. Many cultivation formations were also under repair. A large number of disciples returned to the island to live. At this time, Lin Ming was facing a problem that he had to face, that is, getting married. For 2 consecutive months, Lin's mother kept talking about this matter. Although Lin's mother was not clear about Lin Ming's realm and achievements, she also understood one thing, that Lin Ming was destined to fly higher and higher and go further and further. In the future, she would not have much time to see Lin Ming, and it would not be surprising if Lin Ming left for 10 years at a time. In this case, how could Lin's mother not want a grandson? This reason was reasonable. In fact, Lin Ming originally felt guilty towards his parents because he had embarked on a martial arts path that was destined to be lonely. Now facing his mother's reasonable request, he naturally could not refuse. Moreover, over the years, Lin Ming was not a wooden man, and he could feel those sincere feelings. It was time for a result, which was what Lin Ming himself hoped for. Thank you Brother Kaboka for the 50,000 red envelopes. I see red envelopes again. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755 Lin Ming's Wedding, The Prince of the Kingdom of God. South Sky Region. Chifeng City. Chifeng City is a relatively large city in South Sky region, only because it is the headquarters of a top-level 3rd grade sect. This was a few years ago. Because of the invasion of the South Sea Demon Realm, Chifeng City declined a bit, and many warriors have moved away. But recently, with the death of Zhuan Wuji, Chifeng City has prospered again. At this time, in an elegant restaurant in Chifeng City, several warriors sat together and chatted. I heard that the young emperor of Shenhuang Island will get married in a month. Now the whole Shenhuang Island is very lively, and countless guests from all parties have come. Many important figures from the South Sky region and the 5-element region have gone. The general leaders of the 3rd grade sects can't even get into the main hall, and can only go to the side hall. TSK, the leaders of the 3rd grade sects can only go to the side hall. A warrior drank wine inside. They were from the 3rd grade sect Chifeng sect. Usually, they rarely see people at the level of the sect leader. In their eyes, they are all great figures. Whose wedding were you talking about? Just as several warriors were discussing, a lazy voice sounded out of nowhere. Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing a yellow kilin robe and a purple gold crown playing with a wine glass in an elegant corner of the restaurant. Beside him, there were 3 beautiful women, one of whom was a little nun. Seeing such a scene, most men would react with jealousy and displeasure, and most would curse in their hearts that the good cabbages were taken away by pigs. These warriors were no exception. The leading disciple of the Chifeng sect said impatiently, the young emperor of Shenhuang Island, Lin Ming, is getting married. It will be next month. After Lin Ming killed Zhuan Wuji, he was in the limelight in the Southern Sky region, and no one dared to call Lin Ming by name. At first, they called Lin Ming the holy son of Shenhuang Island, the great hero Lin, and so on. Later, someone started to call Lin Ming the young emperor, and the name spread. In their opinion, Lin Ming would definitely be crowned as an emperor in the future, so calling him the young emperor was appropriate. So that's it. It's him. The man in the kilin robe is the prince of the kingdom of God, Li Yifeng. He had heard of Lin Ming's name when he was in the Great Zen region before. He traveled all the way to the Southern Sky region and heard the news of Lin Ming's wedding. Young emperor. This Lin Ming actually calls himself the young emperor. A girl dressed as a maid beside Li Yifeng said unhappily, even the young master doesn't dare to use this title. This Lin Ming is just from a small 4th grade sect, but he calls himself the young emperor. Isn't that too arrogant? Arrogant? The Chifeng sect disciple glared, unwilling to listen. What did he mean by just from a small 4th grade sect? As if the 4th grade sect was very bad. HMPH, what do you know? The title of young emperor is not claimed by Lin Ming himself, but is recognized by all warriors in the Southern Sky region. Young Emperor Lin is young, defeated Zhuan Wuji, and has the most talent in ancient and modern times. It is inevitable that he will be crowned as an emperor. What's wrong with that? The little maid curled her lips and said unconvincedly, so what if it is recognized by all warriors in your Southern Sky region? 90% of the powerful emperors in the entire continent are concentrated in the 4 major divine kingdoms. Your Southern Sky region is just a very ordinary one among the many regions in the Xianan continent. Have you produced any powerful emperors in the past few thousand years? The little maid's question left several disciples of the Chifeng sect speechless. It is true that the Southern Sky region has not produced any powerful emperors for a long time. The Nether Emperor 3000 years ago was not actually from the Southern Sky region, but came to the Southern Sky region from somewhere else. This is not because the Southern Sky region is bad, but because it is difficult for most ordinary regions in the Xianan continent to produce powerful emperors, even the Great Zen region. There are many emperor level geniuses, but few emperor level strongmen. This is mainly because many young talents have encountered good opportunities, and coupled with their own excellence, they have entered the ranks of emperor level geniuses. However, they still have a long way to go before they can be crowned emperors. They may not encounter great opportunities on this road, so it is easy to exhaust their potential and eventually stop and die. Moreover, many geniuses have fallen, and if they are not careful, they will never recover. It is difficult for humans to achieve the Sea of Gods. After all, this is a territory of the Southern Sky region. When the little maid said this, many warriors were unwilling to listen. They stood up one after another. You bully me, because there is no one in the Southern Sky region. For a while, the little maid became the target of public criticism. Seeing this scene, Li Yifeng laughed. "Don't be angry, everyone. The little maid is ignorant and just talking nonsense. Don't get excited." Li Yifeng apologized, and those warriors who stood up couldn't argue with the little girl, and sat back one after another. The maid was very depressed. She used her true essence to transmit the message. "Young master, why do you have to apologize to these low-class guys? You can knock them all down with just one finger." Li Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the point of bullying these mortals?" Speaking of which, Lin Ming's wedding should be quite interesting this time. Let's go and have some fun. 1 month later, Shenhuang Island. After Zhu and Wuji's death, Shenhuang Island took 3 months to rebuild. Then it was Lin Ming's wedding. Almost all the major life-falling level strongmen in the southern region of the entire Xianan continent received invitations from Shenhuang Island. This wedding was organized by Mu Qianxue. The marriage of the saint girl on Shenhuang Island was originally a big event. In addition, Lin Ming became the first person in the South China Sea. He was young and had a promising future. Such a grand event naturally had to be well organized. For several days, the sky above Shenhuang Island was shrouded in 5-color clouds. The sky was full of colorful clouds. Occasionally, a flaming vermilion bird and a blue phoenix with green feathers shuttled between the clouds. It was really like a fairyland on Earth. On the main island, various fairy grasses, jade flowers, and spiritual trees also blossomed at the same time under the effect of the formation. For a time, the entire Shenhuang Island was filled with spiritual energy, and the fragrance filled the air. In the various clouds and colorful lights, there were endless jade buildings and palaces, which was really like a dream. With Lin Ming's reputation in the South China Sea, all the life-falling level warriors who received the invitation basically came. Under the life-falling level, the major Zhuandan warriors also came to Shenhuang Island early. For the 3rd grade sects, even if the sect master did not come, there would be a deputy sect master. Further down, there were many innate warriors who were not famous, and even warriors without sects. Many of these people also came uninvited to see the grand celebration that only appeared once in thousands of years in the southern sky region. It is not an exaggeration to say that it only appears once in thousands of years. With Lin Ming's current popularity, only the netherworld emperor 3000 years ago could win. Under such circumstances, the warriors of Shenhuang Island gathered more than 10,000 warriors in just 3 days, and the number is still increasing. Shenhuang Island also welcomes all those warriors who come uninvited. In order to hold a celebration for Lin Ming's wedding, Mu Qianxue specially built several reception halls with a radius of several miles. Shenhuang Island has definitely spared no effort for this wedding ceremony. Elder Lion Shizhu of Jikeng sect has arrived. Deputy Valley Masters and Yunshan of Feng'an Valley has arrived. Huo Ruan, a direct disciple of Huang sect, has arrived. Prince Ninan has arrived. The MC announced the names of the visiting guests in a row. When he heard the name of Prince Ninan, Lin Ming's heart moved. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man wearing a 9-clawed dragon robe and a purple gold jade belt around his waist, holding a beautiful palace-dressed woman in one hand, and laughing as he walked in. The last time he saw Prince Ninan in the Demon God Emperor's palace, he was like this, hugging left and right. Prince Ninan was originally a demon warrior. It is said that he has 3000 beauties in his harem. Each of them is as beautiful as a flower and has a certain aptitude for martial arts. If these women were placed in a small country, they would definitely be the proud daughters of heaven. King Nanan. Lin Ming clasped his fist slightly. Haha, Lin Ming, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe it. It's been less than 3 years since the last trip to the Demon God Palace. At that time, you were just an insignificant junior. In the blink of an eye, you have become the #1 person in the South China Sea. It's incredible. To this day, King Nanan naturally wouldn't trace the fact that the Demon God Palace was tricked by Lin Ming. In 3 years, Lin Ming's cultivation level has improved by 2 major realms. This kind of thing can really be said to be unprecedented. When these big figures come, gifts are indispensable. Various top grade and top quality true essence stones and various natural treasures are presented one after another. Mu Qianxue responded one by one. Seeing the prosperity of Shenhuang Island today, she was filled with emotion. Master Kanghe, the third abbot of the Great Zen Temple, has arrived. After King Nanayan, another important person came. There are 3 abbots in the Great Zen Temple, and Abbot Baimei is just one of them. This time, Abbot Baimei did not come to Lin Ming's wedding. Instead, he came Abbot Kanhi, who is also a master of triple life. Master Kanhi. Lin Ming has always been respectful to this kind of high-ranking monk. When he went to the demon god emperor's palace, it was all thanks to Abbot Baimei who protected Shenhuang Island. Otherwise, Mu Fengxian alone would not have thought of competing with the South Sea demon realm. Master Lin has reached the late stage of Zuandan at a young age, and his combat power is even better than that of the 4th level Mingan. He has a bright future. Master Kanhi put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. Master, thank you for your praise. Please come this way. I have prepared a vegetarian meal for you and your group of high-ranking monks. The master of Taixuan Palace, Master Zhuanggang, has arrived. The master of Jinzhang Mountain, Master Jinjian, has arrived. The prince of the kingdom of God, Li Yifeng, has arrived. At the wedding banquet, the MC read out the identities of the visiting guests based on the cards they handed over. At this time, there would be no bored people pretending to be someone else. Until the Prince of the Kingdom of God was read out, the MC was stuck and almost read it wrong. The Prince of the Kingdom of God, is it true or not? Everyone's eyes followed the host's introduction and saw a young man in a purple python robe, accompanied by a little maid and a little nun, holding a folding fan, walking in at the main hall's door. The Prince of the Kingdom of God. The 4 great kingdoms of God. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. This Li Yifeng's cultivation should be in the late Zuandan stage, the same as his own. He looked young, probably 30 years old, older than Duan Muquan. The 4 great kingdoms of God had princes and princes. The princes were lower in rank than the princes, but they were also mostly dragons among men. If they did not have talent, they could not enjoy the title of prince. Chapter 756 Mysterious Woman. Is he the Prince of the Kingdom of God? Almost all the warriors' eyes were fixed on Li Yifeng. The 4 kingdoms of God are the supreme existence in Xianan continent. Compared with the 4 kingdoms of God, other domains are like small mountain villages compared to big cities. Take the Great Zen Domain for example. In the Great Zen Domain, high-level life loss is already a top master, and Zuandan masters are relatively common. In the 4 kingdoms of God, the Sea of Gods is the top master, and high-level life loss is relatively common. Compared with the 4 kingdoms of God, the strength of other domains is a whole realm apart. When it was rumored that the Prince of the Kingdom of God was coming to the South Sky Domain, the Palace Master of Yinyangzuan Palace, Crossing Can, immediately took his son to visit. The difference in status can be seen. So Li Yifeng, who came this time, even if he was not the Prince of the Kingdom of God, but just a Prince of the Kingdom of God, was amazing enough. Although Lin Ming could not predict Li Yifeng's strength at first glance, he could vaguely sense that his cultivation was at the peak of the late Zuandan stage, and he had already advanced towards Mingyu, which was more than half a realm higher than Lin Ming. Moreover, his foundation was extremely solid, and he should have the strength to compete with the Mingyu masters. Lin Ming could not tell what the limit of his strength was. For such a person, Lin Ming had no doubt that he was the Prince of the Kingdom of God. Of course, Lin Ming, who had even seen the ancient Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm, did not have any special feelings towards the Prince of the Divine Kingdom. He clasped his fists to Li Yifeng with a normal expression and said, I didn't expect that the princes of the 4 divine kingdoms would visit my wedding. I'm really honored. Haha, Li just happened to be visiting the Southern Sky region. I heard that Brother Lin was already the #1 person in the South Sea at such a young age, so I was curious. Li likes to make friends with heroes all over the world, so I came here uninvited. I hope Brother Lin will forgive me for my intrusion. Brother Li is too polite. The Prince of the Divine Kingdom has come to visit us. Our clan is honored. Lin Ming and Li Yifeng complimented each other, and next to Li Yifeng, a girl dressed as a maid pouted her lips and quietly used her perception to detect the Zuandan crystal core in Lin Ming's danshan. It is very impolite to rashly use perception to detect other people's danshan. Lin Ming remained calm, just quietly blocked the girl's perception, and then greeted the guests on his own. The girl didn't find out much, so she tried to probe Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming was unhappy. The Shura force field was released silently, blooming only inside the body, without leaking out at all, so no one could feel the difference in Lin Ming's aura. At this time, the little maid who sensed Lin Ming's body suddenly trembled, her face pale, and she stepped back a few steps, her blood boiling. Kinga, you are messing around again. You are at a disadvantage. I have already said, this Lin Ming was able to kill Zhuan Wuji at such a young age and become the number one in the South China Sea, so he must have some skills. How could you be his opponent? He just bounced off your move. If I guessed correctly, it was a force field. This is an extremely rare ability. Even I don't have it. Li Yifan was secretly surprised. Lin Ming just showed off his skills casually, but it was such a special move. The little maid named Kinga curled her lips and said unconvincedly, what's so great about the force field? Although the young master does not have a force field, his understanding of the wind law has reached an extremely high level, which is much more powerful than the force field. Even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is not as good as you in terms of laws. Besides, he is only the number one in the South China Sea. If the young master comes to the Southern Sky region for a fight, he will definitely be able to get the title of the number one in the South China Sea. As for the killing of Zhuan Wuji, I have inquired about it. No one saw that battle. Who knows whether Lin Ming killed Zhuan Wuji alone? Maybe he called for help, or he set a trap to plot against Zhuan Wuji. Moreover, whether Zhuan Wuji is as powerful as the rumors say is still debatable. I just can't accept that a warrior from a small Southern Sky region dares to call himself the young emperor. Even the young master doesn't dare to call himself that. I say, young master, why don't you fight with that Lin Ming and let him know how powerful our four great divine kingdoms are? Li Yifan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, what nonsense are you talking about, little girl? It's true that Zhuan Wuji is a 4th level life fallen. Even the worst 4th level life fallen is not something I can deal with. I don't know whether Lin Ming killed Zhuan Wuji independently, but no matter what, he must have some strength. If I fight with him and win, no one will praise me or think it is my due. If I lose, in fact, this possibility is more likely, then I will be very embarrassed. Remember, we are here to eat for free and make friends today, not to fight. Although the confrontation between Lin Ming and Kinga was obscure, the warriors present were such great figures that naturally many people noticed it. In a corner of the hall, Lankin drank a cup of flower tea and chuckled. The little maid of the Prince of the Kingdom of God seems to be very dissatisfied with Lin Ming. Beside Lankin, Duan Mukwon said, that is not a little maid. She is young, but also in the Zuandan stage, and her foundation is not weak. Maybe she is the designated imperial concubine of the Prince of the Kingdom of God, but she appears in the appearance of a maid. What do you think of the Prince of the Kingdom of God? Lankin asked casually. He seems to be cynical, but in fact he has a condensed will, a solid foundation, and extraordinary strength. If I have the same cultivation as him, I can fight him, but his cultivation is higher than mine, so there is no way to fight. Cultivation is the most important factor affecting strength. Duan Mukwon can fight across levels, that is for ordinary geniuses. If he is a genius of the same level, the difference of half a realm will be a gap that is difficult to cross. After the Prince of the Kingdom of God, Li Yifeng, another big figure arrived one after another, but compared with Li Yifeng, these people were eclipsed. When the ceremony was about to begin, a group of guests caught Lin Ming's attention. They were the deep-sea blue-eyed sea ape clan. A few months ago, in order to obtain the giant Kun dragon marrow, the blue-eyed sea ape clan cooperated with Zhuan Wuji to hunt down the giant Kun and forced the giant Kun into a 30,000-foot trench. Then Lin Ming secretly went to the blue-eyed sea ape clan and killed them all, but the chief of the blue-eyed sea ape clan was still unwilling to give up the giant Kun dragon marrow and came to assist Zhuan Wuji in setting up the 1000 illusion sea sealing array. At this time, Lin Ming came back to kill Zhuan Wuji because he had been chasing Zhuan Wuji for hundreds of thousands of miles and didn't care about the chief of the blue-eyed sea ape clan, so he let it escape. What are you doing here? Lin Ming's voice was cold and his face was slightly chilly. Lin, young Emperor Lin, I'm here to congratulate you on your wedding and bring you gifts. I'm sorry for any offense I've caused you before. Please forgive me. The leader was the chief of the green-eyed sea ape clan. He was really afraid of Lin Ming. The green-eyed sea ape clan still had to survive in the South China Sea. If they offended Lin Ming, they would most likely be exterminated in the future. Although he was afraid that Lin Ming would deal with him, he had to apologize in person. He thought that in front of so many guests, Lin Ming would not start a fight on the spot. Gift. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows and remained calm. Well, this is it. The chief of the green-eyed sea ape clan gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a great determination. He wiped his left hand in the sumeru ring, and a piece of vermilion jade as high as a person appeared in the hall. A pure and incomparable fire energy immediately emanated. Lin Ming was shocked, and Mu Yuhuang's eyes lit up. This is the source of the spirit vein, and it is of the fire element. The spirit vein is the foundation for a sect to survive. Only when a sect possesses a spiritual vein can it ensure the abundance of heaven and earth vitality within the sect and attract warriors to join the sect for cultivation. When Shenhuang Island was destroyed, Mu Yuhuang led his disciples to live under the roof of Yinayangzuan Palace, and a large part of the reason was to borrow the spiritual vein of Yinayangzuan Palace. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the sect, the higher the grade of the spiritual vein it possesses. Shenhuang Island is only a 4th grade sect, and the grade of its spiritual vein was originally sufficient, but as Lin Ming became stronger and stronger, Shenhuang Island was bound to increase its strength. At this time, the sect's low-grade spiritual vein became a hindrance to the development of the sect. To solve this problem, either the whole sect should move, or look for spiritual veins that can be transplanted, that is, to find the so-called source of spiritual veins. There are not many spiritual veins in Xianan continent, and there are even fewer spiritual veins that can be transplanted. It is not easy to buy such a thing with matching properties. Mu Yuhuang was worrying about this matter, but he didn't expect that the patriarch of the blue-eyed sea ape clan sent a section of the source of spiritual veins, and the grade was not low. This is really a generous gift. Haha. The blue-eyed clan leader is so polite. I'm really too disrespectful to refuse it, and feel ashamed to accept it. Mu Yuhuang smiled like a flower. Although she was polite, she was not vague at all. With a flick of her right hand, she put the section of the spiritual vein source into the Zumi ring. She naturally knew the reason why the blue-eyed sea ape clan suffered heavy losses. In the final analysis, it was all because of Lin Ming's strength. Seeing Mu Yuhuang put away this section of the spiritual vein source, the blue-eyed sea ape clan leader's heart was beating. This kind of thing was naturally very precious to their blue-eyed sea ape clan. Their blue-eyed sea ape clan mainly practiced water-based exercises. Although the source of the fire-based spiritual vein was useless, it could also be used to exchange for a section of the water-based spiritual vein source. It was just that the spiritual vein source was rare and could not be exchanged for a long time. Now, how could the blue-eyed sea ape clan leader be willing to give up the spiritual vein source to Shenhuang Island? But there was no way. Compared with a section of the spiritual vein source, the survival of the clan was more important. Since the blue-eyed sea ape clan offered such a generous gift of the source of the spiritual vein, Lin Ming was too lazy to pursue the previous grievances. After all, this source of the spiritual vein is indeed very important to Shenhuang Island, and it is often impossible to buy it with money. At this time, the auspicious time has arrived, and the dual cultivation ceremony officially began. At this time, with the announcement of the master of ceremonies again, several middle-aged men in different clothes appeared in the main hall. These 3 people were full of demonic aura, and were obviously magic warriors. Lin Ming didn't recognize any of the 3 people. The leading magic warrior was accompanied by a young girl who looked like his concubine. When Lin Ming saw the girl, his heart trembled, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. How could it be like this? Chapter 757 Goddess Jade Pendant. The woman brought by the magic warrior looked to be in her 20s, with a slender figure and a pair of eyes as quiet as autumn water, but the pupils were a strange grayish white. She had a pretty face with a mysterious tattoo symbol on her cheek. The girl's appearance and the strange symbol on her face were not the reasons why Lin Ming lost his composure. Lin Ming lost his composure because of a jade pendant that was completely green and blue and engraved with an ancient mysterious pattern in the center of the jade pendant, which looked like a bird totem. This jade pendant exuded extremely pure energy. It was not like an ordinary thing at first glance, but it did not look like an attacking treasure. It was difficult to judge what its function was. This jade pendant. Lin Ming took a breath of cool air. At the beginning, in the eternal demon pit, Lin Ming found a corpse of a goddess who had been sleeping for 100,000 or even 100,000 years in the ancient tomb of the corpse evil spirit. Originally, Lin Ming did not want to touch the body of the deceased, so he covered the stone coffin and prepared to leave. However, when he left the cave, he faintly heard the woman's call. Lin Ming went back and opened the coffin again. He found a jade pendant and a necklace on the woman. When he was groping the body of the goddess, Lin Ming was shocked to find that the goddess actually had a heartbeat. Then, Lin Ming saw a heart of the emperor that had been beating for more than 100,000 years in the goddess body. Among them, the jade pendant that Lin Ming touched was exactly the same as the jade pendant worn on the chest of the grey white-eyed woman in front of him. Whether it was the shape of the jade pendant or the energy emitted by the jade pendant, if Lin Ming had not just confirmed in the Zumi ring that the jade pendant of the goddess he found in the ancient tomb was still there, he almost thought that the jade pendant in front of him was the same as his. Lin Ming's loss of composure fell into the eyes of the leading magic warrior. He frowned and was very unhappy in his heart. He had a strong possessiveness and naturally would not be happy to have his concubine stared at by others. Young Master Lin, are you acquainted with Wang's concubine? The dissatisfied question of the magic warrior interrupted Lin Ming's meditation. Lin Ming didn't care and looked up at the three uninvited guests. The three great magic warriors were all at the level of life full. Two of them were at the level of triple life full, and one was at the level of double life full. What surprised Lin Ming was that the leading warrior was at the level of double life full, and he was the youngest of the three, looking to be in his 30s. The other two triple life full warriors seemed to be following the lead of the double life full man. They were obviously not from the vicinity of the southern sky region, otherwise so many masters would not be unknown, and Lin Ming should have heard of them long ago. Lin Ming frowned slightly, thinking about the possible purpose of these three people. At this moment, Li Yifeng's true energy transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Brother Lin really has a wide range of friends. If Li is not mistaken, these three people are from the first bandit force in the northwest desert. They are called bandits, but in fact they are also a super sect with a history of more than 7,000 years. 2,000 years ago, a powerful Feng Huang appeared in the sect. Now this old Feng Huang monster should still be living in seclusion in the desert. Even my father is a little afraid of him. And the magic warrior with the second level of life in front of Brother Lin is none other than Wang Yichen, the young master of the bandit force in the northwest desert. Although he has the second level of life, his real combat power is far more than that of the second level. When he was young, he was a well-known genius in the northwest desert. He could fight Zuundan in the Xianshan stage and fight Mingyan in the Zuundan stage. I didn't expect that even he is interested in Brother Lin and wants to make friends with him. Haha. Make friends? Lin Ming was speechless. He certainly wasn't naive enough to think that the other party came to make his acquaintance out of admiration for him. He was considered a righteous warrior and was an enemy of the evil warriors. It was good enough that they didn't fight. Lin Ming cupped his hands and said, "Today is Lin's dual cultivation celebration. I wonder what brings you here?" Wang Yichen laughed twice and cupped his hands in return. "I'm the young master of the Northwest Desert Demon Realm. I heard that the great elder Zuan Wuji of the South Sea Demon Realm was killed by young Xiaolin. I wonder if this is true." Lin Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, it seems to be true." Wang Yichen shook his head and said slowly, "Young Xiaolin killed Zuan Wuji, but he didn't know that Zuan Wuji had a lot of cooperation with our Northwest Desert. Now that Zuan Wuji is dead, all these cooperations are naturally invalidated, and Zuan Wuji still owes our Northwest Desert a lot of benefits that have not been repaid." Cooperation? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. The cooperation that Zuan Wuji needed most was to break through the realm. So, Zuan Wuji broke through the 4th level of life with your help? Young Master Lin is really quick-witted. Wang Yichen said bluntly. Zuan Wuji was indeed able to barely survive the 4th level of life with the help of my Northwest Desert, but the promise he made for this matter has not been fulfilled, causing great losses to my Northwest Desert. I see. No wonder Zuan Wuji was able to forcibly break through the 4th level of life without being able to obtain the Brahma Dragon root. It turned out that he had the secret help of the Northwest Desert. The price paid by the Northwest Desert for such a thing would not be small. Zhu and Wuji must have promised the Northwest Desert a lot of benefits in return, but now of course it has been in vain. Helping Zhu and Wuji break through the 4th level of life to kill Shenhuang Island. If it weren't for this Northwest Desert, why would the giant Kun be sealed in the deep sea trench for 4 months? Lin Ming crossed his arms and looked at Wang Yichen indifferently, but in the final analysis, this matter was due to the different force fields of each other, and there was nothing to pursue. Young Master Wang didn't come to my wedding ceremony to talk about this. What exactly is it for? There's no need to beat around the bush with me. Lin Ming asked straight to the point. Haha, young Master Lin is quick to speak. I will speak directly. As for Zhu and Wuji's breakthrough to the 4th level of life full, my Northwest Desert suffered a great loss because of young Master Lin. Young Master Lin also encountered many dangers because of us. We each have different force fields, so this matter ends here. But before that, my Northwest Desert provided Zhu and Wuji with 2 items, and he has not paid for these items yet. In other words, these 2 items should still belong to my Northwest Desert. Now that Zhu and Wuji is dead, the Zumi ring on him must have fallen into the hands of young Master Lin. Then, Lin Ming asked expressionlessly, I hope young Master Lin returns these 2 items. One is a white jade key, and the other is a life full pill. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming laughed. Lin Ming had indeed seen these 2 items in Zhu and Wuji's Zumi ring. The white jade key should be a prop to open a secret realm, and the life full pill is very helpful for the advancement of life full warriors, and it is also a priceless elixir. Wang Yichen frowned. Young Master Lin, what's wrong? Do you have any doubts? Doubts? What a joke. Lin Ming's smile suddenly disappeared. These 2 things are indeed in my hands. You said without any evidence that these 2 things are from the Northwest Desert. How can people believe it? What's more, they can be said to be tools for you to help Zhu and Wuji deal with Shenhuang Island. According to you, you lend a knife to Zhu and Wuji to kill people, so I should be killed. If I kill Zhu and Wuji, I have to return the knife he used to kill people to you. Is there such a thing in the world? Lin Ming originally had a strong personality, and his words were very sharp. At this time, the guests in the hall were also talking about it. Young Emperor Lin is right. Northwest Desert is bullying too much. That being said, Northwest Desert is too strong. One of the young masters is a double life parish, and it's not just an ordinary double life parish. The 2 guards are triple life parish. It's hard for Shenhuang Island to contend with such a force. Northwest Desert has powerful emperors, which can be said to be a Holy Land level force, while Shenhuang Island is just a 4th grade sect, which is not comparable at all. In the final analysis, Northwest Desert is bullying by taking advantage of its power. If Shenhuang Island was a force at the level of the 4 great divine kingdoms, they would definitely not dare to come to their door. Wang Yichen's face darkened slightly, but he did not lose his composure. He said calmly, young Master Lin, I can make a concession. The white jade key is a secret key to the secret realm, left by a powerful ancient demon, a 6th grade sect master level strongman. 7 keys must be collected to open the secret realm. You can use this key to enter the secret realm with us and share a treasure. In Wang Yichen's view, this condition is already quite good. The secret realm left by the ancient demon powerhouse will tempt the Emperor Strongman, and the life-destroying Strongman will be crazy about it. Lin Ming is in the late stage of Zuanden. If he follows him in and takes a look, he will have a lot of things to share. However, he did not expect that Lin Ming would refuse outright, saying, sorry, I'm not interested. So what if he was a Saint Master of a rank 6 sect? At most, he was in a secret realm of the same level as the Demon God Emperor's palace. After seeing the Chaos Stone carvings, ancient Phoenix totems, and the transformation mirror in the ancient Phoenix city, Lin Ming had no interest in such things at all. Moreover, it was very dangerous to enter an unknown secret realm with these demon warriors, and it was possible that he would be killed. Lin Ming would not be so arrogant as to think that he was invincible in the life-destroying stage. There were too many life-destroying warriors who were stronger than Zhu and Wuji. Wang Yichen's face finally darkened. Their Northwest Desert was considered a Holy Land level force. Now that he came in person to negotiate with the rank 4 sect, it was already a great honor, but the other party was pushing it too far. Lin Ming, we have shown enough sincerity. What do you want? Lin Ming pondered for a moment. His eyes swept over Wang Yichen's concubine and said, if you want the secret key back, take this woman and a 4th grade or higher spiritual vein source in exchange. Lin Ming's words shocked the whole audience. Mu Yuhang was stunned. It was understandable that Lin Ming wanted the spiritual vein source, but did he want that woman? Mu Yuhang looked at the girl. She was less than 20 years old and had a late stage acquired cultivation. Her talent was indeed very good, but it was not amazing. Not to mention that Lin Ming was not a lustful person. Even if he was a lustful demon thief, he would definitely not use a priceless secret key to exchange for a woman. When people thought that Wang Yichen would agree to this matter at once and entangled in the issue of the spiritual vein source, they didn't expect Wang Yichen's face to completely sink. Lin Ming, don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Chapter 758, Tensions Rise, Asking for Monthly Ticket. Wang Yichen's words were obviously threatening, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Although the source of the 4th grade spiritual vein is precious, the power of the Northwest Desert can definitely afford it. It should be noted that the fire spiritual vein that the chief of the Blue-Eyed Sea Ape clan took out before was quasi 5th grade, so it was painful to the point of bleeding in the heart. It is not expensive for Lin Ming to exchange a 4th grade spiritual vein source for the secret realm key. The key to this matter lies in the jade pendant woman. Interesting. Not loving treasures but loving beauties. Haha. Li Yifeng said with interest while drinking in the corner. Young master, do you think everyone is as lustful as you? There must be something wrong with them fighting for that woman. The little maid next to Li Yifeng said unhappily. But the little maid suddenly smiled and said with a bit of gloating, no matter what the situation is, it will be exciting now. If a fight breaks out, that kid called Wang Yichen is not easy to deal with. He is a genius and has crossed the 2nd level of life. It is difficult to estimate his true combat power. I think Lin Ming will suffer a loss. Let him call himself the young emperor. Now it will be fun. Let's see how he ends. You girl, you have bad intentions, but Wang Yichen is really powerful and difficult to deal with. Li Yifeng licked his lips. Whether Lin Ming or Wang Yichen, they will be famous figures in the future. Although Shenhuang Island is in a weak position now, Wang Yichen will not do too much. It is not wise to offend a future strong man. Lin Ming did not expect Wang Yichen to react so strongly. He looked at the woman next to Wang Yichen, but saw that the woman had a wooden expression. There was no spirit in her grey-white pupils. Just looking at her, it unexpectedly gave people a sense of pity. This woman probably didn't volunteer to be Wang Yichen's concubine, but was forced to do so. She didn't even care about Lin Ming's fight for her, and looked as if she was disheartened. What secrets does she have? What is her relationship with the goddess and the eternal demon pit? Lin Ming's mind flashed through many thoughts. He originally asked Wang Yichen for this mysterious woman, one to explore her life experience and family, and another to hide the secret of the jade pendant. If he asked Wang Yichen for the jade pendant directly, it would easily arouse the other party's suspicion and make the other party think that the jade pendant had some special secrets and refuse to exchange. But now it seems that this girl is obviously of great significance to Wang Yichen. This made Lin Ming suspicious. This girl was definitely not an ordinary person. I can give you a section of the 4th grade top level spiritual vein source. As for my concubine, I advise you not to have any idea. I hate others to touch my woman the most. Lin Ming also used the true essence to transmit the sound. Sir, if Lin is not mistaken, this woman is still a perfect virgin. She is said to be your concubine, but I'm afraid she has not been married yet. I only want this woman. As for the 4th grade spiritual vein source, the deep sea blue-eyed sea ape clan happened to send a section of quasi 5th grade spiritual vein source before, which is barely enough. I want this woman for 3 years. After 3 years, I will return her intact and never touch her. At that time, you can still take her into your room. Lin Ming said this, firstly to test Wang Yichen and see if he really only wanted the beauty of the jade pendant girl. Second, to give himself a 3-year deadline. After 3 years, Lin Ming's strength will definitely be further improved. At that time, he will have more confidence to negotiate. After all, the Northwest Desert is a Holy Land level force, and Lin Ming is unwilling to make an enemy with it. Lin Ming, don't challenge my bottom line again and again, otherwise I will turn your wedding today into a funeral. Wang Yichen's words were filled with murderous intent, which also confirmed Lin Ming's guess that he definitely did not take her as a concubine because he was greedy for her beauty. It is even debatable whether the mysterious woman is Wang Yichen's concubine. Turning my wedding into a funeral? A cold arc appeared on the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. It is true that you are from a holy land, but what about a holy land? If a war really breaks out, I will let Jukan take the people from Shenhuang Island to escape to the depths of the South China Sea. I don't believe that such a vast South China Sea cannot avoid your pursuit. Decades later, I will fight back to the Northwest Desert. It's hard to say what the situation will be like then. Fight back to the Northwest Desert in decades? Ha ha ha. Wang Yichen laughed wantonly. Others call you the young emperor. Do you really think that you can enter the divine sea realm in decades? Ridiculous. Not to mention the future. Right now, I can massacre Shenhuang Island with my own strength. When Wang Yichen said this, a red light flashed in his eyes, and wisps of black mist emerged from his body, as if he was ready to fight at any time. Although there are many guests on Shenhuang Island today, the strongest ones are only King Nanan and Abbot Kang of the Great Zen Temple. Both of them have the cultivation of the third level of life and death. If they face the fourth level of life and death, they will not have much resistance. Moreover, they are just guests. As long as their heads are not squeezed by the door, they will not intervene in the battle between the Northwest Desert and Shenhuang Island. As for the others, they are not worth mentioning. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the guests present all turned pale. The other party came with bad intentions. Wang Yichen has a solid foundation, and it is difficult to say what the limit of his strength is. They are both geniuses. Lin Ming is in the late stage of Zuundan against the second level of life and death. He is one major realm plus one minor realm lower than the other party. Fighting across levels is not terrible. What is terrible is that the opponent of the cross-level battle is also a child of destiny. At this time, even the gap of half a minor realm is difficult to overcome. No matter how you look at it, Shenhuang Island is a little weak. Once a fight breaks out, it will be unfair for them to be involved and die inexplicably. Young master, why waste time talking to this brat? Just capture him and take the things away. If he is still stubborn and pushes forward, just kill him. Behind Wang Yichen, a triple life elder drew out his weapon. Crack. The sharp flow of true energy directly cut the surrounding wedding banquet tables, and all kinds of exquisite glass and jade tableaux were broken to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's face also completely sank. This was his wedding banquet, and guests from all sides gathered for a festive and auspicious occasion. The other party used weapons on this occasion, which was a slap in his face in public. At this time, two women walked out from the back of the hall. They were Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingsun. According to the custom of the wedding, Mu Qianxue had been waiting in the bridal chamber before, and Lin Ming was entertaining the guests outside. But now, things have come to this point, and Mu Qianxue has to show up. Master, what's going on? Mu Qianxue's face slightly changed when she saw the scene in the hall. She hurriedly asked Mu Yuhuang. Mu Yuhuang protected Mu Qianxue behind him, and his face was solemn. Jua, notify Mo Guan to contact Jukan. The situation is not good. Wang Yichen ignored what Mu Yuhuang ordered. He smiled coldly and pointed his finger. A palm-sized jade disc flew up out of thin air and landed on his fingertips, spinning rapidly. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was slightly shocked, while Li Yifeng, who was drinking and watching the battle, changed his face. This is the battle spirit. Wang Yichen, this kid, has comprehended the battle spirit. Generally speaking, only the strong and the Sea of Gods can comprehend the battle spirit, but occasionally there are warriors with outstanding talents who can comprehend the battle spirit in the life-falling period. The battle spirit will grow imperceptibly with the improvement of the warrior's own cultivation, so the earlier it is comprehended, the greater the future development space. He comprehended the war spirit after the second death. Many princes and crown princes of the kingdom of God cannot do it. Wang Yichen has amazing talent in martial arts will. Li Yifeng sighed sincerely. In this regard, he felt inferior. A genius is often outstanding in a certain aspect. For example, Li Yifeng's outstanding point is the law of wind artistic conception. His understanding of wind artistic conception has been catching up with the great sea of gods. And Wang Yichen obviously has outstanding martial arts will, maybe relatively weak in the law. There are very few geniuses who are strong in all aspects. Not only Li Yifeng, but also the knowledgeable Abbot Kang of Dachan Temple also recognized the war spirit. He bowed his head and chanted a Buddhist name. Today's situation is getting worse and worse. Lin Ming, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the jade key. You've already angered me. This time, I won't pay any compensation. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the jade plate spinning on Wang Yichen's fingertips. The other party obviously thought highly of himself, otherwise he would not have infused the war spirit into the jade plate, but into his own treasure. He glanced at the girl next to Wang Yichen again. A trace of sorrow flashed across her grey-white pupils, as if she was sad for her fate. Lin Ming's heart was inexplicably touched. What was the story behind this girl? It seems that you are determined to die. I will fulfill your wish. Wang Yichen shouted coldly, and his palm suddenly swung. The jade plate blessed with the war spirit slashed towards Lin Ming's neck like a fatal flywheel. At that moment, the hardness of the jade plate was close to the level of a heavenly treasure. Be careful. Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingxuan screamed at the same time. They were so concerned that they were confused. At this time, they couldn't imagine what they would do if Lin Ming got into trouble. Lin Ming's eyes condensed, and he flicked his finger. A stream of war spirit wrapped in air, whistling out like an arrow. The speed of the war spirit was so fast that in an instant, the war spirit's airflow collided with the jade disc without any fancy moves. With a crisp sound of bang, the jade disc was shattered into pieces, and the air infused with the war spirit continued to move forward, shooting directly at Wang Yichen's brow. What? Wang Yichen was shocked, and with a flick of his right hand, a black long sword was sacrificed. With a sound of clang, the sound of metal and stone clashing, the war spirit's airflow hit the blade of the black longsword heavily, and the longsword trembled. Li Yifeng, who was originally tasting fine wine and watching the show, was dumbfounded on the spot. He opened his mouth wide, and the wine that he had not swallowed in time flowed out along the corners of his mouth, like an Alzheimer's patient. It is true that war spirits are powerful, but it also depends on what they are attached to. Of course, the attack power is the strongest when they are attached to treasures. Wang Yichen obviously underestimated the enemy and only used the jade disc, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to be more arrogant and use air. The air is light and scattered, and more fragile than the jade disc, but under Lin Ming's hands, the jade disc was penetrated. It's the end of the month. Please vote for the monthly ticket. The last day. If you don't vote, it will expire. Thank you. Chapter 759, Battle of the Spirits. The air penetrated the jade disc, and there was still enough force to shoot towards Wang Yichen's forehead. Wang Yichen drew his sword to block, but it was able to hit his lower grade heavenly sword and tremble. The difference in the level of their battle spirits can be imagined. This Lin Ming, if I'm not mistaken, his battle spirit is probably close to the bronze level. Li Yifeng took a breath, and the little maid beside him also widened her almond eyes. She was born in the 4 great divine kingdoms, and also knew what it meant to have a battle spirit close to the bronze level. Each level of battle spirit has 4 levels: formation, minor success, major success, and perfection. It is true that Wang Yichen has talent, but he has only just comprehended the battle spirit for a few years. The level of his battle spirit is considered to be stable in the formation period, while Lin Ming is already at the peak of minor success. You must know that many Sea of Gods have not been able to reach this level. The gap of a realm may not seem like much, but don't forget that Wang Yichen is at the 2nd level of life full, while Lin Ming is at the late stage of Zuanden. When Lin Ming enters the 2nd level of life full, his battle spirit is likely to reach bronze perfection, and before he achieves the Sea of God, he may enter the silver battle spirit. This silver battle spirit is something that only exists in legends. In this way, the gap between the two can be imagined. He is only at the late stage of Zuanden, and at the peak of battle spirit. So when did Lin Ming comprehend battle spirit? Was it at the early stage of Zuanden? Or, at the ultimate innate? Thinking of this, Li Yifeng felt a chill down his spine, and the little maid who had been unhappy with Lin Ming before didn't know what words to use to describe the shock in her heart. Lin Ming's talent in willpower has exceeded her understanding. Maybe Zhuan Wuji was really killed by him alone. The little maid echoed this thought in her mind and closed her mouth. Wang Yichen certainly knew more about what Li Yifan could think of. Although Abbot Kang of the Great Zen Temple was not clear about the classification of war spirits, he could see that Lin Ming's war spirit was stronger than Wang Yichen's. At that moment, Abbot Khan felt that the world of young people was already difficult for him to catch up. Perhaps within a few decades, these young people would reach a height that he could not understand. Lin Ming, I didn't expect you to have a war spirit. Wang Yichen's mouth twitched. The war spirit was his most impressive trump card. He was originally prepared to use it to shock the whole audience, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Lin Ming instead. His mind sank, and he thought to himself, my war spirit has the attribute of the magic path. I didn't use the attribute in the previous attack. I was careless. If I go all out, I may be able to catch up with the gap of a small realm. Wang Yichen couldn't stand being defeated by the opponent in his best area, which dealt a heavy blow to his self-confidence. Killing attribute, war spirit surprise attack. A black light suddenly burst out from Wang Yichen's eyes, condensing into a substantial sword of will and piercing Lin Ming's brow. When Wang Yichen broke through the fate, he realized the war spirit, and it was a rare attribute war spirit. It has the killing attribute. In the fight, it can exert the strongest destructive power and directly kill the opponent's life. A duel of war spirits? Lin Ming's mind moved. He had heard from Mo Guang before that warriors with the same war spirit could directly fight with war spirits in the world of will. Wang Yichen was the first warrior with a war spirit that Lin Ming met. Before that, although he had not entered the world of will to fight with real warriors, when he passed the Emperor's Road, Lin Ming faced the Road of Will lights. Every time he passed a light, he had to enter the world of will and fight a life and death battle with the remaining will of the Emperor. Lin Ming was not unfamiliar with the duel in the world of will, but was quite familiar with it. Lin Ming's mind condensed, and the long spear condensed from the war spirit and the sea of spirit whistled out. The blue light of will shot out from Lin Ming's eyebrows and directly met Wang Yichen's black sword of will. Bang! The two collided, and Lin Ming and Wang Yichen arrived at the world of will at the same time. Wang Yichen said nothing, pointed his finger, and a huge black python appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Lin Ming. This was the python Wang Yichen visualized. The competition in the world of will did not look at the moves and skills, and even the influence of cultivation was not great. It was purely based on whose will was stronger. Compared with the will lighting road that Lin Ming had faced before, Wang Yichen's fighting spirit was far behind. A blue-green spear whizzed out like a meteor and directly pierced through the black python's eyebrows. A large amount of black blood was spilt, and at this moment, Wang Yichen laughed grimly and shouted, "Killing spirit, devour." At that moment, a ball of sticky black mist suddenly erupted from the giant python, swallowing the blue-green spear. With a hissing sound, the black mist invaded the spear body, as if to assimilate it. Wang Yichen laughed loudly. "Lin Ming, I follow the path of killing. My war spirit has the attribute of killing. It can destroy life and devour your will. Does the war spirit have attributes?" Lin Ming's heart moved slightly. He had never heard Mo Guang mention this. He was not unfamiliar with the attribute of killing. He himself completed the 12-winged demon tattoo and had a killing force field, but this was a duel in the world of will. The killing force field could not be used directly unless it was visualized by will. In the final analysis, the world of will was still a competition of will strength. There was no need for the killing force field. If the war spirit could have attributes, Lin Ming's blue will also had an attribute, that is, endless life. "Break!" Lin Ming shouted in a low voice, and the blue light suddenly burst out. With a high-pitched dragon roar, a blue dragon rushed straight into the sky, tore open with one claw, broke through the body of the black python, and tore it into pieces. Although Lin Ming had only one drop of the blood of the reverse scales, it was actually much higher in quality than the blood of the ancient phoenix. The blood of the ancient phoenix is just the ordinary blood of the phoenix. The legendary mythical beast phoenix can prey on giant kun. Its size is not inferior to that of the golden-winged roc. When its wings are spread out, it can cover the blue sky. It is difficult to tell how much blood it has. At that time, Lin Ming got the blood of the reverse scale left by the Lord of the Southern Border Divine Kingdom in the Washan Tower, but it came from the reverse scale of the King Kang Divine Dragon. Dragons have reverse scales, and touching them will kill them. The blood taken from the reverse scales is second only to the essence blood, and the quality is naturally much higher than the ordinary blood of the phoenix. Boom boom boom. The black fog was dispersed by the King Kang energy. The King Kang giant dragon was unstoppable and completely annihilated the black python, and then rushed towards Wang Yichen in one go. Damn it. Wang Yichen shouted angrily, holding a long sword, and slashing at the King Kang giant dragon. Bang. The long sword broke, and Wang Yichen's body was torn into two pieces by the claws of the King Kang giant dragon. He screamed, and the next moment, he had woken up from the world of will, covered in cold sweat and pale. This duel in the will world only lasted for 3 breaths, and Wang Yichen was completely defeated. Lin Ming opened his eyes, his expression normal. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, his war spirit was getting closer and closer to breaking through the bronze level. The war spirit of bronze level is considered to be the best among the strong men in the Sea of Gods in Xi'an continent. Lin Ming. Wang Yichen's mouth twitched, and he gasped for breath. Although the war spirit duel just now did not hurt his body, it also damaged his will. He would not be able to recover to his peak state without a few days. He was very unwilling to lose, and wanted to fight Lin Ming again in the real world, but he had already lost the fight just now. If he fought again, he would leave people with the impression that he could not afford to lose. Even if he won, he would lose face. Moreover, Wang Yichen was already scared in the previous battle. He didn't have much confidence in whether he could beat Lin Ming in the real world. Wang Yichen, if I'm not mistaken, you kidnapped this so-called concubine of yours. She has been restrained. Although I do not claim to be a gentleman, I will not act recklessly. If you two are in love, I will naturally not do anything that will anger the heaven and the people. But now, it is reasonable for me to take her from you. Lin Ming was originally in the right, and he won Wang Yichen in the duel, so all the initiative fell into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming, do you really want to be an enemy of my Northwest Desert? Think about the consequences of doing so. Wang Yichen said with his true essence, I can use a 5th grade spiritual vein source in exchange for the white jade key in your hand. Wang Yichen had no choice but to use the sect behind him to pressure others. At this time, Li Yifeng stood up with a big laugh. Brother Wang, you have already lost. Can't you afford to lose? Wang Yichen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Yifeng sitting in an inconspicuous corner. His heart skipped a beat. Another young hero. This person must be from a powerful force. You are. I'm Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng, the Prince of the 7-Star Divine Kingdom. I never thought that you, the Prince of the Divine Kingdom, would come to attend Lin Ming's wedding celebration. Are you from the 7-Star Divine Kingdom trying to recruit Lin Ming? Wang Yichen was shocked when he saw Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng had a very high level of understanding of the lore of the Wind Realm, and he had a solid foundation. His total amount of true essence was twice that of an ordinary Zuandan warrior. At the same time, he had sealed the power of the stars in his right hand, making him extremely powerful. Of course, these alone were not in Wang Yichen's eyes. After all, Li Yifeng's cultivation was not high, but the power represented by Li Yifeng frightened Wang Yichen. That was the 7-Star Divine Kingdom, one of the 4 great divine kingdoms. Compared with the 4 great divine kingdoms, the Northwest Desert was not as good as the 7-Star Divine Kingdom. The 7-Star Divine Kingdom wanted to win over Lin Ming. Li Yifeng inevitably had this thought in his mind. If that was the case, how could the Northwest Desert threaten the Divine Phoenix Island? Key, life-destroying pill. Wang Yichen squeezed out these 2 words with a vicious tone. He didn't care much about the life-destroying pill. The most important thing was the key to the secret realm. In fact, Zhu and Wuji had contributed a lot to this key, otherwise it would not be placed here. If the keys were not complete, the secret realm left by the Demon Lord could not be opened. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and 2 jade boxes flew to Wang Yichen. After Wang Yichen took them, he scanned them, and confirmed that they were correct. He snorted and said, let's go. Wang Yichen took 2 of his men and strode away, leaving the woman with the jade pendant and grey pupils standing quietly in the hall. She immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 762 Unbreakable and Lan Kin are deified. What's your name? Lin Ming looked at the jade pendant girl and asked. A trace of indifference flashed across the jade pendant girl's grey-white pupils, and she did not respond to Lin Ming's question. The guests present were also secretly muttering in their hearts, what was so special about this woman? Why did Lin Ming exchange her back with a secret realm key? And Wang Yichen was very reluctant, as if he had suffered a great loss. Xingsun, take her away, have someone remove the restrictions in her body, and then have a good rest. Don't disturb her. Lin Ming felt that the girl was in a bad mood now. It would be better to relax for a while before asking her about her life experience and the secret of the jade pendant. The girl was taken away like this, and the guests present were a little disappointed. Everyone has a curious heart, and they originally wanted to see what was so special about this woman. Sorry, I scared you all. Come on, change the tables, chairs, dishes, and let the celebration continue. Lin Ming bowed his hands and apologized to the guests present. Being disturbed at the wedding banquet was originally a very embarrassing thing. However, Lin Ming's attack just now was very fierce. Not only did he not lose face, but his prestige increased. It seemed that the number one man in the South China Sea was not enough to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming's battle spirit is only one step away from the bronze level, and his battle spirit has a strange attribute, otherwise he would not have defeated Wang Yichen so easily. Li Yifeng waved his fan and became more interested in Lin Ming. This is a talent. If he can be recruited to the 7-star Divine Kingdom, it will be a great help. Young master wants to recruit him to the Divine Kingdom? The maid next to Li Yifeng asked in surprise. He has a sect now. It's not easy to directly pull him into the Kingdom of God. Such a young hero may not be willing to join our Kingdom of God. Even if we can't win him over, just making friends with him is also good. As the stringed instruments sounded, the whole banquet continued. At this time, a young man jumped to the center of the venue and shouted, I'm Mo Qianxue from the Jikun sect, and I will dance with swords to cheer you up. Haha, it's too boring to dance with swords alone. I'm Sante from the Taixuan Palace. How about dancing with you? Another young man jumped out. The so-called dance is actually a competition. Of course, in order to ensure the viewing experience, they will try to use some fancy and beautiful moves. According to the tradition of Xianan continent, this kind of large-scale celebration with a gathering of heroes is the time for young disciples from major sects to show their faces. At the birthday banquet of Xiangan Shangren, there were also a large number of young heroes who showed their skills. It was also at that birthday banquet that Lin Ming overwhelmed the heroes, broke Lei Jingshan's conspiracy, and killed Lei Mubei, and then he began to become famous in the Southern Heaven domain. Of course, now Lin Ming has been promoted from a young disciple to a leader of the sect. With the title of the number one person in the South Sea, he will certainly not compete with the younger generation. However, Li Yifeng's maid Kinga saw this situation and her eyes lit up. To be honest, the fights between the younger generations in the Southern Sky region were not worthy of Kinga's attention. Compared with the 4 great divine kingdoms, the young talents in the Southern Sky region were not worth mentioning at all. Lin Ming was completely an anomaly. I'll try it too. Kinga jumped to the center of the field. Her cultivation level of the initial stage of Zuandan shocked the young talents on the spot. Li Yifeng smiled bitterly. Generally, the warriors who competed at the banquet were mostly 17 or 18 years old. Kinga was actually over the age of 17. Is anyone coming up? Kinga challenged on the stage. The disciples of the Southern Sky region and the 5-element region all complained in their hearts. Facing this little girl, the young ones would be asking for trouble if they went up, and the old ones couldn't go up. For a while, there was a bit of silence. I want to fight you. Just then, a voice sounded, and Lankin walked onto the stage. Lankin and Kinga were of similar age, and both were beautiful and elegant girls, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who is that girl in blue with pointed ears? She seems to be a friend of Emperor Lin, but she is so young. Is she going to compete with the disciples of the Kingdom of God? The guests present were discussing, and Lankin was a little known person. The opponent is a Zuandan warrior. Can this girl in blue win? As a warrior from the fairy tribe, Lankin's own cultivation was at the peak of the 1-star Demon King, and she was 1 step away from the 2-star Demon King realm. However, due to the different cultivation systems, the guests present could not see Lankin's cultivation at all. Who are you? Kinga didn't expect that there was really someone who dared to challenge her, especially when the opponent was about the same age as her. If Kinga hadn't seen Lin Ming's terrifying side, She would not have taken the opponent seriously. Fairy tribe, Blue Silver Forest, Lankin. Lankin reported the name of the Blue Silver Holy Land. There was nothing to hide. There were too many alien tribes in China continent. Just talking about the tribes in the South China Sea, there were countless of them. The appearance of a fairy tribe was just a novelty. What Blue Silver Forest? I haven't heard of it. Maybe it's an unknown island deep in the South China Sea, or maybe it's an underwater forest. This is the first time I've heard of the fairy tribe. The warriors present were discussing. Naturally, they had never heard of the name of the Blue Silver Holy Land. Li Yifeng was playing with his fan. He had already noticed Lankin, Duan Mukwon and Fengshan. These three were obviously not ordinary people, but it was hard to tell how strong they were. I don't know where they came from. Their cultivation methods are quite strange. They look younger than Kinga. They know Kinga's cultivation level, but they still dare to challenge her. It seems that she is also a top genius. Although Kinga was nominally Li Yifeng's maid, she was actually a genius girl of a different surname from the 7-star Divine Kingdom. Although her talent was inferior to that of the Divine Kingdom's prince, it was not much different. Seeing Lankin and Kinga go to the square in front of the palace and prepare to show off their skills, Lin Ming smiled. The 1-star demon king of the goblin race was originally slightly better than the human Zuund in early stage. Lankin was still at the peak of the 1-star demon king and could advance to the 2-star demon king at any time, which was almost equivalent to the human Zuund and middle stage strongman. The cultivation level was advantageous, and Lankin's own talent was second only to Duan Mukwon. This was bullying. While the guests were expressing their opinions on this battle, Lankin had already fought with Kinga. Most people were not optimistic about Lankin, but the result of the fight was jaw-dropping. With only 3 moves, Lankin broke Kinga's hairpin. Kinga was originally arrogant and could not bear such a blow, especially since the opponent did not look much older than her. How could this be tolerated? Unconvinced, Kinga went all out, but was defeated even faster. Lankin's cultivation suppressed Kinga in all aspects. With only 2 moves, Kinga's longsword was picked up by Lankin and the winner was obvious. This battle with an unexpected result made the atmosphere of the entire banquet suddenly heated up. People gathered around Lankin and others to discuss. No one thought that this dual cultivation celebration held by Lin Ming would have such a gathering of heroes. Kinga returned to her seat in great depression. She was originally prepared to go on stage to make a big splash, but she was swept away in disgrace. I've always told you not to underestimate people. Li Yifeng smiled and patted Kinga's shoulders. He had guessed that, since Lankin dared to play, she must be confident in her own strength, but he didn't expect that she would defeat Kinga so easily. You still say that I'm so embarrassed. I don't know what kind of grass that woman ate to grow up. She's not a human at all. Kinga muttered softly. She felt that she had lost all her face. This woman's origin is indeed strange. Li Yifeng bit the corner of the fan, his eyes flashing. Lin Ming's friends surprised him. He really underestimated the heroes of the world. This blue-dressed girl alone was already at the level of a prince of the kingdom of God. The other 2 were by no means ordinary. In addition to Lin Ming, Li Yifeng also began to pay attention to Lankin and others. Haha, what's up, brother Duan Mu? Do you want to go to the 4 great kingdoms? Seeing Lankin's exit, Lin Ming sent a telepathic message to Duan Mukwon, saying that this competition might have been instructed by Duan Mukwon, so that Lankin could make a name for the 3 of them, and pave the way for them to go to the 4 great kingdoms. The 4 great kingdoms are full of young talents, and Duan Mukwon and others must get to know these people, and compete with them, in order to make progress. In order to get to know these people, they must show their strength. Well, that's what I meant. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The 3 of us came to Xianan continent to broaden our horizons, so as not to become frogs in a well. The 4 great divine kingdoms are the holy places of Xianan continent, so we naturally have to go there. Haha, I also plan to go to the 4 great divine kingdoms to see them, but I have to wait for some time. Lin Ming has made plans for the future. He must first learn alchemy and inscription. Learning an auxiliary skill is a training of the soul. In the later stage of martial arts, the role of the soul will become more and more significant. The true essence needs the soul's thoughts to mobilize, and the fighting spirit also needs the sea of spirit to carry. The soul is fragile, and the improvement of strength will encounter bottlenecks. This is also the reason why many great powers in the god realm have some auxiliary skills. Moreover, Lin Ming's practice of the 8 gates of Dunjia does require a large amount of medicinal materials to train his body. It is obviously unrealistic to rely on chance to get it. To study alchemy in depth, a large amount of materials are needed, from low-level materials to natural treasures. The requirements are very complicated, and these things are difficult to find in a small southern sky region. I also guessed that Brother Lin would go to the 4 great divine kingdoms, but we plan to go on our own, and we 3 may even separate in the 4 great divine kingdoms. Duan Mukwon smiled and said so. The 3 of them were already far behind Lin Ming in strength, and the gap in strength also meant that they could not train together. For example, they might not be able to enter the secret realm that Lin Ming could go to, and Lin Ming might not be interested in the secret realm that they could go to. Well, okay, this wedding banquet celebration is for Brother Duan Mu. Lin Ming's dual cultivation ceremony lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, Lin Ming would only appear on the first day to personally entertain the guests, and then it would be handed over to Mu Qianxue. That night, Lin Ming came to his new Liwa bridal chamber, and at this time, Mu Qianxue, dressed in a red wedding dress, was sitting on the big bed with mandarin ducks playing in the water, and had been waiting for a long time. Beside Mu Qianxue, Qin Xingxuan was facing the bronze mirror, carefully dressing up. Chapter 761, The Mystery of the Girl, the God-forsaken clan. The Eternal Devil Pit has infinite magic power for the warriors of the Holy Demon Continent. Many powerful emperors would think of looking for opportunities in the Eternal Devil Pit when they had no hope of breaking through, but they never returned, even the first person in the Holy Demon Continent. Even so, there are still many powerful people whose lifelong wish is to go to the Eternal Devil Pit to take a look, because it is too mysterious, and the powerful beings lurking in the Eternal Devil Pit are shocking. Lin Ming also has endless interest in the Eternal Devil Pit. Before, Lin Ming was also full of curiosity about the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm and the ancient Phoenix clan. Now, the mystery of the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm has been revealed. Because the population of the Divine Realm is too large, many branches of large families will migrate to the lower realm, and the branches of the Divine Realm Phoenix clan are no exception, so there is a Divine Phoenix Secret Realm. But about the Eternal Devil Pit, Lin Ming still feels a fog. Think about the giant beast with a body length of thousands of miles that he saw in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, and then think about the heart of the Emperor that beats for 100,000 years in the body of the goddess that is flawless and still lifelike after 100,000 years. If these things are said to be made by a branch of a big family in the god realm, it is really unconvincing. Lin Ming suspected that the owner of the heart of the Emperor was a person on the verge of the peak even in the god realm. He was definitely not comparable to the Demon Emperor and the Lord of the Southern Border God Kingdom. Why would such a person appear in the Xianan continent? Why was his heart sealed in the body of the goddess, and is he dead or alive? If the goddess was the most important person in the Emperor's life, why did he leave her alone in the ancient tomb in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone? Accompanied by Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming came to the mysterious girl's room and pushed the door open. He saw the girl in white clothes, sitting in front of the window with her back to them, and her black hair spread out like a waterfall. Beside the girl, the bed was neatly made, as if the girl had not slept all night, but had just sat in front of the window all night. Looking at her back, Mu Qianxue felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Girl, what's your name? The girl looked back at the two of them. A trace of calmness and indifference flashed in her grey-white pupils. She did not speak, ignoring Mu Qianxue's question. She seems to have closed her heart and doesn't trust anyone. I really don't know what kind of life experience this girl has. Mu Qianxue said to Lin Ming using her true energy to transmit her voice. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. It was obviously impossible to ask the girl about her life experience under such circumstances. He touched the Zumi ring with his right hand, and a green jade pendant appeared in his hand. Girl, do you recognize this? The girl was finally moved when she saw the jade pendant in Lin Ming's hand. She subconsciously touched her chest and felt the warm feeling on her chest. The jade pendants were still there. 2 jade pendants? You. The girl finally spoke. Since the first time Lin Ming saw her speak, Her voice was very pleasant, but with a special accent. "Where did your jade pendant come from?" Lin Ming smiled slightly, put away the jade pendant, and said, "Before answering your question, you need to answer me a question first. I want to know your life experience." The girl hesitated, and then a trace of confusion flashed in her grey pupils. She whispered, "We are the Abandoned God Clan." Abandoned God Clan. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." "We are a cursed family. We have no surname and no origin. The ancestors of the family angered the gods and brought down punishment. My descendants have borne it from generation to generation. The tattooed curse mark on my face is the sign of a blood curse." "Curse? What curse?" Lin Ming had noticed the mysterious curse mark on the girl's face a long time ago. He had felt that it was unusual before, but he didn't expect it to be a curse. The children of the family, from the time they are born, will suffer an unbearable pain every once in a while. It is a feeling that goes into the bone marrow, which comes from the tattoo curse on our faces. As they grow older, the intervals between attacks of this pain will become shorter and shorter, and the duration will become longer and longer, until the person dies of pain, or is forced to commit suicide. Only by practicing martial arts can one delay and suppress this pain with one's own strength and will. However, the sad thing is that, even if the children of the family are extremely talented, they cannot defy fate. In the later stages of practice, they will still lose to the blood curse. The girl's words completely caught Lin Ming off guard. He originally thought that the family related to the goddess in the eternal demon pit was likely to be a super family with a long heritage and a glorious history. Unexpectedly, the girl said that it was a family abandoned by the gods, and their bloodline was cursed from generation to generation. Could they be the descendants of the goddess? If so, how could the descendants of the goddess who was so powerful back then end up like this? Do you know the ancestors of your family? Do they have names? Or do you know their life stories? Why would they offend the so-called gods? The girl shook her head. The time was too long ago. The truth of history is often buried in the long river of history and cannot be traced back. She said, "The ancestors left us only 2 words of ancestral precepts." "What is it?" "Continue." Lin Ming was shocked after hearing this. The simple 2-word ancestral precepts seemed to contain this kind of unwilling obsession. Continue. Continue forever, unwilling. Lin Ming looked at the girl again, and there was a little more, or in his heart. This is a magical family. If they are really the descendants of the goddess, then it means that they have continued for 100,000 years under the power of the blood curse. Even if the history of the family has been lost, even if the glory of the family has been buried, but the unyielding spirit of fighting against fate engraved in their bones has continued stubbornly, following the blood of the family, flowing endlessly. Lin Ming took a breath and said, "I have another question. Why does Wang Yichen want you?" After Lin Ming asked this question, the girl did not answer. Instead, she looked at Lin Ming with a serious look. Lin Ming understood and said, "Okay, I will answer your question first. My jade pendant came from an ancient tomb." Lin Ming did not describe the eternal demon pit in detail. He just said that it was a life-forbidden area. Then he told the mysterious girl how he followed the corpse evil to the ancient tomb, how he saw the goddess, heard the goddess call, and even the existence of the heart of the emperor. After hearing this, the girl was completely stunned. She was speechless. An inexplicable pain surged in her heart, making her almost unable to breathe, but she didn't know why she was in pain. Is the woman in the coffin the ancestor of the family? What kind of history does their family carry? Why did she feel as if she was crying from the depths of her blood when she heard this story? Lin Ming was silent on the side, waiting for the girl's recollection and sadness, waiting for her answer. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the girl spoke. "Wang Yichen wants to get me because of the blood mark in my body." Blood mark. Lin Ming's heart moved. He had learned this term from the memory of the great power in the god realm. The so-called blood mark is a special ability inherited from the family bloodline. This ability can only be passed down through the relationship between direct relatives. In a sense, the affinity of the ancient Phoenix family to the laws of the fire system can also be regarded as a blood mark, but it is not special enough. Some families have extremely special blood marks, such as the netherworld eyes that can see through all the ghosts in the world, and the special physical training that can control the body's muscles at will. The girl said, "The blood mark of my family is an extremely special ability. Only a few descendants can manifest this ability. I'm one of them. It is a special force field, called a support field." Support field? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Field ability? Some of the children in our family can form a force field in a certain area around them to enhance the combat power of the warriors in the force field, including accelerating the recovery of the warrior's physical strength, healing injuries, improving the warrior's speed, defense, and attack power, and even amplifying the opponent's will, soul power and perception. The support field I have is to amplify the speed, attack and will of the warriors. So that's how it is. Lin Ming suddenly realized that this ability was indeed special, especially this girl's ability to amplify the warrior's will. The essence of the battle spirit is the warrior's martial arts will. If the will is strong, the battle spirit will naturally be strong. Wang Yichen was originally talented in martial arts will, so naturally he wanted to get this girl. The girl continued, "After Wang Yichen kidnapped me, he tried to place restrictions in my sea of spirit, plant slave seals, and various other methods. However, due to the peculiarities of my bloodline seal and my thoughts, all of them failed. He wanted me to practice quickly, to reach the level of Zuandan and Mingan, so that I could become his helper in the future. But I didn't want to be someone else's pawn. For 2 consecutive years, I refused to practice. Not only did my cultivation level not improve, it was actually regressing. In order to ease the relationship with me, Wang Yichen brought me with him every day, took good care of me, and announced to the outside world that I was his concubine, hoping to change my mind. So that's it." Lin Ming finally understood. This girl had a strong temper, and Wang Yichen probably had no choice. If it was an assistant who had already been cultivated, Wang Yichen would not give the girl to him, even if he risked his life. "What's your name?" The girl hesitated for a moment and said, "Ju." The name of only one character, meaning beautiful jade, is homophonic with the Ju and Ju decisive, giving people a feeling of being both gentle and strong, which is completely consistent with the girl's character. "How old are you?" 19. 19. Lin Ming was secretly shocked. At the age of 19, she had not practiced for 2 years, but she still had the cultivation of the late acquired stage. If she practiced, she should be able to break through the innate stage. This girl's talent is much better than imagined. If she is willing to cooperate with Wang Yichen, the role she will play in the future is immeasurable. It's just a pity that Lin Ming still didn't get too much information about the goddess in the coffin from the girl. The woman is still a mystery. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762 Wood Spirit Jade. Xingxun, Chua. In Mu Qianxue's new room, Lin Ming called Qin Xingxun and Mu Qianxue over. The 2 women sat side by side on the bed, against the red silk curtains, and they were so beautiful. Several months had passed since Lin Ming killed Zhu and Wuji. During these days, Lin Ming's cultivation was temporarily suspended. He spent a lot of time comprehending the alchemy techniques left by the alchemist in the divine realm, and the rest of the time he spent with his parents and family. After marrying Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming enjoyed sex very much, and tried it every day. "This is for you." Lin Ming took out 2 square crystals from the Zumi ring. In each crystal, there were 2 drops of vermilion liquid, which looked sticky and rosy, like red pearls. "What is this?" When Mu Qianxue saw the 4 drops of red liquid, her heart skipped a beat inexplicably. She could feel that these drops of liquid were definitely not ordinary. "It's the blood of the ancient phoenix," Lin Ming said. Hearing these 4 words, Qin Xingxun was slightly confused in surprise, while Mu Qianxue's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Ancient phoenix blood. But the mythical beast phoenix? Yes. Back then in the ancient phoenix city, Lin Ming obtained a total of 110 drops of ancient phoenix blood, of which the first 100 drops were given to Lin Ming at once, and absorbed by Lin Ming directly. The last 10 drops were given to Lin Ming a few days later, and he did not use them, because even if he used them, the effect would not be very great. In this way, it is better to save them and give 2 drops to Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingxun, which can greatly improve their physical fitness. As for the remaining 6 drops, they can be used for emergencies, such as the last time Qin Xingxun exhausted her blood essence on the Blood Evil Island. If Lin Ming had not happened to bring the blood essence of the vermilion bird, Qin Xingxun would have died. Lin Ming, where did you get the ancient phoenix blood? Mu Qianxue breathed rapidly. She had only seen records about the ancient phoenix blood in the classics of the divine Phoenix Island before, and thought it was just a legend. Unexpectedly, there is such a thing in the Xianan continent. King level trial. You participated in the king level trial? Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes widened. Lin Ming had told Mu Qianxue about the rules of the trial ground in the divine phoenix secret realm before. The king level trial was the highest level. Lin Ming had never thought that he would complete it. Yes, these ancient phoenix bloods are the rewards of the trial. Then you should absorb them yourself. Qin Xingxun interrupted, and Mu Qianxue nodded. Of course, it would be best if Lin Ming absorbed them. I have already absorbed a lot. A few more drops won't have much effect. Lin Ming pointed to the mark between his eyebrows. Don't you feel it? Since the first time he absorbed the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming had a faint pressure on him, especially the warriors with the blood of the vermilion bird. It was only because Lin Ming deliberately suppressed it, and because Lin Ming himself was amazingly powerful, everyone felt accustomed to feeling a little pressure from him, which made Mu Qianxue not ask more questions. Mu Qianxue didn't know what expression to use after hearing what Lin Ming said. The blood of the ancient phoenix was only recorded in the classics of Shenhuang Island, but when it came to Lin Ming, he said that even a few more drops would have no effect. Lin Ming saw through Mu Qianxue's thoughts, and said with a smile, "Sure, the divine realm phoenix may be thousands of miles long. Who knows how big it is? If all the blood in its body flowed out, it would probably flood a city. I only have 4 drops here, and it's the most common blood in the phoenix, not the essence blood. It's not as exaggerated as you think." Hearing what Lin Ming said, Mu Qianxue said with a smile, "It's nothing to you, but for me, it's a great opportunity. My talent is at the peak of the saint level. These 2 drops of vermilion bird's essence blood are enough to send me to the emperor level. Don't even mention the blood of the ancient phoenix. On Shenhuang Island, even the essence blood of the vermilion bird is something that people envy. They don't even dare to think about the blood of the ancient phoenix. These 2 drops of the ancient phoenix's blood, even if an ordinary genius absorbs them, can make them a saint level genius. The higher the rank of a genius, the easier it is to improve. For an ordinary genius to be promoted to a saint level genius, a great opportunity is enough, such as the 2 drops of ancient phoenix blood in front of him. For a saint level genius to be upgraded to an emperor level genius, it may take several great opportunities to accumulate, and the warrior's own talent must be extremely outstanding. It is even more difficult for an emperor level genius to upgrade to the level of Fire Dragon and Fire Feather. At this time, it is an advantage of great opportunities for saint level geniuses, but it is just standard equipment for Fire Dragon level geniuses. For example, the blood of the ancient phoenix in front of him is not a great opportunity for Fire Dragon level geniuses, because Fire Dragon itself has a very rich ancient phoenix bloodline. This is standard equipment. It is natural to have it, but it is a disadvantage if you don't have it. Therefore, even if Lin Ming absorbs 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood, it will only make him stronger, and it will not make his genius level go up. He comprehended the fire system to such an extent, which should be what a genius of Lin Ming's level should do, otherwise it would be insufficient. Jua, Xingxun, I have made an appointment with Li Yifeng to go to the Jihading Divine Kingdom of the 4 Great Divine Kingdoms. We will leave in a month. This time, I may be away for several years. The Jihading Divine Kingdom, the most powerful of the 4 Great Divine Kingdoms, is famous for its alchemy. Lin Ming wants to practice alchemy, and it is most suitable for him to practice alchemy in the Jihading Divine Kingdom. This alchemy is a very complicated life skill. To refine a furnace of elixir, it is not enough to use various spiritual medicines and plants, but also some medicine leaves and medicine bases. If you want to refine high level elixir, you can't do without one thing, that is wood spirit jade. This wood spirit jade is similar to the bones of the devil. The bones of the devil are the energy fields left by some dead strong men and holy beasts that were sealed underground and condensed over hundreds of thousands of years. The wood spirit jade is the root, stem, and fruit of some spiritual wood and spiritual grass that died naturally without anyone collecting them. It was buried underground for hundreds of thousands of years and condensed. The former is an animal, and the latter is a plant. The formation principles of the two are similar, but there are actually great differences. If Lin Ming wants to learn the art of alchemy, he must use a large amount of wood spirit jade, which is hard to find in the southern sky region. Although there are many in the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, they are rare and valuable. With Lin Ming's financial resources, it is naturally no problem to buy a moderate amount, but if he uses a large amount, especially when he uses high quality wood spirit jade repeatedly, it is not to mention whether Lin Ming's financial resources can support it. The key is that he has money, but nowhere to buy it. Lin Ming counted his belongings. So far, the strongest person he has killed is only Zuan Wuji, who has fallen from the 4th level. All other wealth, including Zuan Wuji's to helpers who set up the 1000 Illusion Sea Sealing Array, and a group of elders in the South Sea Demon region, all added up, is equivalent to Zuan Wuji's wealth. In other words, Lin Ming's current wealth is considered to be a relatively wealthy level among the strong people who have fallen from the Divine Sea, and there is still a big gap compared to the strong people in the Divine Sea. Of course, this is the case when Lin Ming does not sell the heavenly grade demon god bone and the ancient phoenix blood, but Lin Ming will naturally not use these two things. Lin Ming wanted to go to the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom to look for wood spirit jade. He couldn't just rely on his wealth to buy it. He couldn't afford it, and there was nowhere to buy it. In this way, he could only rely on the rich knowledge passed down by the divine domain alchemist to find and discover wood spirit jade himself. It is no exaggeration to say that every alchemist has a set of skills to explore geology and find wood spirit jade. Good wood spirit jade is often buried tens of feet or even hundreds of feet deep underground. It is difficult for warriors to perceive deeply underground, not to mention that the areas where wood spirit jade exists are often special in geology, which is more likely to interfere with perception. At this time, the alchemist can only rely on experience and knowledge to find wood spirit jade. In the remaining month, Lin Ming retreated to study the art of alchemy. Although the memories of the divine domain alchemist have been engraved in Lin Ming's mind, it takes a long time to integrate them. When he was exhausted from studying the art of alchemy, Lin Ming would take out the bones of the demon god and continue to practice. In such a long time, Lin Ming has gone from entering the late stage of Zuanden to entering the late stage of Zuanden. However, there is still a long way to go before reaching the realm of life and death. From Zuanden to life and death, it is considered a great realm. For human warriors, this is a process of rebirth. Before life and death, it is a mortal body, and after life and death, it is a spirit body. This kind of rebirth is completely different from the cleansing of essence and marrow in the body training technique. After the body training technique is completed to the full marrow tempering, and then the 8 gates of Dungia and the 9 stars of Deo Palace are opened, the body is comparable to a holy weapon, indestructible, and the moon is destroyed, and the stars are sunken with a single move, and a roar can shock warriors who are weaker than themselves to death. But the spirit body is different. Even if it is a spirit body, the defense is still very fragile. If there is no body protecting true essence, it will be easily penetrated by weapons. The role of the spirit body is to store and gather the vitality of heaven and earth. For warriors in the Zuanden stage, only the Danshan and Meridians can store true essence. The flesh cannot directly absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, but needs to rely on the acupoints around the body. However, after the death of life, the original mortal body will be dismembered and reorganized, expelling all impurities, and every cell will be activated, able to actively absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. Therefore, warriors with spiritual bodies can directly absorb and store the vitality of heaven and earth with their bodies without the need for acupoints, which makes the total amount of true essence of warriors who have died of life several times more than that of warriors who have rotated pills, including recovery and endurance. This is also the reason why the strength of warriors who have died of life has leaped. If Lin Ming reaches the death of life, then his body is both a spiritual body and has been tempered by the 8 gates of Dungia, and his strength is comparable to that of a treasure. This is the benefit of dual cultivation of the body and the law. Unknowingly, it was the day agreed upon by Lin Ming and Li Yifeng. Lin Ming had no idea about the 4 great kingdoms, and he couldn't even name them all. It couldn't be better to have a guide, let alone other things, but from Shenhuang Island to the 4 great kingdoms, there are hundreds of teleportation arrays of all sizes along the way for millions of miles. If there was no Li Yifeng, it would not be easy to think about these teleportation arrays. A transitional chapter, somewhat bland. This kind of chapter is actually the most difficult to write. This chapter was written very slowly, so it's so late. Lin Ming will soon go to the 4 great divine kingdoms. This plot should still be very interesting. Chapter 763 heading to the 9 Cauldrons Kingdom. In the early morning, before the sun rose, Shenhuang Island was shrouded in a thin morning mist. Lin Ming said goodbye to his parents, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue, took the magic light, and followed Li Yifeng and his party to the 4 kingdoms of the gods. Li Yifeng's party of 4, in addition to Kinga, whom Lin Ming had met before, and a little nun who didn't like to talk much, there was also a beautiful boy in white clothes who was extremely handsome. This beautiful boy, like Li Yifeng, liked to hold a folding fan, but at first glance, this boy had a white face and no beard, his hands were too delicate, and he had no Adam's apple. It was obvious that he was a woman dressed as a man. Brother Lin already knows Kinga. This little master's Dharma name is Jinggyuan. This is Master Muring. Li Yifeng introduced his companions to Lin Ming. When he mentioned Master Muring, Li Yifeng had a smirk on his face and emphasized the word master, which caused the beautiful boy to roll his eyes in dissatisfaction. Lin Ming was amused. In fact, for a warrior who has reached a certain level of cultivation, it is too easy to distinguish between men and women at a glance. Moreover, this Mr. Muring is a woman dressed as a man, and ordinary people can probably tell them apart. Unless you have a good disguise, it is difficult to deceive others. Mr. Muring knows this, but still dresses in men's clothes, which can only prove that she likes this kind of dress. It is not surprising that some young talents have some strange hobbies. Lin Ming did not say it, but bowed and said, Master Jinggyuan, Mr. Muring, nice to meet you. Seeing Lin Ming's respect, Muring had a rare good impression of Lin Ming, and bowed in return. Kinga also put her hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. Brother Lin, this trip to the 4 great kingdoms is millions of miles. We will first go north to the Great Zen region, then enter the Heling region, and then go down to the Zhuanhuang province. Although most of the journey will rely on teleportation arrays, we will also be delayed for a month or 2 on the journey. Brother Lin, you can do whatever you want on my spiritual boat. You can enjoy the scenery and practice in seclusion. Li Yifeng's spiritual boat is 10 times larger than ordinary spiritual boats. The interior decoration is very luxurious. The tables and chairs are made of spiritual wood and covered with various rare beast skins. The beds and rooms are all luxurious and grand. Obviously, Li Yifeng has spent a lot of thought on this. Brother Li, how far is your 7-star kingdom from the 9 Cauldron Kingdom? Lin Ming has also asked about the basic situation of the 4 great kingdoms these days. The 4 great kingdoms are the 9 Cauldron Kingdom, Day Kingdom, Shura Kingdom and 7-star Kingdom. In these 4 great kingdoms, there are more than a dozen well-known emperors, plus some semi-hidden emperors, and the number of emperors in each kingdom is close to 10, or even more than 10. The most powerful of the 4 kingdoms is the Jiaoning Kingdom, which is famous for its alchemy skills. The entire kingdom is rich in wood, spirit, jade and various natural treasures for alchemy. It is no exaggeration to say that every warrior in the Jiaoning Kingdom can make alchemy. Even if they are not alchemists, they know some of the basics of alchemy. Second only to the Jiaoning Kingdom is the Day Kingdom, which is famous for its weapon refining skills and has various precious metal deposits. In the Day Kingdom, 9 out of 10 warriors are weapon refiners. Except for those handed down from ancient times, almost all the other heavenly treasures in the Xianan continent come from the Day Kingdom. The third strongest is the Shura Kingdom, which is a relatively independent kingdom. Its strength is far behind the Jiaoning Kingdom and the Day Kingdom. The main reason is that there are no special resources in the country. The Shura Kingdom is dominated by magic warriors. The people in the kingdom are barbaric, and killing people in the street is not new. The last one on the list is the 7-star Divine Kingdom. There are no outstanding mineral resources in the country either, which greatly limits the development of the Divine Kingdom. The 7-star Divine Kingdom is famous for its formations, but no matter how strong the formations are, they are always an auxiliary means. They are naturally far behind the alchemy that can directly improve the cultivation of warriors and even mass-produce geniuses. Brother Lin wants to go to the Ninding Divine Kingdom? Li Yifeng was not surprised to hear Lin Ming's inquiry. The Ninding Divine Kingdom is known for treasures and opportunities everywhere. Every year, there are many warriors who go to the Ninding Divine Kingdom to find some natural treasures and ascend to heaven in one step. However, the Ninding Divine Kingdom has very strict control over the places of opportunity and naturally will not easily let these treasures flow into the hands of outsiders. Even so, there are still a large number of warriors who want to come to this holy place of cultivation in the Xiaonan continent to see it. I have this plan. Lin went to the Ninding Divine Kingdom to find some wood spirit jade. Lin Ming said frankly, there is nothing to hide. Talk to Li Yifeng, and the other party may have some channels. Wooden spirit jade? Li Yifeng's eyes lit up after hearing this. So Brother Lin is also a jade lover. Li Yifeng said, and scratched the Zumi ring with his left hand, and took out a sandalwood box that was 1 foot square. When the box was opened, a light but very pure wood type energy emanated from it. In front of Lin Ming were 4 pieces of emerald green stones with rough surfaces and irregular shapes, which looked like uncut jade. They were undoubtedly wooden spirit jade. In addition, next to the 4 wooden spirit jades, there was a pair of exquisitely carved jade horses, which were also made of wooden spirit jade. Jade horses carved from wooden spirit jade? Lin Ming was slightly startled. In the memory of the God Realm Mighty, there were also many memories related to wooden spirit jade carvings, wooden spirit jade ornaments, utensils, etc. Lin Ming only glanced at these memories roughly. After all, things like art were of no help to martial arts cultivation. He only cared about the memory of the God Realm Mighty. I just didn't expect that the wood spirit jade carvings in the God Realm are also available in the Xiaonan continent. Haha, my pair of jade horses are not bad, right? I spent a lot of money to buy them at an auction. They are old objects carved by famous artists 10,000 years ago. Li Yifeng was full of pride and boasting when he spoke, and it was obvious that he loved this jade carving very much. At this moment, a discordant voice interrupted. Li Yifeng, I will report to the Lord Shangchen truthfully about your private use of a large amount of Yuanling stones from the God Realm to buy the wood spirit jade horses this time. Lin Ming looked up and saw that it was Mr. Mirren who was speaking, which made him laugh in his heart. Yuanling stone is a kind of crystal stone for cultivation that is better than Zhenyuan stone. The value of a low-grade Yuanling stone is basically equivalent to a piece of top-grade Zhenyuan stone. Li Yifeng's originally boastful smile froze. Mirren tomboy, you will die if you don't spoil it. Humph, the Yuanling stones given to you by the Lord Shangchen are for you to use to buy cultivation resources, not to buy toys. Mirren responded tit for tat. Who says that wood spirit jade can't be used for cultivation? Wood spirit jade carvings and jewelry are so expensive because it has the effect of nourishing the soul. The more advanced the cultivation, the more significant the effect of soul power. Do you understand? Li Yifeng's words are not bad. Wood spirit jade is indeed a good thing for nourishing the soul. In addition to being used for refining medicine, wood spirit jade can also be directly absorbed by warriors for cultivation. However, because wood spirit jade is full of wood energy, unless you are a wood type warrior, using wood spirit jade for cultivation is a waste of natural resources. Then, for warriors who do not know how to refine medicine and have no affinity with wood energy, the only way to use wood spirit jade after obtaining it is to carry it with them. Over time, the rich wood energy in the wood spirit jade will nourish the soul of the warrior. However, the original stone of wood spirit jade is rough and irregular, which is neither beautiful nor comfortable to carry around, so various wood spirit jade carving techniques will spread. Gradually, various carvings are becoming more and more exquisite. Sometimes warriors even buy these valuable things just for the wood spirit jade carving itself, rather than for using wood spirit jade to nourish the soul. Stop quibbling. If you want to nourish your soul, you can bring a piece of raw stone for the same effect. Why do you need to bring this pair of expensive jade horses? I will report this to my Lord Shangchen. Mirren was unyielding and said very seriously. Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. Li Yifeng looked like he didn't want to bother with you and turned to Lin Ming and said, haha, if brother Lin likes wood spirit jade, I'll take you to some famous markets to open your eyes. Li Yifeng obviously knew a lot about the market for wood spirit jade. He immediately introduced 7 or 8 large wood spirit jade markets to Lin Ming, enumerating the advantages and disadvantages of each market. After bragging about it, he talked about his pair of jade horses again. Look at my pair of jade horses. They are finely carved and were made by Zhuan Can, a master carver 10,000 years ago. The jade used is Gu Muling jade, which is 250,000 years old. The older the Muling jade is, the better its quality and the higher its value. Muling jade has a characteristic that it can absorb the wood energy in the heaven and earth energy to replenish itself. Therefore, although Muling jade will also lose some energy, the speed of dissipation is a little slower than the speed of replenishment. The older the Muling jade is, the purer the wood energy it possesses. Lin Ming didn't care who Zhuan Can was, and he was not interested in knowing where Gu Muling jade came from. However, Lin Ming was sure that the Muling jade materials of the pair of jade horses in Li Yifeng's hands were at most 120,000 to 130,000 years old. In other words, Li Yifeng was cheated. 120,000-year-old Muling jade is only 1/3 of the value of 250,000-year-old Muling jade. In fact, being cheated is normal. The age of wood spirit jade is difficult to judge. Even experienced alchemists can make mistakes. For some laymen, sometimes they can't even tell the difference between real and fake wood spirit jade. Some masters can use wood elemental spirit stones and add some wood spirit jade powder to make wood spirit jade that is difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Brotherly, can you transfer those pieces of wood spirit jade raw stones to me? Lin Ming had no intention of revealing that Li Yifeng was cheated. It was just for fun. Besides, Li Yifeng might not believe it if he said it himself. He asked for the raw stones because he wanted to try to refine medicine in a furnace. He has been learning alchemy for a long time, except for occasionally trying some low-level medicinal materials that do not require wood spirit jade to practice. Lin Ming has never tried to refine high-level elixirs. Brother Lin wants these raw stones? Okay. Li Yifeng agreed readily. He likes wood spirit jade because he likes wood spirit jade carving. In Li Yifeng's eyes, the concept of raw stones without carving is the same as that of spirit stones. Chapter 764 White Dragon Jade. Thank you. How much are these raw stones? I'll give you the market price. Although Lin Ming is proficient in the skills of finding wood spirit jade, the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom is vast, and many of the origins of wood spirit jade have been blocked by the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. It takes a lot of time to find wood spirit jade by yourself. Lin Ming plans to buy as much as he can before his financial resources are exhausted. Brother Lin, are you planning to learn alchemy? Li Yifeng saw that Lin Ming was not a wood type warrior at all, so he probably wanted wood spirit jade to practice alchemy. It is common for warriors to learn several auxiliary skills to refine their souls after reaching a certain level. For example, Li Yifeng is studying formations. I do have this intention. Li Yifeng said, Brother Lin, you just learned alchemy, right? Did you plan to use wood spirit jade from the beginning? Lin Ming laughed and said nothing more. He understood what Li Yifeng meant. He was only 21 years old, so he certainly didn't have much time to learn the art of alchemy. Alchemy required experience. The success rate of novices in alchemy was very low. It was a daydream to want to make high-level spiritual medicine. Wood spirit jade was very valuable, and it was too extravagant to use it for practice. Li Yifeng had no idea that Lin Ming had inherited all the memories of the alchemist and the divine realm, including a lot of alchemy skills and experience. All Lin Ming had to do was to integrate them. Now his success rate in refining low-level spiritual medicine was already very good. For the great man in the divine realm, there were too few prescriptions that didn't require wood spirit jade. Brother Lin, if you really want to try, I can give you one. 4 pieces of wood spirit jade raw stones were also very valuable to Li Yifeng, and he couldn't just give them away all at once. Let's pay the original price. Lin Ming didn't want to owe Li Yifeng a favor. After the two of them shirked their responsibilities, Li Yifeng still told Lin Ming the price of 4 pieces of wood spirit jade. Lin Ming was secretly shocked when he heard this. The total price was 600 yuan lingxi. 1 yuan lingxi was worth about the same as 1 top grade Zhen yuanxi, which was equivalent to more than 1 million lower grade Zhen yuanxi. 600 yuan lingxi was equivalent to more than 600 million lower grade Zhen yuanxi. When Lin Ming went to dig the treasure of the 3rd grade sect Lan Yu sect, in addition to the 12 magic heart crystal fragments and some elixirs, there were also 7,000 to 8,000 middle grade Zhen yuanxi, which was equivalent to less than 1 million lower grade Zhen yuanxi. The Zhen yuanxi and the treasure of a 3rd grade sect was not enough to buy a piece of wood spirit jade. Lin Ming estimated that Li Yifeng's price was still low. For a person of Li Yifeng's level, not to mention the lower grade Zhen yuanxi, even the middle grade Zhen yuanxi didn't mean much. Okay, 600. Lin Ming counted out 600 top grade Zhen yuan stones from Zuan Wuji's Zumi ring and gave them to Li Yifeng. Because the Yuan Ling stone was not produced in the southern heavenly region, even Zuan Wuji didn't have many Yuan Ling stones, only top grade Zhen yuan stones. With the 600 top grade Zhen yuan stones gone, Zuan Wuji's wealth shrank by 1/10 at once, not counting the treasures that had not yet been exchanged for Yuan Ling stones. At this rate, Lin Ming's wealth would not be enough. Do I really have to sell that piece of heavenly grade demon god bone? Thinking of this, Lin Ming walked into his room and began to use the wood spirit jade to refine medicine for the first time. The memory left by the God Realm alchemist was very complete, and the alchemy skills and experience involved were extremely complex, far more complex than the previous inscription technique. If it weren't for Lin Ming's current improvement in cultivation, it would be a dream to want to learn alchemy. It takes a lot of resources to train an alchemist. All the high-end alchemists in the entire Xianan continent are in the Ninding Divine Kingdom. The reason is that the Ninding Divine Kingdom has resources and is rich and powerful. Putting aside the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, even the other 3 Divine Kingdoms could not cultivate top-level alchemists. First, the resource consumption was too great, and the gains did not outweigh the losses. Second, there were not enough alchemists to inherit. As for Lin Ming, the alchemy he wanted to learn was many levels higher than the alchemy masters of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. If it took 100 kilograms of wood spirit jade to cultivate an alchemy master in the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, then Lin Ming might have to spend thousands of kilograms of wood spirit jade to learn alchemy by himself. This was based on the fact that Lin Ming inherited a lot of experience from the alchemists in the divine realm. What he wanted to refine was a holy medicine that was enough to open the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. The materials used were all natural treasures of the level of the Zhuangjian divine fruit. The requirements for wood spirit jade were not only quantity, but also quality. In the memory of the great powers in the divine realm, some top-level spiritual medicines often use the best wood spirit jade of millions of years or tens of millions of years. These were beyond the understanding of the alchemists in the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. A month later, Lin Ming and his party passed through large and small teleportation arrays and finally arrived at the central area of Xianan continent. Lin Ming looked down from the spirit boat and saw a desolate desert. Is this place close to the 4 great kingdoms? Lin Ming asked in surprise. In his original imagination, the 4 great kingdoms were already extremely prosperous and full of martial arts holy places. However, they had been flying over the desert for several days and there was nothing but desert. Haha, that's right, we are close to the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. Li Yifeng guessed Lin Ming's thoughts and said, don't underestimate the desert under your feet. This place is called Maozhao, and a little further west is the Northwest Desert, which is the territory of Wang Yichen. Maozhao is a place where all kinds of people gather and bandits are everywhere. The reason is that it produces wood spirit jade, and it is not under the jurisdiction of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. So that's it. Lin Ming suddenly realized that the Gobi Desert under their feet was probably a lush forest hundreds of thousands of years ago, millions of years ago, with rich vitality and abundant various natural treasures. Later, due to various geological changes, the spirit veins disappeared, the forest turned into Gobi Desert, and the former spirit trees and white flowers were buried underground, so it became the birthplace of wood spirit jade. Li Yifeng recalled some past events and said with emotion, in the past countless wars took place for this desert and countless blood was shed. In the end, no one could take it all for himself and it became a free land. Various major forces are entrenched here and there are many places for trading with spirit jade. There are all kinds of wood spirit jade, ancient carvings and ancient ornaments. These things can be sold for a large amount of yuan ling stone. Wood spirit jade carvings and ornaments generally have a history of at least thousands of years, and they must be made by famous masters to be considered as the so-called ancient carvings and ancient ornaments in Li Yifeng's mouth. For these things, there are many related memories in the soul fragments of the God Realm Alchemist. In fact, the God Realm Alchemist himself is a master of wood spirit jade carving. This kind of wood spirit jade carving itself can also train the concentration of the alchemist and refine the soul to a small extent. The God Realm Alchemist also collected a large number of ancient carvings and ancient ornaments. Of course, those treasures are often at least 60,000 to 70,000 years old, and some are even more than 100,000 years old, hundreds of thousands of years old, which is far from being comparable to the ancient carvings and ancient ornaments of Xianan continent. Brother Lin, I'm going to take you to a place today. It's a good place with so many good things. I'm going to take you there to broaden your horizons. When Li Yifeng mentioned that place, he was obviously excited. Okay. Lin Ming was in urgent need of the wood spirit jade now. Of course, he would not refuse such a place. By the way, don't tell that Mu that we two brothers will go alone. Mu is so annoying. Li Yifeng was quite familiar with others. Generally, warriors would call each other brother out of courtesy, but Li Yifeng seemed to really treat Lin Ming as a brother. A day later, Li Yifeng's spirit boat stopped in a small town in the desert. The reason was that he had not rested well for a month and wanted to have a good night's sleep today. Then he found an opportunity to get rid of Mu and took Lin Ming and Kinga around the town and came to an inconspicuous stone house. From the outside, the stone house did not even have a sign. There were only 4 words written on the screen in the house: Beilang Yuxing. After entering the stone house, Lin Ming realized that there was something special here. The interior space was much larger than he had imagined, but the decoration was a bit shabby. The furnishings inside were crude. It looked like a stone table and stone chair made of large stones found in the Gobi Desert, cut with a knife at random, without even being polished. On the stone table on the side of the room, there were some tea sets for guests to rest after they were tired. On the other side, there were rows of wooden shelves, on which were placed various jade carvings and jade ornaments, some large and some small, some more than a foot high, and some only as big as a ring. There were also a wide variety of types, and they were dazzling. In front of these shelves, stood a middle-aged man wearing a leather hat. The man was stout, with a scar on his face, and he was wearing clothes made of the skin of some unknown beast. The collar of the clothes was very open, with the right side open, and the sleeves were half a foot longer than the hands. The buttons on the clothes were made of metal and looked heavy, each of which was the size of a baby's fist. This kind of clothing shows a kind of wild and rough taste, which is very consistent with the style of the desert next door. Seeing Li Yifeng coming in, the rough-scarred man immediately greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Li. No wonder I saw the magpie calling in front of the door today. It turns out that a distinguished guest has come." The scarred man looks rough, but he speaks with a honeyed mouth, a typical businessman's tone. "What are you going to buy this time, Mr. Li? We have just unearthed a pair of ancient bracelets here. Do you want to take a look?" The scarred man introduced diligently, and Li Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he really became interested. "Okay, let's take a look." As soon as Li Yifeng finished speaking, a group of people walked in from outside the stone house. The man in the lead was wearing a yellow python robe, holding a pair of emerald green balls in his hands, and kept rubbing them. This pair of balls was also made of wood spirit jade. "Isn't this Mr. Li? Haha, I didn't expect to run into you at the White Dragon Jade shop. What a coincidence. How come Mr. Li is itching to buy something again today?" The man in the yellow python robe said with a half smile, and judging from his attire, he must be from a powerful family. Li Yifeng frowned slightly when he saw the man coming, and it was obvious that he didn't get along well with the man in the yellow python robe. Chapter 765. Ways to make money. The man in the yellow python robe is Zalcun, the second son of Prince Timu of Day Divine Kingdom. He was once a strong contender for the title of Prince Timu. In the Divine Kingdom, the selection of the prince is different from that in the mortal world. In the mortal world, the eldest son is the prince, while in the 4 divine kingdoms, whoever has the highest talent is the prince. Zalcun was very popular in the past few years, but later he lost the battle for the prince to his 4th brother. In recent years, he has been much more low-key, and has rarely appeared in the public eye. In terms of status, Zalcun is naturally much worse than Li Yifeng. Although the national strength of Day Divine Kingdom is much stronger than that of the 7-star Divine Kingdom, Zalcun is just a son of Marquis who cannot even inherit the title of prince, while Li Yifeng is the prince of the 7-star Divine Kingdom, and of course he is much more noble than Zalcun. Although his status is not as good as Li Yifeng, Zalcun has no intention of being respectful to Li Yifeng at all. The two knew each other when they were young, and later entered a secret realm together. They fought for an opportunity, and the conflict between the two has continued to this day. Zalcun also likes to collect things like wood spirit jade carvings, and he often comes to Beilang Jade Shop. It is normal for him to meet Li Yifeng here. Hey, brother Li, why don't you see your future imperial concubine Mirren Young Master? I heard that Mirren Young Master is very strict with you. This time you come to Beilang Jade Shop, I'm afraid Mirren Young Master will complain again when you go back. I wonder how long Brother Li will be punished to face the wall. And think about it. After listening to Zalcun's words, Lin Ming realized that the girl Mirren dressed as a woman was also Li Yifeng's future wife, and Zalcun deliberately emphasized the word young master, obviously mocking Li Yifeng's future wife's weird dress. As soon as Zalcun finished speaking, Kinga beside Li Yifeng got angry. Zalcun, you took the wrong medicine today. I see you have been like a mad dog since you failed in the competition for the prince, biting everyone you see. Where my sister Mirren is, has nothing to do with you. Kinga was originally a willful person, that is, she was like a good baby in front of Li Yifeng, and she never wanted to suffer when she went out, and her mouth was especially poisonous. Zalcun wanted to say something, but was directly blocked by Kinga's words. As the saying goes, don't expose someone's shortcomings when scolding them. Kinga's words just hit Zalcun's sore spot, and the failure of the competition for the prince was the biggest setback in his life. Zalcun's face sank, and he snorted coldly, but didn't say much. He was not afraid of Kinga, but he was too lazy to bother with the girl. If they really started to scold each other, Kinga would of course not care, and he couldn't afford to lose this person. At this time, the scarred man came up to mediate. Calm down, gentlemen and ladies, we are all upper class people in the 4 great kingdoms. If we give in, the world will be bright. The scarred man smiled. He was very particular about the timing of his mediation. If the 2 groups of customers could fight, it would be very beneficial for him to raise the price of his goods. But if they quarreled to the point of tearing each other's faces, it would be too much and not beautiful. Okay, Scar, didn't you say there were new goods just now? Take us to see them. Zalcun waved his hand and said impatiently. Kinga's words just now made him feel very uncomfortable. Okay, please come this way, gentlemen and ladies. The scarred man was respectful to Li Yifeng and Zalcun, but he didn't pay much attention to Zalcun's followers and Lin Ming. He obviously regarded Lin Ming as Li Yifeng's followers. Everyone, take a look. If you like any of them, write down the number. The corresponding price will be in the jade slip. The scarred man said as he shook the jade slip in his hand. In the jade shop, the prices of private transactions will not be made public. The sellers will not bother to tell the buyers when they ask, or just give a wild price. Only when the real buyers come, will the sellers write the prices in the jade slips for the customers to check. Brother Lin, let's take a look together. But most of the things here are fake. It's best not to buy anything you like, so as not to suffer a loss. Fake. Lin Ming was stunned. That's right, this is the unspoken rule of the jade industry. The better jade industry has 7 fakes and 3 reals, but some have 9 fakes and 1 real. If you are selling things on the street, there is often not a single real thing on a stall. If you want to buy authentic things, you can only go to a big auction house, but the prices in a big auction house are much more expensive than here. Lin Ming was a little speechless. He didn't expect that Cheyenne continent and God's domain were completely different planes, but the rules were surprisingly similar. In God's domain, most of these wood spirit jade carvings were also fake. You can buy the real thing at the auction house, but the price is too high, so many people are still willing to come to the small shop to buy, and they often suffer losses. The rule of the jade industry is that buying and selling is consensual, and if you make a mistake, you can only blame yourself. Li Yifeng sighed and shook his head when he said this. These old things are often sold at sky-high prices, and the profits are too high. In fact, those imitations are also very expensive. If you can't tell the difference, you can only blame yourself for your poor eyesight. I bought a wooden spirit jade screen a few days ago, thinking it was the work of Master Zhu and Jiang 20,000 years ago, but I was cheated. Because of this, I was punished to face the wall for a whole year, so Zhao Kun used the matter of facing the wall to squeeze me. As Li Yifeng spoke, he used his perception to explore these wooden spirit jade carvings. Wooden spirit jade has a characteristic, that is, it blocks perception. Even the perception of the Sea of Gods can't penetrate into wooden spirit jade. The perception released by Li Yifeng can only wander on the surface of wooden spirit jade, trace the texture of wooden spirit jade, and detect the luster, to judge the quality and age of wooden spirit jade. In addition, he also needs to appreciate the carving and painting of wooden spirit jade. Each master has his own style, but there are also many masters among the imitators in later generations. It is not easy to identify them. Li Yifeng has been playing with wood spirit jade carving for so many years, and he has a lot of experience. He explained to Lin Ming while watching. After the wood spirit jade carving is made, it absorbs the wood element energy between heaven and earth for many years, and will form fine textures on the surface. It is difficult to see if you don't look carefully. These textures can determine the age of the wood spirit jade carving to a certain extent, but some highly skilled counterfeiters, these people are generally wood element warriors. They can use the wood energy in their bodies to leave similar cow hair textures in the wood spirit jade. If you are not a master, you can't tell it at all. For example, this dragon carving in front of me, I came to see it several times, but I still can't tell it clearly. Li Yifeng said this, and still put the dragon carving back in dismay. Seeing Li Yifeng's reluctance to part with it, Lin Ming couldn't help asking, how many spirit stones did this dragon carving cost? 3,003. Li Yifeng exhaled lightly. Even if Li Yifeng could afford such a price, it would be very painful. So expensive. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. The top grade Zen Yuan stones left by Zhu and Wuji after his death were only 6,000 yuan. Together with other treasures, all converted into top grade Zen Yuan stones, it was about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. If he used it to buy these carved dragons, he would be bankrupt. If he bought 7 or 8 of them, this could be the wealth of a 5th grade sect leader. Compared with the 4 great divine kingdoms, the southern sky region was indeed like a poor and remote village. When Lin Ming thought of this, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and he asked Li Yifeng, what if I go to the auction house? If this carved dragon is real, how much can it sell for? Say less than that. Li Yifeng held out 5 fingers. 5,000? That's right. I can make 1,700 yuan by reselling it. After deducting the auction house's commission and various taxes, I can still have about 1,000 yuan left, provided that you can prove that it is real. So that's how it is. These yuan link stones are so easy to make money. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. The carving and identification skills that he had previously ignored in the memory of the God Realm Great Power turned out to be so useful, just in time to solve his problem of lack of yuan link stone. If he could continue to buy at a low price and sell at a high price, he would not have to spend time looking for wood spirit jade himself. Lin Ming immediately called up the memory of the God Realm alchemist and began to comprehend and compare. The memory in the soul fragment is not the textual knowledge in the book. Even if you read a lot of textual knowledge, it is useless if you don't practice it. However, the memory in the soul fragment contains a lot of practical experience, which is the accumulation of the God Realm alchemist after tens of thousands of years of practice and identification of countless collections. As long as they are completely integrated, Lin Ming's identification level will advance by leaps and bounds. Even if it only reaches 40% or 50% of the level of the God Realm alchemist, it is enough to deal with it. After all, the oldest wood spirit jade carvings in Qian'an continent will not exceed 70,000 to 80,000 years, because the history of martial arts civilization that flourished after the catastrophe of Qian'an continent is only 70,000 to 80,000 years. Li Yifeng looked at 3 or 4 collections in a row, and each identification took half an hour. After looking for so long, Li Yifeng didn't buy any of them, but the scarred boss was not in a hurry at all. For a warrior, a few hours is just the time for a meditation session, which is nothing at all. Beside Li Yifeng, Lin Ming closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. He seemed to be meditating, but in fact, he was integrating the memory of the God Realm alchemist about identifying the wood spirit jade sculpture at a rapid speed. He didn't want to miss this road to wealth. Practicing alchemy not only requires wood spirit jade, but also various precious medicinal materials. It is far from enough to rely on the ones he looted from the South Sea Demon Realm and Yunyangzuan Palace. Brother Scarface, bring us some new stuff. These things on your shelf are either new imitations or ambiguous things that have been here for years without being bought. Do you have any new stuff? Bring it to me to let me have a look. The things in Scarface's hand were all bought at low prices from some bandits and diggers, so the selling price was naturally cheap. Generally, good things were bought within a few days of being put on display, and only those things that people couldn't tell would be put on display for several years. That's why Li Yifeng asked Scarface to bring new stuff. Hey, yes, I have a pair of newly unearthed ancient bracelets and several burial objects from the ancient emperor's tomb. Scarface originally wanted to take these things out so that Li Yifeng could look at the old stuff for a while, to wear out his patience, and then look at the new stuff, which would greatly increase his desire to buy. This can also be regarded as a marketing method. Hearing Scarface's words, Zhao Kun also became interested and walked towards Scarface with a smile. What is it? Let Zhao open his eyes too. Chapter 766 Ancient Jade Bracelet. Li Yifeng saw Zhao Kun sticking to him like a piece of taffy, but he didn't take it seriously. Anyway, buying things here depends on one's ability. Whether you dare to buy, and what price you dare to pay all depends on your own vision and courage. When Li Yifeng first became fascinated with wood spirit jade carvings, he bought a lot of counterfeits and even fakes. In the wood spirit jade carving industry, counterfeits and fakes are two different things. Counterfeits are new things that look old, and the materials used are still wood spirit jade. But fakes are different. They are not wood spirit jade at all, but wood elemental spirit stones that have been transformed by wood element warriors in the Zuandan realm or even the Mingan realm using their internal energy, and then integrated with a small amount of wood spirit jade powder. The fake wood spirit jade made by masters can be completely indistinguishable from the real thing. Not to mention novices who have just started. Even old people who have been in this industry for 4 or 5 years can easily capsize if they are not careful. The rule in the jade industry is that mixing fakes with genuine products is an unspoken rule, but mixing fakes with genuine products is a bad thing, and if the customer asks for it back, 10 times the compensation will be required. Because that is not selling jade, and selling fakes cannot be called a jade industry. Li Yifeng paid a lot of tuition fees, and then he learned some ways to identify wood spirit jade carvings. From the pure loss at the beginning to the small loss now, he may make a small profit in the future, and then a big profit. Of course, Li Yifeng is not playing this for money, but for pure interest, just like mortals love gold and gems. In the 4 great kingdoms, there are too many warriors who like wood spirit jade, especially female warriors. A set of genuine wood spirit jade jewelry can not only nourish the soul, but also be dazzling when worn. It is a luxury that the daughters of the princes of the major kingdoms use to compete. You must be thirsty after watching for so long. Let's have some tea first. The scarred man clapped his hands. 2 beautiful women wearing only a layer of gauze brought the teapot, tea stove and teacups. When they put down the tea set, the 2 women did not forget to flirt with Li Yifeng and Zhao Kun. Through the thin gauze on their bodies, 2 red spots on their chests could be vaguely seen. Zhao Kun laughed and grabbed the chests of the 2 women, while Li Yifeng behaved well under Kinga's gaze. Fox spirit. Kinga said dissatisfiedly when the 2 women just retreated. The 2 women were originally warriors with sharp ears, but they didn't care when they heard it. They just giggled and looked back at Kinga, which was very provocative. This is the style of the desert. Men are rough and women are open. The eating habits are also very different from other places. For example, this pot of tea is called tea, but it is actually a bit like soup. It is made of ghee and some meat shreds of fierce beasts, and various seasonings and tea leaves are added to it, and cooked on the tea stove. Lin Ming took a sip, and felt that it was extremely fishy. The original fragrance of tea leaves was mixed with the fishy smell, and could not be tasted at all. He couldn't drink it. After taking a second sip, it was really unpalatable. Li Yifeng on the side laughed. Obviously, he knew the taste of this tea, and didn't touch it at all. Zhao Kun drank it with relish, which made Lin Ming extremely speechless. It was really heavy. Okay, let's officially start. The scarred man watched Zhao Kun finish a bowl of tea, and clapped his hands again. The two charming girls who served tea before came back again, causing Kinga to grin. The two girls each had a tray in their hands, wrapped in red silk. Lifting the silk on the first tray, there was a green pipe inside. Some warriors like to smoke. Of course, they don't smoke ordinary tobacco, but special tobacco made from various spiritual plants. Some of the best tobacco costs 1 or 2 yuan ling stones for 1 penny. If you smoke this kind of tobacco, you naturally need a good pipe. The wood spirit jade pipe itself has a lot of wood energy. There is a fresh breath in the fragrance of the tobacco. If you smoke it often, it will have the effect of refreshing the mind and nourishing the soul. The wood spirit jade pipe from 5,000 years ago is finely crafted and costs 1,200 yuan ling stones. I won't say much about this item. You two can take a look at it for yourselves. Scarface said as he put the wood spirit jade pipe on the table. When Lin Ming looked at it, he first looked at the year of the pipe, not the year of production, but the year of the material used in the pipe itself. Judging from the texture contained in the wood spirit jade, the fluctuation of wood energy emitted, and other aspects, a 130,000 to 140,000 year old 9th grade wood spirit jade is considered to be of relatively poor quality. Wood spirit jade itself has a standard for measuring age. The older the age, the higher the value. In addition, wood spirit jade itself has a grade, and the grade is even more important than the age of the wood spirit jade. For example, the wood spirit jade formed after the magic heart flower was buried underground is several grades lower than the wood spirit jade formed by the 10,000-year-old Brahma dragon root, and the Brahma dragon root wood spirit jade is lower than the wood spirit jade formed by the Zuanjin god fruit. The grade of the spiritual plant that forms the wood spirit jade is the most important factor affecting the quality of the wood spirit jade. After looking at the quality of the wood spirit jade, Lin Ming began to judge the age of the pipe. The pipe has a warm color and contains some green light that looks very subtle like fluorite. This is the special luster formed by the extremely small amount of metal impurities contained in the wood spirit jade after thousands of years. Based on this alone, plus the pure energy of the wood spirit jade itself, Lin Ming determined that this pipe should have a history of 4 or 5,000 years. Scarface was right. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Yifeng and Zhao Kun stopped the appraisal. I want this pipe, Zhao Kun said. Li Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but did not speak. If he spoke, he would have to raise the price. Although the pipe in front of him was 70% authentic, it would only cost 1,700 to 1,800 spiritual stones. If it was put on the auction house, after deducting taxes and commissions, it would be good to have 1,500 left. The difference of 200 spiritual stones would also involve certain risks, so there was really no point. Besides, he did not smoke, and was not interested in the pipe itself. The scarred man looked at Li Yifeng with hope. Seeing that Li Yifeng had no intention of bidding, he was a little disappointed. When he bought this pipe, it was only 800 spiritual stones. The profit of more than 60%. After reselling it was actually not bad. In this Beilang Jade shop, all purchases were cash transactions. Zhao Kun immediately pointed out 1,300 spiritual stones and bought the pipe. The first one is just an appetizer, and the second one is next. This is a good thing. I guarantee you will like it. Scarface pulled away the red cloth on the plate of another maid, revealing a pair of jade bracelets as red as blood. This is. Li Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Blood spirit jade? Zhao Kun also became excited. Blood spirit jade is an extremely rare wood spirit jade. In many cases, the top level natural treasures will have fierce beasts and holy beasts guarding them. These fierce beasts are often attracted by the rich vitality of the spiritual plants, and then guard the spiritual plants, waiting for them to mature and swallow them in one gulp. But sometimes accidents happen. That is, the vitality energy contained in the spiritual plants themselves is too strong. After swallowing the spiritual plants, the guarding fierce beasts cannot withstand the impact of the vitality energy, and the meridians are broken, and the body explodes and dies. Then the fierce beasts are buried underground together with the spiritual plants in their stomachs. Generally speaking, the grade of such fierce beasts will not be low. The energy and blood essence contained in the fierce beasts themselves will subtly penetrate into the wood spirit jade, forming the extremely rare blood spirit jade. The value of this kind of wood spirit jade is more than 10 or even 20 times higher than that of ordinary wood spirit jade. If this is a pair of blood spirit jade bracelets, and it has a history of thousands of years, the price is inestimable. Li Yifeng and Zhao Kun each took a bracelet and quickly identified it. Both of them were fully focused. As a collector of wood spirit jade, the rarer the things, the more they can arouse their interest. Even Kinga, who was not particularly interested in wood spirit jade, was very interested in this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets. Lin Ming watched silently on the side, and his perception penetrated out. He observed the blood spirit jade for a long time. The color was ruddy, the energy was full, and the quality of the jade was also very high. It really looked like blood spirit jade, but Lin Ming felt a faint death from this jade. Death. Although blood spirit jade is also condensed from dead things, after more than 100,000 years, the death will slowly dissipate, unless it is. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, and said to Li Yifeng, "Let me see it." Generally, to identify an object, you need to look, feel, ask, touch, listen, and smell. Look means to see with the eyes, feel means to sense and investigate, ask means to ask about the origin and judge whether the owner is true or false, touch means to test the feel, listen means to listen to the sound of impact, and smell means to smell the taste. The real wood spirit jade has a very light wood fragrance, and experts can even judge the year based on this wood fragrance. Lin Ming can't tell the authenticity of this jade bracelet just by looking and feeling. Li Yifeng carefully handed the blood spirit jade bracelet to Lin Ming. In fact, it is not a pleasant thing to be interrupted when appraising treasures. However, Li Yifeng had no opinion, even though he knew that Lin Ming did not understand wood spirit jade carving, and was just watching the fun. Lin Ming touched the blood spirit jade bracelet and smelled it. He had a rough judgment in his mind. The jade bracelet was not smooth, but had a delicate frosted feeling, which was also similar to the real blood spirit jade. However, when it smelt, there was a very light bloody smell, which was covered up by the maker with clever means. If you are not prepared in advance, you can't tell it apart. This is not blood spirit jade, but corpse jade. The so-called corpse jade is a wood spirit jade burial item that is held in the mouth of the tomb owner, or sealed in the stomach. It is formed after tens of thousands of years of soaking the blood of warriors. Corpse jade is very different from blood spirit jade. After being transformed by warriors who are proficient in Yun corpse technique and wood key warriors, the finished product is difficult to distinguish from blood spirit jade. This kind of counterfeiting method is rare, because there are not many corpse jade itself. Even if the appraisal master is not prepared, it will be fooled. After an hour of appraisal, Li Yifeng put down the jade bracelet, his eyes flashing with excitement. He was 90% sure that this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets was real. On the other side, Zhao Kun also completed the appraisal. His eyes flashed with a bit of light. Although his expression was obscure, he was reluctant to put down the jade bracelet, and he was probably attracted to it. Chapter 767 Bidding. How about it? Are you too interested? This is something unearthed from the tomb of the ancient emperor, and it has a history of at least 10,000 years. The scarred man said happily when he saw the two people were interested. This piece of jade is indeed a treasure unearthed from an ancient tomb, but it is unknown whether it is from the tomb of the emperor. When the scarred man received the pair of jade bracelets from the digging master, he didn't even dare to say it was correct. Finally, he asked the elder of the White Dragon Jade Company to identify it. In the end, it was determined to be a 10,000-year-old Shidu jade, and it was purchased at the price of 2,000 yuan lingxi. You know, Shidu jade is also a rare jade. Although it is not as precious as blood jade, it is also twice as expensive as ordinary ancient jade carvings. With such a rare and clever counterfeiting method, the scarred man is very confident. How many yuan lingxi? Zhao Kun asked. 12,000. The scarred man revealed the price. He offered 5 times the profit. If this pair of jade bracelets were really blood jade, they could be sold for 25 to 30,000 yuan. If they met a buyer who liked blood jade at the auction house, the price offered by the scarred man was very low. But 12,000 yuan of spiritual stones, even Li Yifeng and Zhao Kun, who were so wealthy, had to think about it again. It was not a small amount. The two exchanged the jade bracelets on their hands at the same time, and they were appraised again. This appraisal lasted for an hour. No matter how you look at it, it is undoubtedly a genuine ancient jade bracelet. The cow hair texture left on the jade bracelet is definitely accumulated over thousands of years. Although this texture can be faked, it cannot be made so round. Moreover, the gradient color of the mist flower formed by the fusion of the texture and the wood jade cannot be made by any clever fake technique. The two remained silent. The scarred man was not in a hurry at all. He waited with a smile, and a hint of obscure light flashed in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he did not say that this was blood spirit jade. In fact, it did not matter if he said it. The unspoken rule of the jade business is that there are real and fake ones, and buying and selling are all voluntary. If you buy a fake, you can only blame your poor eyesight. You cannot be held accountable afterwards, unless the jade business sells fake jade. Although Li Yifeng and Zhao Kun are of noble status, they must abide by the rules. Moreover, the White Dragon Jade business can be opened here, and has so many channels for purchasing goods. Naturally, there are forces behind the scenes supporting it. The scarred man nodded, and bowed to every customer, but it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. 12,000, I want it. After a full quarter of an hour of silence, Li Yifeng licked his slightly dry lips and said firmly, he has completely confirmed that this is an old object from 10,000 years ago, but he did not expect that this is not blood spirit jade, but corpse city jade. Although corpse city jade is also very rare, this kind of thing has a slightly ominous meaning. Generally, no princess is willing to wear something that has been sealed in the body of a dead person for 10,000 years. This pair of corpse city jade bracelets can be sold at the auction house for a maximum price of 5,000 spirit stones. After someone made an offer, it was easy to make another offer. Zhao Kun stretched out his hand and said, I'll add 500, 12,500. 2 people bidding. That was of course what the scarred man wanted to see the most. He smiled without leaving any trace and said, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhao offers 12,500, you see. 13,000. Li Yifeng raised the price by another 500, which made King tremble with fear. Mister, it's okay, I'm 90% sure. Buying and selling jade carvings is of course risky. Even those appraisal masters have had their boats capsized in the gutter. If you don't dare to take risks, you might as well go to the auction house. Not only is it much more expensive to buy things there, but even if you buy things at the auction house for a lifetime, you can't become an ancient jade carving appraiser. You can only become an ancient jade carving enthusiast and collector, and you still know nothing about ancient jade. Only by struggling in these mixed fake markets can you become a real industry insider. 13,500. Zhao Kun was not to be outdone. In fact, for him, it was already very difficult to take out such a large amount of yuan lingxi. 14,000. When Li Yifeng shouted this, Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission sounded in his ears. Li Yifeng's expression changed after hearing it. Lin Ming said, I feel a very faint death aura in this jade. I wonder if Brother Li feels the same. Death aura. Li Yifeng was startled, and felt it carefully again, frowning slightly. Although Lin Ming reminded him, Li Yifeng didn't know much about the unconventional Shidu jade, and didn't associate it for a while. It should be said that he had never seen Shidu jade before, so naturally he couldn't think of it. 14,500. When Zhao Kun shouted this price, the blue veins on his forehead bulged slightly. If he added more, he would not be able to bear it. Although he had a net worth of 50 or 60,000 lingxi, this was counting other fixed assets. He didn't have so many yuan lingxi alone. Mr. Zhao has offered 14,500. I wonder if Mr. Li. The scarred man looked respectful. but he was so happy in his heart. He made a lot of money by selling this pair of bracelets. After deducting the commission from the forces behind him, it would be enough for the White Dragon Jade Company to operate for a year or two. Li Yifeng was wondering whether to bid again when Lin Ming's true energy transmission sounded again. He originally thought that a single suggestion would make Li Yifeng understand, but now it seems that he overestimated him. Brotherly, I have a bad feeling about this pair of jade bracelets. Please be careful if you want to buy it. Feeling? Li Yifeng was slightly startled. People have a sixth sense. Li Yifeng doesn't believe in such illusory things. If it was said by an ordinary person, he would have turned a deaf ear to it. But Lin Ming is not an ordinary person. Since Li Yifeng met Lin Ming, he felt that Lin Ming was like a fog, which made people unable to see through. After hesitating for a while, Li Yifeng suppressed the desire to bid. First, the price of 15,000 was too high, and second, Lin Ming's warning also made him waver in his judgment. If this thing really fell into his hands, it would be a big loss. Mr. Li, you. The scarred man looked at Li Yifeng with hope, and Zhao Kun also looked at Li Yifeng nervously. If Li Yifeng raised the price again, he really couldn't afford it. Li Yifeng hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed, and shook his head and said, I give up. For collectors of ancient jade carvings, giving up a jade carving or jade ornament that they have taken a fancy to also requires great determination and courage. Although Li Yifeng gritted his teeth and gave up, he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant in his heart. The scarred man was slightly disappointed. If Li Yifeng continued to raise the price, he could sell it even higher. Zhao Kun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his palms were slightly sweaty. It was a close call. If he had raised the price a little more, he would not have been able to take out so many Yuan Ling stones. Then, congratulations to Mr. Zhao for getting this pair of jade bracelets. The scarred man said with a smile, took the jade bracelets from the jade plate of the charming woman, wrapped them in a special wooden box, and handed them to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun also paid 14,500 yuan of spiritual stones as he said. Li Yifeng watched the two people complete the transaction, and he was also a little envious and jealous. In his heart, he couldn't help but have a thought that I should have insisted just now. Zhao Kun didn't laugh until he got the jade bracelets. He looked at Li Yifeng with a triumphant smile. Thank you Mr. Li for being humble. Mr. Li should have a lot of spiritual stones. Are you worried that the tomboy at home will complain? 15,000 yuan of spiritual stones. Tut tut. If you really spend it, you will probably have to face the wall for 150 years. Ha ha ha. After the transaction was completed and the money was transferred, Zhao Kun would never dare to provoke Li Yifeng like this. After all, his family background was not as thick as Li Yifeng's. If Li Yifeng got angry, he would definitely suffer. However, it doesn't matter now. The things are already in hand, and it's useless. Even if Li Yifeng gets angry, Li Yifeng was already a little depressed for not buying the things he liked, and he became even more angry after being scolded by Zhao Kun. However, he was still calm and said sarcastically, Zhao Kun, don't be too complacent. The things are not certain to be real or fake. You might as well lose your pants. Haha, I think Brotherly knows whether they are real or fake. Besides, people in our business must be able to take risks. If you are 90% sure, but still dare not make a move, you might as well go home and hug your children. Zhao Kun laughed and mocked Li Yifeng again. Zhao Kun has been dealing with jade carving for so many years that he can tell the difference almost exactly. Otherwise he would not dare to make such a big move. At this time, the scarred man said at the right time, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhao, everyone calm down. Everyone who comes to my Beilang Jade shop is my customer. Mr. Li, it doesn't matter if you didn't buy the jade bracelet. My shop has many other treasures. If you like other things, you can buy them back. The scarred man has been running a shop for so many years and is well versed in the ways of the market. He seems to be trying to persuade Li Yifeng to stop fighting, but in fact he is taking advantage of Li Yifeng's anger to promote other products. At this time, customers are most likely to buy other things impulsively. At this time, Zhao Kun said at the right time, Brotherly has money, but his family is very strict with his mother-in-law, so he may not buy it. Zhao Kun's scolding made the scarred man want to praise him. He simply loved Zhao Kun to death. He brought him an income of 13,000 spirit stones in one trip, and now he had to encourage Li Yifeng to buy other things. Kinga said coldly, "Humph, our sister Mirren manages our young master because he has a promising future. Who is like you? You failed in the competition for the prince, and even your management is useless. You are a pile of cow dung that can't be used to paste on the wall." Kinga's mouth is not ordinary poisonous. If she doesn't curse people, it's fine. Once she curses, she will specifically expose their shortcomings. After hearing this, Zhao Kun's face turned green. Li Yifeng laughed. He was also an open-minded person. Although he was depressed for a while because of what happened just now, he would not always worry about it. Putting one hand around Kinga's waist, Li Yifeng said, "Okay, I will pick a few good things to take back today, so as not to return empty-handed. Brother Lin, do you want to try your luck too?" Li Yifeng just said it casually to Lin Ming. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming smiled slightly, agreed, and said, "Okay, I will also pick a few pieces, just for the sake of luck." Chapter 768, Being Hacked. Brother Lin, most of the things on the shelves of Beilang Jade shop are fakes. Generally speaking, the items that are 80% to 90% reliable have been picked up by others. The remaining ones are either easily identified as fakes or ambiguous. Brother Lin, if you really want to buy, just pick a few similar ones. Just have fun. Don't buy too expensive ones. Li Yifeng saw that Lin Ming really wanted to buy and couldn't help but remind him. If he was an appraisal master, he could help Lin Ming open his eyes, but he was only a half-baked level. He was not sure about appraising ambiguous things. "Brotherly, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and I buy things for pleasure." Haha, well said. It's really fun to be worth a lot of money. Although in the jade carving business, you should look more and buy less, but it's no use being timid all the time. Li Yifeng said, and walked straight to the wooden spirit jade dragon that Lin Ming had asked the price of before. 3,300 yuan of spirit stones. Li Yifeng had come to see this dragon carving several times before. He really liked it, but he just couldn't judge it, so he didn't dare to buy it. Today, he planned to buy it directly. When Lin Ming saw Li Yifeng picking up the dragon carving, he felt a little helpless. He had seen this dragon carving before, and it was said to be made by a master thousands of years ago. Lin Ming couldn't tell the master's handicraft, but he could tell the age. It was a replica no more than 100 years old. He reminded him deliberately, "Brotherly, I feel that this dragon carving." "Feel bad?" "A little bit. It's okay. Buddy has wanted to buy this dragon carving for a long time, but I didn't dare to buy it because I couldn't judge it. As you said, buying things is for pleasure. If I return empty-handed today, I will not be able to think clearly. I will buy this dragon carving. Even if I buy a fake, I will accept it." Li Yifeng had said so much, so Lin Ming naturally didn't say much. He glanced at the scarred man, and the other party smiled like Maitreya Buddha. He made a lot of money from these few orders today, so of course he was happy. Lin Ming smiled slightly, walked to the shelf calmly, and began to select jade carvings. He had 6,000 top-grade Zen Yuan stones from Zhu and Wuji, plus all the wealth left by other dead strongmen he killed, a total of 14,000 to 15,000 top-grade Zen Yuan stones. Lin Ming planned to spend more than half of it on buying jade carvings. In this case, he would naturally choose the expensive ones. 7th grade wood spirit jade, 300,000 years old, good material. Lin Ming looked at a 2-foot high jade Buddha in front of him. In China continent, this kind of wood spirit jade is considered good. According to his estimation, the price of this thing will not be low. The scarred man saw Lin Ming looking at the jade Buddha and greeted him with a smile. He originally thought that Lin Ming was Li Yifeng's follower, but now it seems that Lin Ming is Li Yifeng's friend, so he will naturally treat him with courtesy. However, from the way Lin Ming looked at the jade carvings, he was obviously an amateur who was not even a novice. Generally, it would take a few quarters of an hour for an appraiser to appraise a jade carving, and he would look, touch and smell it. Lin Ming would spend at most 1 stick of incense to look at a jade carving, and would only occasionally reach out and touch it. Most of the time, he would just look at it. What could he see? So the scarred man was sure that Lin Ming was an outsider. Unless such an outsider who knew nothing was a sucker, it was impossible to expect them to buy a wood spirit jade carving. that cost thousands of spirit stones, but didn't know whether it was real or not. Therefore, the scarred man didn't treat Lin Ming as a customer at all. He only greeted him with a smile for Li Yifeng's sake. This jade Buddha is number 45, and the price is 5,000 spirit stones. The scarred man shook the price jade slip in his hand while speaking. He directly quoted the price in order to make Lin Ming give up and avoid wasting his time. Generally, outsiders with normal brains would have given up long ago after hearing this price. After all, they couldn't understand it at all, and they were just watching the fun. So even if the wood spirit jade Buddha in front of Lin Ming was a genuine one, and it could be sold for at least 8,000 or 9,000 spirit stones at the auction house, the scarred man was not nervous at all. He could predict with his toes that Lin Ming would not be interested in this thing. Not to mention Lin Ming, even those warriors who claim to be experts. In the past 2 years, at least 800 people have seen this jade Buddha, but no one dares to buy it. The main reason is that it is expensive, and compared with the jade Buddhas of old age, it lacks a trace of green cold light, which makes people hesitate. In fact, this light is not present in every genuine product. But what the scarred man never expected was that Lin Ming seemed to be very interested in this wooden spirit jade Buddha. He fumbled around for a while and said, "It looks pretty good. My mother likes to worship Buddha, so I'll buy it and give it to her." The scarred man almost thought he had heard it wrong. Is this kid crazy? Just because his mother likes to worship Buddha, he bought a thing worth 5,000 yuan of spirit stones and gave it to his mother, regardless of whether it is real or not? Not only the scarred man, Li Yifeng was also shocked. "Brother Lin, you are not kidding. This jade Buddha itself is an ambiguous object. Do you really want to buy it?" The jade Buddha worth 5,000 yuan of spiritual stones is considered an extremely expensive item in Beilang Jade Shop. If Li Yifeng came to buy it, he would have to think twice, fearing that he would make a mistake. However, Lin Ming bought the item in less than an incense stick of time. This behavior can be described in 3 words: a sucker. The most popular thing in the jade shop is the rich sucker who buys things casually without caring about the authenticity. However, according to Li Yifeng's understanding of Lin Ming is extremely talented and will never do stupid things. He is not very wealthy either. What's going on? Congratulations, scarred brother, you met a rich man and made a fortune. Behind Lin Ming, Zhao Kun had a playful smile on his face, and his words clearly carried a tone of watching a good show, obviously mocking Lin Ming's stupidity. However, Scarface was complaining in his heart after hearing Zhao Kun's congratulations. This jade Buddha was not bought from Juyi, but was one of the treasures of the White Dragon Jade Bank's headquarters. If it was sold at the price of 5,000 lingxi, it would be a loss. This little brother must know the rules of our Jade Bank. There are real and fake things. The transaction is based on mutual consent and depends on a pair of eyes. Once you buy it, you can't settle the account later. Scarface still hoped that Lin Ming didn't understand the rules and would retreat after hearing his story, but he didn't expect the other party to nod lightly, indicating that he knew it very well. "Okay, then I'll pack it for you." The Scarface man tried his best to make himself look cheerful, as if he had made a lot of money again, which made Lin Ming feel uneasy, but Lin Ming didn't change his face and nodded again, which made Scarface's heart twitch. This kid, is he pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Li Yifeng was already feeling a little guilty. "Brother Lin, you should think about it carefully. This is something worth 5,000 yuan lingxi. I know, wrap it up. Buying things is for pleasure." Li Yifeng opened his mouth and finally smiled helplessly. "Okay, anyway, for Brother Lin, even if he spends all the yuan lingxi, he can earn it back soon." The scarred man endured the bitterness in his heart and wrapped up the jade Buddha, trying to maintain a happy smile on his face. However, as soon as he finished wrapping and looked up, the scarred man almost fell over. He saw Lin Ming picked up an emerald green incense burner and looked at it over and over again. The incense burner was also a genuine item. Although its value was not as good as that of the jade Buddha, it could still be sold for 7,000 to 8,000 yuan lingxi at the auction house. This thing was also the inventory of the store allocated by the head office. This kid, is he going to buy this incense burner again? Then this time, Beilang Jade Bank really lost a lot. In the price jade slip, the price of this incense burner was only 4,500 yuan lingxi. If it was sold, he would have to make up part of the difference to the head office. In order to attract customers, the price of jade shops is marked relatively low. There are only so many treasures to keep the shop. If they are all taken away, it will be difficult for his jade shop to continue. This kid just bought 5,000 yuan of spirit stones. He won't buy more. The scarred man still holds such a fluke mentality, but Lin Ming's next word smashed the scarred man's hope. Lin Ming took a look at the price jade slip and said to the scarred man, "Pack this one too." The scarred man felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fainted. His heart was twitching, but his face tried to maintain a bright smile. "You want this? This jade Buddha is carved from ancient river jade 8,000 years ago. It is exquisitely crafted and obviously made by a famous artist. It can be sold for 8,000 yuan of spirit stones at the auction house. Brother Lin is really good at vision. I will pack it for you right away." Although the scarred man said it happily, he was surprisingly slow in packing. He was hoping that Lin Ming would change his mind, but Lin Ming had already started to look at the third collection at this time. On the side, Zhao Kun laughed. "I've seen people who spend money, but I've never seen such a spendthrift. This jade Buddha has been on the shelf for 3 years and no one dares to buy it. This guy's really amazing," Zhao Kun said, patting the scarred man on the shoulder. "Brother Scar, you made a lot of money today. You have to treat me." "I'll treat you. I must treat you." The scarred man's intestines were twisted when he said this, but he still acted very generous, as if he really made a lot of money. "Brother Lin, if you plan to buy some fun things, there is no need to be here. I'll take you to the street stalls. The prices are cheaper than here, and the appearance looks no different at all," Li Yifeng suggested. "The things on the street stalls are purely a scam. 99% of them are not even fakes, but counterfeits made of wood type yuan ling stone. But sometimes, there will be 1 or 2 treasures whose value even the stall owner doesn't know." Li Yifeng has visited street stalls countless times and feels that the probability of buying such treasures is about the same as the probability of being struck by lightning. "Brother Li, I know what's going on," Lin Ming said, using his true essence to transmit his thoughts. He held a new collection in his hand and looked at the scarred man. At this time, the scarred man's face turned completely black. Damn it, he was being blackmailed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769 White Dragon Jade Plate. Lin Ming's collection is a treasure that can be sold for 7 or 8,000 yuan stones at the auction house. This was collected by the scarred man in a small town in Maozhou 20 years ago. Although it didn't cost much, he was unwilling to sell it to Lin Ming at a bargain price. Beilong jade is known as 7 fake and 3 real, but strictly speaking, it can't even reach 8 fake and 2 real. Lin Ming has now selected 3 collections that are all real, and the prices are all ranked among the top pieces in the entire Beilong jade. How can such a coincidence happen in the world? Mr. Lin, I really didn't expect that you are so young, but you are actually an expert in appraisal. I'm really making a fool of myself by acting in front of you. The scarred man took a breath, kept the smile on his face unchanged, and said with genuine sound transmission. Lin Ming smiled slightly, looked up at the scarred man. "Brother Scar, what do you mean? Are there any problems with the jade carvings I bought?" Lin Ming asked knowingly. In fact, he originally planned to buy both real and fake ones, but Lin Ming had limited capital. If he wanted to buy fakes, he could only buy the least valuable trinkets. In this way, he bought fake trinkets and real treasures. This was just a way of covering one's ears and stealing the bell, and it could not fool the scarred man in front of him. So Lin Ming did not hide it. Anyway, this was a one-time deal. Lin Ming did not plan to come to this Beilong jade shop in the future. He was afraid that if he came to this Beilong jade shop again in the future, he would be asked to leave before even entering the door. So he took advantage of the 2 big customers, Li Yifeng and Zhao Kun, who were here today, and the scarred man could not refuse to sell, and made a lot of money and left. "Mr. Lin, it's pointless to talk about this now. If you couldn't recognize it, would you spend more than 10,000 yuan of spirit stones to try your luck?" I admit defeat today, but the item in your hand is also the last collection you can buy today. My Beilong Jade shop also has its own rules. Today I was short-sighted and failed to recognize you, a great man. I admit my bad luck, but I also hope that you can give me a way out and not be so aggressive. My Beilong Jade shop can be opened in Maozhou, a place where all kinds of people mix, and it is not for bullying. The scarred man said this, and Lin Ming had no need to pretend to be confused. I'm sorry, I'm a little short of money recently. In the future, I will definitely stay away from Beilong Jade shop. But Brother Scar has made more than 10,000 yuan spirit stones today. These I tuck away are only about 18,000. Brother Scar should still have a lot of surplus. When Lin Ming said this, the scarred man was shocked. This meant that Lin Ming recognized that the blood jade was fake. Considering that Li Yifeng suddenly stopped bidding, it was probably Lin Ming who stopped him. The scarred man studied this thing for 3 days and didn't dare to say it was right. Finally, he asked the elders of the head office to identify it. However, Lin Ming just looked at it and touched it, and he determined that it was fake. This vision is probably 3 points higher than that of the elders of the head office. Considering the 3 collections that Lin Ming had just selected, he was able to accurately pick out the 3 most valuable collections from a pile of ambiguous objects in such a short time. The scarred man was already shocked beyond words. What is the identity of this young man? Being able to get along with Li Yifeng, and seeing that Li Yifeng seemed to treat him as an equal, this young man surnamed Lin is definitely not an ordinary person, but he had never heard of this person, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Mr. Lin's vision is impressive. May I ask Mr. Lin's name? Would you like to invite Mr. Lin to be the guest appraiser of our Beilong Jade Bank? If the scarred man was still resentful of Lin Ming for pretending to be a pig and taking away his 3 treasures, his hatred has now disappeared. In the ancient jade carving world, those appraisal masters are respected. It is a rare opportunity to bring the collection to the master for guidance, and Lin Ming has reached this level. Sorry, Lin still needs to practice, so I don't have much time. Lin Ming politely declined and did not say his name. This made the scarred man, who had already wanted to make friends, feel very regretful. He thought that, since Lin Ming was born extraordinary, there was no need for him to join their Beilong Jade Bank. Since Master Lin said so, I can't force it. This is the sound transmission jade token of our jade shop. If Master Lin is interested, you can come to our Beilong Jade shop to have a look. The scarred man used his true essence to transmit all his previous words, and only said the last sentence directly while handing out an emerald green jade token. The front was a lifelike relief of a blue dragon, and the back was engraved with the seal of Beilong Jade shop. Lin Ming took the jade token and took a look. He was secretly surprised. It was made of wood spirit jade. Although it used very little material and was only a very low grade wood spirit jade, it was also very amazing. This kind of jade token would naturally not be issued in large quantities, otherwise Beilong Jade shop would not be able to afford it. The scarred man handed out the jade slip, and Zhao Kun burst into laughter. It's actually the White Dragon Jade slip. TSK. I've been at the White Dragon Jade shop for several years before I got one. Congratulations to Brother Scar for getting another sponsor. Brother Lin is so honored. In Zhao Kun's opinion, Lin Ming was too much of a sucker. He gave the White Dragon Jade shop more than 10,000 yuan of spiritual stones when they first met, so the scarred man gave Lin Ming the White Dragon Jade slip to tie down this sponsor. Sponsor? The scarred man didn't know what expression to use. Sponsor is actually a nice way of saying sucked up. Comparing Lin Ming to a sucker really made the scarred man laugh and cry. He glanced at Zhao Kun and thought to himself, thanks to you, the sucker, for buying the blood spirit jade bracelet and filling this hole for me, otherwise I would have lost my pants today. I say, Mr. Lin, you have already bought 3 treasures, won't you buy some more? Zhao Kun looked at Lin Ming with interest. For him, there are 2 great pleasures in playing with ancient jade carvings. The first thing is of course, to find treasures at a low price, and the second thing is to see others buy fakes at a high price. Lin Ming smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, no, I have already bought 3 pieces, and I can't afford to buy more. Haha, if you don't have yuan ling stones, you can borrow from Brother Li. Brother Li is a rich man. Brother Lin, ignore him, let's go. Li Yifeng patted Lin Ming's shoulder. He didn't know what Lin Ming meant by buying 3 expensive jade carvings in a row. Based on his understanding of Lin Ming should not understand wood spirit jade carving, otherwise Lin Ming would not have asked that question on the spirit boat before. TSK. Seeing Li Yifeng and Lin Ming preparing to leave Beilang Jade shop, Zhao Kun felt a little regretful. Brother Scar, I will come to support you next time. I'm leaving now. Take care. The scarred man smiled apologetically. Brother Lin, why did you buy these 3 jade carvings? The 3 pieces together cost more than 10,000 spirit stones, which is not much cheaper than the blood jade bracelet. As soon as he left the house, Li Yifeng asked Lin Ming. In his impression, Lin Ming should not do such an unreasonable thing, but he really couldn't understand Lin Ming's intention of doing so. Lin Ming had no way to explain and casually said, these 3 jade carvings gave me a special feeling, so I bought them. Okay. Li Yifeng shook his head helplessly. It's up to you. Do you want to appraise these 3 items? In this town, there is a master of 6-fold life fall. He is also a well-known appraiser in my Muling jade carving industry. He can be called the North Star. Nothing he has seen will be wrong. Although most of the things in Beilang Jade shop are fakes, there are genuine ones after all. You may buy genuine ones. Oh. 6-fold life fall? Lin Ming was shocked. In the Xianan continent, some warriors can be crowned emperors after 4 life falls, but such people are very rare. Most of them can only be crowned emperors after encountering some special opportunities. Even if they are crowned emperors, they are only the weakest level. The most common emperors are those who have lost their lives 5 or 6 times. Those who have lost their lives 7 times are rare, and those who have lost their lives 8 times are almost extinct. The 9 times are only recorded in some ancient divine domain books left over from catastrophes. Now Li Yifeng said that there was actually a powerful person with 6 lives living in this Gobi town. Lin Ming was naturally surprised. Such a person might step into the divine sea realm in the next step. Of course, this so-called step is actually a world away. There is a master with 6 lives in a small Gobi town. This Maozhao is indeed a treasure land. Li Yifeng and Lin Ming were talking when they suddenly heard a series of ha-ha-ha laughter coming from the front. Lin Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw that in a tea house not far ahead, 7 or 8 men were sitting around a stone table, cooking shredded pork tea with a strong smell of mutton, and one of the men around was Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun waved a folding fan with a smug smile on his face. In front of him was an open wooden box, which contained a pair of blood jade bracelets. Brother Zhao, what a big deal. This blood jade has been extinct in Mao's house for several years. Today, Brother Zhao's piece has really opened our eyes. Next to Zhao Kun, a middle-aged man wearing Mao's Hao animal skins complimented him. Zhao Kun laughed, feeling extremely pleased, but still said modestly, I'm just making a preliminary judgment. Although I'm 90% sure, there are still risks. As soon as Zhao Kun finished speaking, an old man in white who was in the Zuandan period smiled and said, Brother Zhao is too modest. Brother Zhao has a very high level of understanding in ancient jade carving. He has only been in the industry for a few years, but his eyesight is not inferior to that of an old man like me. The old man in white laughed, picked up the pair of jade bracelets, and looked at them repeatedly in the sun. From time to time, he took out a small mirror-like treasure to observe the jade bracelets up and down, and finally praised them. Old Bay, how is it? Is it true? A young man asked eagerly. It should be correct. The old man in white let out a long sigh, which was considered to be a conclusion of the jade bracelet. Zhao Kun's smile became even more intense. How much yuan lingstone is it worth? A young man asked impatiently. Vulgar. The old man in white glared at the young man. Blood spirit jade, not to mention old items. Even new jade is pitifully rare. Every year, only the 9 Cauldrons Kingdom produces a little bit, and all of it is supplied to the royal family. It is rare in other places. Don't talk about yuan lingstone all the time. Chapter 770, Master Lando, Destiny List. The young man who was scolded by the old man in white didn't care, and said with a smile, Old Bay, I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, but no matter how rare the wood spirit jade carving is, it must have a price. You see, those of us who have just entered the industry know very little. You should just tell us how much it is worth, so that we can have an intuitive understanding, right? After hearing the young man's words, the old man in white had an expression of rotten wood that could not be carved, but Zhao Kun said bluntly, this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets can be sold at the auction house for 25,000 to 30,000 yuan of spirit stones. If you meet a sponsor who likes blood spirit jade, it can be even higher. When Zhao Kun reported this price, the young people present all gasped. 30,000 yuan of spirit stones. The general net worth of the people present was only a few thousand yuan of spirit stones, and this was the total net worth of fixed assets. They came to play with jade carvings, just to play with small objects, and big things were just to satisfy their eyes. How dare they play with such a big thing like Zhao Kun? At this moment, Zhao Kun saw Li Yifeng not far away. Haha, Brother Li is here too. I saw Brother Li buy an ancient jade dragon sculpture at Beilong Jade shop before. Mr. Bei happened to be here, so I asked him to help me keep an eye out. I have already shown my blood jade bracelet to Mr. Bei. Zhao Kun said this intentionally or unintentionally. First, he wanted to show off that the old man in white was sure that his blood jade bracelet was genuine. Second, he was not optimistic about the ancient dragon jade sculpture bought by Li Yifeng. He wanted to take it out for Mr. Bei to identify it and embarrass Li Yifeng. After all, the ancient dragon jade sculpture was originally an ambiguous thing. It had been in Beilong Jade shop for so long. If it was real, it should have been bought by someone long ago. Li Yifeng frowned slightly. Seeing Zhao Kun showing off his blood jade bracelet in the circle and getting Mr. Bei's affirmation at the same time, it was impossible to say that he had no regrets at all. Mr. Bei had been in the jade carving business for decades. Although he was not a first-class identification master, he could be regarded as a professional. He even registered at Beilong Jade shop for a time, and was a person that Beilong Jade shop had clearly stated that it could not entertain. Being affirmed by such a person, Li Yifeng's original idea that the blood jade bracelet was genuine emerged again. Shaking his head, he said to Lin Ming, Brother Lin, let's go. I plan to go to the master to identify the ancient dragon jade carving I bought. Maybe it is a genuine one. Hahaha. Lin Ming did not say much. In the ancient jade carving business, people often worry about gains and losses. It is easy to regret buying something, and it is also easy to regret not buying it. I often have the thought that I would have done something better in the past. Well, good. Lin Ming didn't care. It would be good to identify the things in his hand. He was short of yuan link stones now. To open the third gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, it is not necessary to have a certain kind of bodybuilding holy medicine, but as long as it reaches a certain level of bodybuilding holy medicine, no matter what type, it is applicable. After several rounds of screening, Lin Ming has roughly locked in several spiritual medicines that are most likely to be refined in the memory of the great powers of the divine realm. As long as he is given time and enough materials, he will be able to refine them. The richness of the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom is much better than Lin Ming imagined. Many materials can be found. Of course, there must be enough yuanling stones. Lin Ming and Li Yifeng walked towards the appraisal master's residence in the small town. Zhao Kun knew where they were going when he saw the direction they were going. He smiled and thought to himself, Li Yifeng is going to Master Lando to appraise the ancient dragon jade carving. He didn't dare to let Mr. Bei appraise it because he knew that the ancient dragon jade carving might be a fake. He was afraid of being slapped in the face if he appraised it in public. Haha, I will go to Master Lando to see how much your ancient dragon jade carving is worth. The appraiser's residence mentioned by Li Yifeng was actually just a very ordinary house. The walls of the house were made of rough stones. From the outside, it even looked a little shabby. It was hard to imagine that a strong man with a 6th level life-death lived here. Brother Lin, this appraisal master has lived here for hundreds of years. He is called Master Lando. He is a figure ranked in the top 300 on the destiny list. Destiny list. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Well, the destiny ranking is a ranking of strength in the Xianan continent. It only ranks the powerful ones who have lost their lives. It is jointly released by several major intelligence organizations. Corresponding to the destiny ranking is the Emperor ranking. The Emperor ranking only ranks the powerful ones in the Sea of Gods. However, the Emperor ranking has not been changed for a long time. Many of those powerful ones in the Sea of Gods are elusive, and it is difficult to collect information about them. It's not easy to rank the powerful ones who have lost their lives. It is probably just a reference. There are only more than 100 powerful emperors in the Xianan continent. The exact number is difficult to count, but it will never exceed 200. As for the number of powerful ones who have lost their lives, it is difficult to calculate. It is extremely difficult to rank a list among these people. Li Yifeng chuckled and said, "Of course it's not easy, but this destiny list is really accurate. A difference of 3 or 4 places in the ranking is not a big difference, but if it is a difference of 30 or 40 places, it is basically correct, unless you encounter a great opportunity, or have a recent breakthrough, and are unknown to the public. The list changes every 3 years, which is an important yardstick for the major powers to attract strong people, and the 4 divine kingdoms will also compare the national strength by the number of young warriors on the list." Young warriors on the list. Lin Ming emphasized the word young. Relatively young, for a strong man who has fallen. 50 years old is considered young. It is very difficult to be on the list at the age of 50. Because the list is basically made up of strong men above the 5th and 6th levels of the destiny, and there are even abnormal men of the 7th level of the destiny, and these people are the best among the warriors of the same level. People with poor foundations, even if they have high cultivation, don't even think about being ranked. Li Yifeng said this, and stretched out his hand, to knock on the door of Master Lando. With a slight creaking sound, the door opened automatically. In the courtyard, there were dead leaves all over. Under the dead leaves was a stone table with a chessboard carved on it. An old man in green sat in front of the stone table, brewing a pot of tea. He held 2 black and white chess pieces in his hands, and looked at the chessboard in front of him with his whole body focused. From time to time, he dropped a chess piece, and then a black chess piece and a white chess piece. He was actually playing chess with himself. It's the little kid from the Li family. Are you looking for an old man like me to do hard labor again? The old man in green smiled and wiped his sleeves. He took out a pair of thin teacups and poured 2 cups of amber tea. Judging from the fresh tea fragrance, this tea was not the popular shredded pork tea in Mao's Hao, but the best fragrant tea. Uncle Lando, this time I brought something good for you." Li Yifeng was obviously very familiar with the old man in green, and he spoke with a smile. As he spoke, Li Yifeng took out the ancient dragon jade carving from the Zumi ring. The old man in green glanced at the ancient dragon jade carving, and smiled without saying anything. He had guessed that Li Yifeng had bought something from the white dragon jade shop, and asked him to identify its authenticity. Li Yifeng was about to step forward, but suddenly his body froze. He turned around, and saw Zhao Kun and his group coming at the corner of the street. Zhao Kun. This kid. Li Yifeng frowned. Zhao Kun bought the blood spirit jade bracelet, while he only bought the ancient dragon jade carving, which was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Even if it was real, it would be outshined by him. If it was fake, it would be even more so. This kid was here to embarrass him. "Master Lando, I brought a good thing for you to see today." Zhao Kun came up with a smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with Master Lando. "Oh, Master Li is here too. What a coincidence." Zhao Kun pretended to meet Li Yifeng by chance and said, and then his eyes were locked on Li Yifeng's ancient dragon jade carving. An ancient dragon jade carving from Beilang Jade Shop. A treasure priced at 3,300 spiritual stones. "Are you here to ask Master Lando for appraisal?" Zhao Kun slapped Li Yifeng in the face to such an extent that even Li Yifeng, who was usually heartless, looked a little ugly, but in front of Master Lando, he could only bear it. Master Lando saw the rivalry between Li Yifeng and Zhao Kun at a glance, but just smiled slightly, took a sip of tea slowly, and said nothing. This kind of dispute between young people is too common. Not to mention young people, in the ancient jade carving world, those old antiques often get red in the face when it comes to the quality of their collections. Zhao Kun chuckled and made a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Li, why don't you come first?" Li Yifeng was holding the ancient dragon jade carving in his hand at the moment, so he could only place it on the stone table of Master Lando and said, "Uncle Lando, this is the ancient dragon jade carving I bought from Beilang Jade Shop. I can't confirm its authenticity, but I've seen it many times and I couldn't resist buying it, so I bought it." Uncle Lando, please give it your comments. As Li Yifeng spoke, he respectfully opened a box of the ancient dragon jade carving and presented the jade carving to Master Lando. Zenran Lando looked at the jade carving for a while and released a ray of perception. He walked along the ancient dragon jade carving and gently touched the dragon scales of the ancient dragon jade carving. After a quarter of an hour, Zenran Lando stopped and said, "This ancient dragon jade carving was made by a famous artist, but it is a little young. It should be a work from hundreds of years ago. It has been modified into this state through some superb techniques. Otherwise, the cow hair patterns on the surface of these jade carvings would not be so stiff. Overall, it is still a good collection. After all, it is genuine Xiniyuan jade, and the grade is considered to be pretty good among the 9th grade Xiniyuan jades. The value should be around 800 spirit stones." Li Yifeng looked bitter when he heard Zenran Lando's evaluation. He had bought it with the mentality that it didn't matter if he bought a fake. If it was appraised privately, it would be nothing, but in front of so many people, it would be very embarrassing. In this circle, spending a high price to buy some imitations is a laughing stock. Brotherly, oh, what a pity. This ancient dragon jade carving looks really good. If it were me, I might also buy it on impulse, Zhao Kun said with a grin, and that smile seemed to be gloating. Although the people around him didn't say anything, they were also interested in watching the show. Zhao Kun's eyes turned, and he took out a pair of wooden boxes from the Zumi ring at the right time. "Master Lando, I just received a pair of blood jade bracelets from 10,000 years ago. Can you take a look at them?" "What? Blood jade?" Master Lando raised his eyebrows, obviously interested. Chapter 771, Lando's identification. Blood spirit jade is very rare in the whole Maozhou. You must know that its formation conditions are extremely harsh. It requires the fierce beasts that guarded the spiritual plants in the ancient times to devour the spiritual plants and die before digesting them. It takes hundreds of thousands of years for them to be buried underground to form. This kind of thing is rare even for new jade, and ancient jade is almost extinct. If the greatest value of blood spirit jade is not that it is rare and ornamental, and its soul nourishing effect is not much better than that of ordinary jade, then a pair of blood spirit jade bracelets with years can even be sold at a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit stones. As an appraisal master, Master Lando has not touched many blood spirit jades in his life. How can he not be excited when he heard that Zhao Kun brought out one at this time? He even thought about buying the pair of jade bracelets. "Do you really have blood spirit jade bracelets?" Master Lando looked at Zhao Kun with burning eyes. "I found it at Beilang Jade Shop. It is said to be a burial object from 10,000 years ago. It was unearthed recently. I took a rough look at it, and it is undoubtedly an item from 10,000 years ago." "Show it to me," Master Lando said impatiently. At his level, there are not many things that can arouse his interest, second only to the powerful and quasi emperors who have been crowned emperors. Seeing Master Lando so anxious, Zhao Kun felt extremely satisfied. What could be more face-saving than making the Taishan Bidao of the ancient jade carving world so anxious? Zhao Kun opened the box slowly and let the pair of blood spirit jade bracelets appear. As soon as the blood spirit jade bracelets appeared, Master Lando's eyes could no longer be moved away. He has been in contact with wood spirit jade carving for many years and has handled countless things. At his level, the accumulated experience is extremely rich. As long as he takes a glance at an item, he can have a general feeling and can judge whether it is a new item or an old item in a short time. The blood spirit jade bracelet in front of him, the texture of the jade reveals a taste of simplicity and vicissitudes. It should be a treasure from 10,000 years ago. Realizing this, Master Lando became even more excited and took out a treasure from the Zumi ring for identification, which was also made of wood spirit jade. Generally speaking, when it comes to Master Lando's level, there is no need for external objects to assist in identification. He took out the treasure to identify things, which proved from the side how much he valued the pair of blood spirit jade bracelets. What beautiful jade patterns. It is indeed an object from 10,000 years ago, Master Lando exclaimed, and Zhao Kun's smile could not be melted. Master Lando's words have basically confirmed that the pair of blood spirit jade bracelets are genuine. Although the people around smiled, they were extremely jealous in their hearts. This thing is said to be able to sell for 30,000 yuan of spirit stones. The spirit stones are one aspect, and another aspect is that Zhao Kun will become famous in the circle because of finding this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets. The value of something that can make Master Lando excited can be imagined. Zhao Kun couldn't help but glance at Li Yifeng with a triumphant smile on his face. Li Yifeng's expression was calm and open-minded, but he couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. He was only one step away from this thing. After all, Zhao Kun couldn't compare with him in terms of wealth. As long as he wanted to buy it, Zhao Kun would definitely not be able to compete with him. Unfortunately, he hesitated at the last moment. Li Yifeng didn't mean to blame Lin Ming too much. After all, Lin Ming was just an outsider and just made a suggestion casually. In the final analysis, it was because his eyesight was not good enough and he didn't dare to make a sure judgment. This was a bargain for Zhao Kun. If he had a sharp eye and could judge the authenticity at once, he would naturally not be affected by Lin Ming. Time passed by minute, but Master Lando went from being impatient at the beginning to gradually calming down, and then his brows became more and more frowned. This change fell into Zhao Kun's eyes, making his heart beat slightly. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Li Yifeng also moved in his heart. Is there something wrong with the jade bracelet? Flaws? Cracks? Or a fake? Thinking of the fake, Li Yifeng himself denied it. It shouldn't be a fake. Such beautiful jade patterns can't be faked at all. Moreover, from the beginning, Master Lando confirmed that this object was an old object from 10,000 years ago. After 2/4 of an hour, Master Lando sighed and slowly raised his head. At that moment, Zhao Kun's heart shrank. With his wealth, buying this pair of expensive blood jade bracelets was a gamble. Now he was penniless. If there was any problem with this pair of jade bracelets, he would lose everything. Master Lando, how is it? Zhao Kun asked impatiently, his heart in his throat. Master Lando slowly glanced at everyone present, but didn't answer immediately, which made Zhao Kun so anxious that he almost vomited blood, and the others around him were also impatient. On the one hand, they wanted to see the ancient blood jade that was almost extinct in the legend, and on the other hand, they didn't want Zhao Kun to pick up this big bargain. Their mood was contradictory and complicated. This thing is indeed an old item from 10,000 years ago. After a moment of silence, Master Lando finally said this. However, this sentence alone was not enough to make Zhao Kun feel relieved. Master Lando had said this long ago, and the problem was obviously not here. There was undoubtedly something wrong with the jade bracelet, otherwise Master Lando would not have such an expression. He now only hoped that Master Lando was not right, or that there was only a small flaw that could be saved. Although it affected the value, it would not make him lose money. What a pity. Master Lando shook his head, which made Zhao Kun's heart cold. The thing is right. It is a valuable old jade bracelet. It's just that it is not blood jade, so its value is greatly reduced. Master Lando's words were like a basin of cold water poured down, making Zhao Kun's eyes black and almost fell to the ground. It's not blood jade, how could it be? Zhao Kun had confirmed it again and again. He had always been worried that the jade bracelet was a new blood jade made to look old. He never expected that it was other ancient jade pretending to be blood jade. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. Zhao Kun is not like Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng is a prince with a bright future, while Zhao Kun failed in the competition for the prince. The resources he can get are extremely limited. The Yuanling stones used to buy the blood jade are all those he had accumulated in the past. Once lost, it will be difficult to make up for it, and it may even lead to a shortage of resources for his future martial arts practice. Master Lando said, Mr. Zhao's pair of jade bracelets are Shidu jade. Shidu jade is a wood spirit jade burial object that is held in the mouth, or sealed in the stomach of the tomb owner. It is formed by the blood of warriors over tens of thousands of years. There are more of these things than blood spirit jade, but they are also extremely rare. Shidu jade is originally very different from blood spirit jade. After being transformed by warriors who are proficient in Yin Corpse technique and wood element vitality warriors, the finished product is difficult to distinguish from blood spirit jade. Not to mention even I have to carefully identify it to distinguish it. I was fooled if I was not careful. I have also seen the introduction of Shidu Jade pretending to be Blood Spirit Jade in the classics, but today is the first time I have seen it. Master Lando's words were like a death sentence for the pair of Blood Spirit Jade bracelets. Li Yifeng felt a chill down his spine when he heard this. Good guy, he almost died. Such a sophisticated counterfeiting technique. Even if his eyesight was improved 10 times, I'm afraid he would not be able to see it. It was very difficult for Li Yifeng to take out 15,000 yuan of spiritual stones, and the old men in the family were against Li Yifeng playing with ancient jade carvings. Although this kind of thing can nourish the soul, it is easy to lose one's ambition if you indulge in it. If they knew that Li Yifeng had lost 15,000 yuan of spiritual stones, the consequences can be imagined. It's really dangerous. If I get caught here and Mirren the crazy girl complains, I'm afraid my legs will be broken by the old men. Li Yifeng was secretly afraid, and suddenly his heart moved. He looked at Lin Ming on the side, but saw that Lin Ming's expression was calm, and he didn't have any emotional waves, because the blood jade bracelet was a fake. Logically speaking, this matter has a lot to do with Lin Ming. After being confirmed by Master Lando as a fake, Lin Ming should have breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is so calm, which can only prove that he knew the jade bracelet was fake. I think so. If a normal person doesn't understand anything, he won't interrupt such an important transaction. After all, it involves 15,000 yuan of spiritual stones. If the suggestion is right, it's fine. If the suggestion is wrong, it will be blamed. Since Lin Ming dared to speak, he must be sure. Thinking of the ancient dragon jade carving before, Lin Ming also advised himself not to buy it. The two things combined together are definitely not a coincidence. Including the white dragon jade plate given to Lin Ming by the scarred man. It was definitely not given because Lin Ming was his sponsor. It was mostly because he admired Lin Ming's vision. Thinking of this, Li Yifeng said, "Brother Lin, did you know that this pair of bracelets was fake? It's just a strange feeling. This bracelet doesn't give me a good feeling." Lin Ming smiled slightly and explained perfunctorily. This kind of thing can't be explained clearly, and in fact, there is no need to explain it. Let Li Yifeng think whatever he wants. Li Yifeng did not ask any more questions. Whether it was true that he had a sixth sense, or that Lin Ming was unwilling to speak out, it was not important. Everyone had their own secrets. The power of the stars sealed on Li Yifeng's right hand was also his secret. Brother Lin, I'm grateful to you this time. Last time you talked about buying the wood spirit jade. If you need it, I can help you. Well, Oklahoma. Lin Ming was not hypocritical. If he wanted to refine medicine in the future, he would need a lot of materials and wood spirit jade. If he went to collect them by himself, it would be too slow. With Li Yifeng's help, he could save a lot of trouble. At this time, Zhao Kun still had a look of loss of soul. Playing with wood spirit jade carving was like this. The risk was extremely high. He could not possibly cause trouble to Beilang Jade. Beilang Jade made a living by selling fakes. Otherwise, the price of the real thing would not be so low. If you want to pick up a bargain, you must be prepared to be cheated. This is the rule of the jade industry and the unspoken rule of the ancient jade carving industry. If you go to cause trouble, you will not get any compensation, but will be ridiculed for not being able to afford to lose. Chapter 772. Fully activate the Qianxue Sun Furnace. Li Yifeng saw Zhao Kun's frustrated look, but did not add insult to injury. He just felt a little pity. Beside Li Yifeng, King muttered in a low voice, "If you can't afford to lose, don't play." It's speechless. Master Lando shook his head in his heart and said, "Mr. Zhao should not play with ancient jade carvings. Although ancient jade carvings have the effect of nourishing the soul, their expensive prices have far exceeded their little effect on cultivation. Generally speaking, it is not the right way. Although this pair of bracelets is a replica, the corpse jade is also valuable. It should be sold for 4,000 to 5,000 yuan of spiritual stones at the auction house. It is better for Mr. Zhao to sell this money and practice with peace of mind. 4,000 to 5,000 yuan of spiritual stones is a full 10,000 yuan less than Zhao Kun's bid at the time. If he really sold the corpse jade bracelets and quit the ancient jade carving industry, Zhao Kun would be very unwilling. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The failure of the blood jade bracelets was a big blow to Zhao Kun. Li Yifeng shrugged and said to Lin Ming, "Brother Lin, the 3 collections you collected are all real, right? Are you planning to sell them to buy wood spirit jade?" Lin Ming nodded. "Yes, I need a lot of wood spirit jade." "Then let Master Lando appraise them. With the master's appraisal, these items are easier to sell at a high price." Li Yifeng rubbed his hands excitedly. Of course, he didn't want to miss this eye-opening opportunity. However, Lin Ming shook his head and said, "No, just put it up at the auction house and let their appraisers appraise it. I don't want to attract attention." Lin Ming has now registered with the White Dragon Jade Shop. In the future, he will not be able to enter any branch of the White Dragon Jade Shop. He doesn't want to make a name for himself and cut off his financial resources. In the ancient jade carving industry, news spreads very quickly. Li Yifeng felt a little regretful. Since Lin Ming had made the decision, he naturally couldn't say much. "Then Brother Lin, if you trust me, I will help you deal with the 3 collections and exchange them all for you and Ling stones." "Thank you, Brother Li." Lin Ming couldn't ask for it. He was very pressed for time and didn't have much energy to deal with these trivial matters. Li Yifeng's efficiency was indeed very high. In just 10 days, all 3 collections were exchanged for Yuan Ling stones. After deducting the auction house's commission, the total was 22,000 yuan. At this time, Lin Ming had already arrived at the largest city in Maozhou, Yacheng. The buildings in Yacheng were all made of large blocks of rocks. The surface of the rocks was not carved, and it looked rough and wild. Behind Yacheng, there was a 1,000-foot high peak called Yashan. Lin Ming's residence at this time was here. Hundreds of caves were dug on this peak. Each cave was a retreat. The vitality here was very rich. As long as enough Yuan Ling stones were spent, it could be rented. Lin Ming rented a medium-sized cave for 3 years. Lin Ming didn't think much of the vitality in the cave. He cared about the safety here. According to Li Yifeng, there was a great god behind Yacheng. No one dared to make trouble in Yacheng. Here, he could retreat without any worries. At this time, Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the cave. In front of him, there was a 3-foot-high small furnace. On the surface of the furnace, there was a Qianxue diagram that showed the sky was round and the earth was square, embracing all things. In the middle of the Qianxue diagram was a red golden crow pattern. This furnace was the Qianxue furnace. Qianxue furnace was the first divine furnace in Xianan continent tens of thousands of years ago. It could even refine the powerful emperors. At this time, next to the Qianxue furnace, Lin Ming laid 8 red fire pillars. On each fire pillar, there was a dragon statue. The 8 dragons were all aimed at the Qianxue furnace. With the help of the magic light, Lin Ming recreated the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation that the demon emperor had originally arranged around the Qianxue furnace. He wanted to open the Qianxue furnace today. Before this, Lin Ming could only open the first space of the Qianxue furnace. According to the magic light, the Qianxue furnace had 3 spaces in total. Now that Lin Ming wanted to officially use the Qianxue furnace, he had to open all 3 spaces. Lin Ming raised his hand and cast a seal. Waves of red clouds spurted out from the dragon head, covering the furnace, and the scorching flames suddenly burned. "Open!" Lin Ming shouted in a low voice, and on the surface of the Qianxue furnace, the golden crow release suddenly burst out thousands of golden lights. For a moment, it seemed as if a sun rose in the room, and it was as if you were blind. The Qianxue furnace suddenly shook, and a high-pitched tiger roar and dragon roar came from the furnace body. Even the soundproof barrier in the room was violently shaken by the shrieking sound waves, as if it was about to be pierced. Then a fist-sized fruit and a red gold root flew out of the Qianxue melting sun furnace and were caught by Lin Ming. The second level of the Qianxue melting sun furnace was finally opened. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was not too difficult to open the second level of the Qianxue melting sun furnace. The third level was difficult, and the 8-dragon Yaoguan formation was also prepared for opening the third level. 5-color fruit and Liangsu root. Kid, you've made a fortune again. Mo Guang's voice rang in Lin Ming's mind. There were some treasures in each level of the Qianxue melting sun furnace. When the first level was opened, the blood of the troll and the nameless divine pill made from the Brahma dragon root flew out. The blood of the troll was absorbed by the magic cube, and the nameless divine pill made from the Brahma dragon root was swallowed by Lin Ming when he broke into the king's cage. It combined with the heavenly demon force field and broke through the first gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia in one go. Now, the 5-color fruit and Liangsu root mentioned by Mo Guang are the treasures in the second level of the Qianxue melting sun furnace. Mo Guang had no idea what these treasures were, and Lin Ming could only find some fragmentary memories from the fragments of the demon emperor's soul. The 5-colored fruit and the refining void root are both top-grade natural treasures in the memory of the alchemist in the divine realm. With these 2 things as the main ingredients, plus some auxiliary ingredients and the wood spirit jade, I should be able to refine an elixir that can open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Lin Ming didn't have time to think about it now. He circulated his true energy to the extreme and tapped the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation with one hand, and the flames suddenly became strong. The Qianxue furnace trembled violently in the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation, as if an ancient beast was about to rush out of the furnace. Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god and used the power of the 8 gates of Dunjia at the same time. Between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the phoenix mark also emitted a golden light like a sharp sword. Bang! With a loud bang, the 8 fire pillars of the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation collapsed together, and the furnace cover of the Qianxue furnace flew out like a meteor and rushed straight into the sky. Crack. The furnace cover hit the ceiling of the Jade Mountain cavern with a heavy impact, and a large piece of the rock that had been blessed by countless formations shattered. Lin Ming's face flushed, looking at the 2 objects floating in front of him. This time there was no magic medicine, only a black magic armor and a ball of sticky blood. The plot of these chapters is a small scene to introduce some foreshadowing and settings. It is not unrelated to the main plot. The plot of the 4 great kingdoms will slowly unfold. This is also the last big plot of the Xianan continent, and it will also fill in the pits buried before. Chapter 773 Xianji Trading Company. Seeing the blood, Mo Guang's eyes lit up. I want this blood. Lin Ming sensed and scanned the blood. This blood was similar to the blood contained in the first space of Qianxue melting sun furnace. They both exuded the breath of ancient times. It should be the blood of the ancient giant demon. In terms of quality, it was naturally not as good as the blood of the ancient phoenix, but it was also extremely precious. Okay. Lin Ming was not stingy. For the soul body of Mo Guang, only the power of blood essence could promote its recovery. Over the years, Mo Guang helped him a lot, and even saved his life several times. Mo Guang couldn't wait to jump out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea, transformed into a red curly dog, pounced on the blood of the ancient giant demon, and swallowed it in one gulp. With a gulp, the Mo Guang dog showed an extremely satisfied expression on his face. Not long after swallowing the blood, Mo Guang's body flushed, and its originally illusory body was extremely distorted and became more solid. This lasted for half an incense stick of time. Mo Guang patted his belly with his dog paws, burped, and shouted, "Comfortable, really comfortable. I wish I could have another one of 10 or 8 kilograms." Lin Ming smiled slightly and shook his head helplessly. 1 or 2 kilograms of this kind of thing was good enough, and it was 10 or 8 kilograms. He pointed at the magic armor floating in the air and said to Mo Guang, tell me what this magic armor is? The memory of the demon emperor inherited by Lin Ming was relatively incomplete, and his memory of this magic armor was completely blank. Mo Guang licked his lips with satisfaction and said, "This is the magic armor that the master refined in the Xianan continent. Tens of thousands of years ago was an era when many heroes rose up. The master's strength was unparalleled in the world, but there were also opponents who could threaten him, such as the Deep Sea clan." Lin Ming nodded. In the Xianan continent, the area of the sea is much larger than that of the mainland. The Deep Sea clan living in the ocean is countless, and the species are extremely complex. Among them, there are even ancient races, and their blood inheritance is much better than that of humans. Under such circumstances, the number of the Deep Sea clan strongmen far exceeds that of humans. If it weren't for the fact that the Deep Sea clan is still suitable for living in the ocean and would be extremely uncomfortable coming to land, they would have fought with humans long ago. Mo Guang continued, "The master fought with the enemy of the Deep Sea clan for a long time, and the magic armor was penetrated. Only then did he narrowly defeat the opponent. Because the magic armor was broken, the master had to leave the magic armor in the Qianxue furnace for sacrifice and repair. However, it takes a very long time to repair the magic armor. Later, until the master left, the magic armor was not repaired. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed in a blink of an eye. This set of magic armor has been sacrificed in the Qianxue furnace for tens of thousands of years. It should not only be repaired, but also better than before. The ball of troll blood I absorbed just now should be what the master left to repair the magic armor, but it was not used up. I see. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and took the magic armor in his hand, but found that there was a very regular circular gap on the left chest of the magic armor. Such a regular gap was obviously not caused by a weapon. There should have been a gap here to place the heart protecting mirror. Is the heart protecting mirror missing? It seems so. Mu Qianxue shook his head with some regret. If it is a complete magic armor, its value should be no less than the Qianxue melting sun furnace. There are very few defensive treasures. Lin Ming put on the magic armor without hesitation. For a moment, he felt as if his body was wrapped in a demonic energy. This energy merged with the body protecting true essence, making the body protecting true essence tougher than before. Oh, there is such an effect? Of course, a good armor is not only tough, but also has first-class damage reduction ability. If it cannot weaken the enemy's attack, no matter how tough the armor is, it is useless. Many warriors' attacks have penetrating power. It is not enough to just defend against their swords and knives, but also to defend against the dark energy contained in their attacks. What are you going to do with these 5 color fruits and the refining root? Mu Qianxue asked. The 5 colored fruit and the void refining root are both top grade natural treasures in the memory of the divine realm alchemist. I plan to use these 2 things as the main medicine, and add the wood spirit jade, that is more than 200,000 years old, as well as 2 auxiliary medicines, dragon bone grass and skyflower stone, to refine the 5 colored void refining pill. With these, I should be able to open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dungia. If you can master the alchemy technique, it will not only promote the improvement of your soul, but also promote the rapid progress of your physical training. It's really enviable. However, the grade of the 5 colored void refining pill is not low. Are you sure you can refine it? Not yet. You can practice slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Practicing alchemy is also a tempering of the soul. Although Lin Ming inherited the relatively complete memory of the divine realm alchemist, including precious alchemy experience and skills that could not be learned from books, but these are not enough. Lin Ming has enough knowledge and memory, but he cannot coordinate all aspects of the body, energy, and soul with the brain. This is like a musician who has never played the piano. Even if he has memorized the music score, and knows all the techniques and precautions for playing a piece of music, he still cannot perfectly perform this piece of music. This is because his fingers cannot keep up with his brain. What Lin Ming needs to do now is to make his body memorize all the techniques of alchemy through continuous practice. Every time he controls energy and flames, he will form a conditioned reflex and perform perfectly without thinking. Only in this way can he make a successful elixir. Where are you going to get the dragon bone grass and the small flower stone? Mu Qianxue asked. Find Li Yifeng. Lin Ming had already thought about it. As the prince of the 7-star divine kingdom, Li Yifeng likes to make friends. He knows some friends from all walks of life, and has a wide network of relationships in the 4 major divine kingdoms. It is most appropriate to ask him for information. In fact, Li Yifeng did not disappoint Lin Ming. 10 days later, he sent back a message. A flame of a sound transmission note flashed in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming stopped refining the elixir and opened the furnace. There was only a pile of black ash left in the furnace. He smiled helplessly. The fire in the Qianxue melting sun furnace was too fierce. It was a great challenge to use it to refine low and medium level herbs that could not withstand fire. These days, Lin Ming spent 1/3 of the yuan-ling stones he earned from the White Dragon Jade shop, and all of them were used to buy wood spirit jade. As for the herbs for practice, they came from the Yanyang Palace and the medicine garden of the South Sea Demon Realm. In more than 10 days, Lin Ming used up 20% of these herbs, but the finished products he refined were pitifully few. The most was piles of black ash. If the Xingji couple of the Yanyangzuan palace knew that the herbs they carefully cultivated were actually used by me to practice, I don't know what they would think. Lin Ming shook his head in self-mockery. These days, he was completely burning money. Although they were called low and medium level herbs, they were actually enough to drive the warriors in the 3rd grade sect crazy. Lin Ming, what does the sound transmission node say? Mo Guan asked. Li Yifeng sent me a message to tell me about the whereabouts of the Sky Stone. This thing is sold in the Xianji Trading Company in the Jiading Divine Kingdom. As for the dragon bone grass, Li Yifeng didn't find it either. What are you going to do? Let's go to the Xianji Trading Company first. Xianji Trading Company, located in Wuxi City of the Jiading Divine Kingdom, has a history of 6,000 years, which has exceeded the history of most 4th and 5th grade sects, and can be compared with the Holy Land. Xianji Trading Company is one of the 3 major trading companies in the Jiading Divine Kingdom, and has a deep background. Xianji Trading Company has been able to develop to this point, and is in the Jiading Divine Kingdom. It is inevitable that it has 1,000 threads of relationship with the royal family of the Jiading Divine Kingdom. After Lin Ming came to Wuxi City, where the headquarters of Xianji Trading Company is located, he didn't need to ask at all to see the location of the headquarters of Xianji Trading Company, because it was so special. The attic, which is dozens of feet high and hundreds of feet in radius, is actually suspended in the air. There is a faint purple smoke around the attic, and it shines brightly under the scorching sun. Obviously, this is caused by the formation. To suspend such a giant attic in the air, the yuan ling stone consumed every year is probably a considerable expense, which shows the financial strength of Xianji Trading Company. Lin Ming waved his sleeves calmly and rose up. At this time, he found that there was an invisible wave in the sky. This wave formed a kind of resistance, preventing Lin Ming from approaching Xianji Trading Company. This made Lin Ming slightly stunned. If he could feel the resistance, others could also feel it. Is there still a way to do business like this? Driving customers out? The higher Lin Ming flew, the more obvious the resistance became. When he arrived at the door of Xianji Trading Company, Lin Ming had already determined that warriors with cultivation below the innate extreme, or even those warriors who barely stepped into the Zuandan stage, and had an extremely unstable foundation, would not be able to enter the door of Xianji Trading Company. Even if they did, they would use all their strength, and be extremely embarrassed. They would not be ashamed to enter the trading company again. Ask anyone who goes shopping, likes to go to war. If you have to do this every time you buy something, you will probably not come next time. This means that Xianji Trading Company has rejected all warriors below the Zuandan level, which should be the reason why they let the attic of the trading company be suspended in the air. Suspended in the sky, it already has a feeling of being high above, and the exclusion of warriors below the Zuandan level confirms the high quality positioning of Xianji Trading Company. Lin Ming climbed the stone steps in front of the Xianji Trading Company headquarters, and saw a black plaque hanging above the 5-meter high imposing gate, on which were written 3 large characters in a flamboyant style, Xianji Pavilion. These 3 characters contain a hint of artistic conception and lore, and on both sides of the gate, there is a couplet. It says, "Only sell treasures, not ordinary things. Only accept strong people, not mediocre people." How arrogant. Lin Ming was speechless. This Xianji Trading Company is really arrogant. Does this mean that anyone who can't enter the Xianji Pavilion is a mediocre person? He walked towards the Xianji Pavilion, and the servant guarding the door had already opened the door for Lin Ming, and made a gesture of invitation. There were not many customers in the spacious hall, which seemed a bit deserted. This was expected. Xianji Trading Company did not rely on volume to win. What do you want, young man? Every customer who entered Xianji Trading Company would be greeted by a beautiful maid to provide one-on-one service. The girl who was responsible for entertaining Lin Ming looked only about 18 or 19 years old. She was very tall and only slightly shorter than Lin Ming. "I want the sealing stone," Lin Ming said directly. Chapter 774, Sky Stone. Smallpox Stone. The young maid was stunned. This thing is extremely rare. Xianji Pavilion only recently got a few pieces of smallpox stone. Because it is a top-grade material for refining medicine, it is very popular in Jiading Divine Country, and is extremely valuable. I didn't expect that Lin Ming, who is so young, would ask for smallpox stone. The young maid pondered for a while, as if she was wondering if Lin Ming came to entertain them, just to see the smallpox stone, to satisfy his eyes, and then make an excuse not to buy it. Although she had such doubts, she finally reported the news. A moment later, an old woman in black came down from upstairs. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Ming. With her experience, she could naturally see that Lin Ming had a solid foundation. In addition to his age and cultivation, he should be the best among his peers. This kind of person might really be able to afford smallpox stone. Young brother, please follow me, the old woman said as she turned to go upstairs. Lin Ming followed her. As he stepped onto the stairs, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that there was also an invisible barrier between the many floors of the Qianxue pavilion. For example, if we take the barrier from this floor to the second floor, I'm afraid that ordinary Zhuang and early stage warriors would not be able to come up. He turned his head to look at the maid following behind him, and saw a token shining on the maid's waist. It was obviously this token that allowed the maid with a cultivation level of only the postnatal period to enter and exit the Qianxue pavilion freely. There were even fewer people on the second floor of the Qianxue pavilion. After Lin Ming sat down, two maids served tea and snacks. At another table not far from Lin Ming, sat an old man in red, whose cultivation level was the second level of life. The old man held the tea bowl in one hand and slowly used the covered bowl to stir the tea leaves, looking at Lin Ming with a smile on his face. Lin Ming nodded as a return gift. This old man in red should also be a guest of the Qianxue pavilion. At this time, a slender lady in purple clothes and a light veil walked out of the side hall on the second floor. Sorry for the long wait. The very melodious voice, like the song of a yellow oriole, immediately attracted the attention of Lin Ming and the old man. The lady looked to be in her early 20s. Although she was wearing a light veil, one could still vaguely see her beautiful face under the veil. Her figure was graceful and her skin was crystal clear. She was a stunning lady that could easily make people obsessed. The woman said, "Both distinguished guests are here to buy Skylight Stone. In fact, this Skylight Stone has been on display at my Qianxue Pavilion headquarters for 5 days, and there have been 20 or 30 guests who have come to see it, but no one has bought it. The main reason is..." The purple-clothed woman paused here, smiled and said, "Because this Skylight Stone does not belong to our Qianxue Pavilion, but is consigned here by another guest. He wants to exchange this Skylight Stone for some rare materials. If what you two bring out cannot satisfy that guest, no matter how many spiritual stones you give, it will not work." "Oh, so that's the case. I was wondering why such good materials for refining medicine had been waiting in Qianxue Pavilion for so many days. Tell me which martial arts practitioner it is. Maybe I know him." The red-robed old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. He was obviously planning to establish a relationship with the owner of the goods and exchange the Skylight Stone for him. The purple-robed woman laughed and did not hide it. She answered, "It's Master Zhuang Bixian." "Zhuang Bixian?" The red-robed old man showed a look of surprise. It turns out that it is Master Zhuang Bixian who ranks in the top 150 of the destiny list. This old man can't afford to be with him. The red-robed old man shook his head repeatedly. From the acquired period to the life-falling period, the life-falling stage has the most small realms, which also leads to a huge difference in the strength of the warriors in the life-falling period. The red-robed old man's second life falling is 4 small realms lower than Zhuang Bixian's 6th life falling, and above the life falling, every small realm requires a great risk. This also makes the status difference between the red-robed old man and Zhuang Bixian greater than the status difference between the innate warrior and the Zhuandan warrior in the southern sky region, especially since Zhuang Bixian is a master of the destiny list. You must know that the destiny list is extremely authoritative in the 4 major divine kingdoms in the central part of the Xianan continent, and all the life-falling warriors who can make the list are top masters. As the red-robed old man was speaking, a handsome young man of about 17 or 18 years old appeared from the stairs. He glanced at Lin Ming and the red-robed old man and said, "I'm Master Zhuang's disciple. Master has limited time. If you have anything, just take it out, and let me take a look." This handsome young man was young, but his tone was quite arrogant. There was a hint of superiority and obvious impatience in his words. In fact, it was understandable, if you think about it. Dozens of people came to Qianxue Pavilion to see this piece of ceiling stone these days. Everyone wanted this young man to entertain them. They came here again and again, but no one could take out something that moved them. Anyone would be impatient. The red-robed old man laughed and didn't care. He lowered his head and whispered something to the handsome young man. He dared to come to buy the ceiling stone, so he must have some family background. He immediately told the handsome young man about his most precious things. The handsome young man's face changed color after hearing this, and he said coldly, "Sorry, my master has a lot of these things, and I have no interest in them. Do you have anything more precious?" The smile on the red-robed old man's face froze immediately. With the handsome young man's cold tone, there was obviously no room for maneuver. Lin Ming saw this scene and thought that a Xuandan warrior would not be interested in the things of an innate warrior. "What about you?" The handsome young man glanced at Lin Ming. Just looking at Lin Ming's cultivation level of the late Xuandan, he didn't have much hope. Lin Ming was silent for a while. He had been thinking about the exchange items that might interest Xuanbixian. In fact, in terms of precious items, Lin Ming has a lot, such as the bones of the heavenly demon god, such as the jade slips about the artistic conception of fire obtained from the ancient phoenix city, and the 6 drops of ancient phoenix blood, the liangsu root, the 5-color fruit, etc. But Lin Ming couldn't take out these things, and even if he took them out, they were not worth a few Qianxue stones. But after removing these things, Lin Ming's remaining items were not very valuable. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't say anything, the handsome young man became a little impatient. "Do you have it or not? If not, don't tease me, I'm busy." As a direct disciple of Xuanbixian, the handsome young man himself had a slight sense of superiority, especially since Lin Ming didn't look much older than him. Such a young man didn't look like a real buyer of the skyflower stone. This kind of top-grade material for refining medicine was usually purchased by older alchemists. Lin Ming smiled slightly, but remembered something, and said, "I do have something, but I'm afraid you don't recognize it, and can't complete the transaction." The handsome boy frowned, and said very unhappily, "Although I'm young, I have followed my master since I was young, and I have to memorize a huge amount of information every day. I have read all the information and books about the treasures of the 4 great divine kingdoms. I dare not say that I recognize everything in the sky and on the ground, but the things I don't recognize may not even be obtained by the great powers of the Sea of Gods, so you naturally don't have them. If you have something, take it out. I'm afraid that what you take out is not rare enough, but is an ordinary thing that I'm used to seeing." The handsome boy naturally had some knowledge, otherwise he would not have been sent by Xuanbixian to be in charge of this transaction. "Okay." Lin Ming nodded, calmly took out a jade box from the Zumi ring, pushed open the lid of the jade box, and inside was a mass of red fleshy plants. On its rhizome, there grew a twisted human face, like a painful ghost. Under the human face, there was a fist-sized fleshy crown beating like a heart. The whole plant looked like a newborn mouse, with pink flesh color and some sparse hair. It was simply unbearable to look at. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fleshy plant in the box seemed to have seen the light of day again, and suddenly let out a piercing scream. The scream was so unpleasant that it gave people goosebumps. When the handsome boy saw the plant, he was completely stunned. Was it a plant or an animal? How could it grow into such an ugly and disgusting appearance? It could also scream, which was extremely weird. "I don't know if Master Xuan needs this thing. Please identify it." Lin Ming pushed the thing out of the wooden box. This thing was nothing else but the 10,000-year corpse grass that Lin Ming found in the eternal demon pit. 10,000 years corpse grass, similar to the Cordyceps sinensis in the mortal world. Its seeds parasitize in the corpses of emperor-level strongmen, using their corpses as nutrients. During the growth process, it also constantly devours the blood and energy of warriors, and it takes a long time to mature. When Lin Ming was in the eternal demon pit, he saw that Lord Shaguan and Lord Qianmu killed their companions and sacrificed their flesh and blood to the 10,000-year corpse grass just to feed it and let it fall into a dormant state, which would facilitate its capture. As a result, Lord Shagwing and Lord Xianmu were killed by Lin Ming and became nutrients for the 10,000-year corpse grass, and the 10,000-year corpse grass naturally fell into Lin Ming's hands. This thing can only grow in the peculiar environment of the eternal demon pit. It is almost extinct in the Xianan continent. The main reason is that its appearance is really weird and ugly, and coupled with the unpleasant cry, it has an absolutely shocking effect once it comes out. The handsome boy stared at it and couldn't speak. In fact, not only the handsome young man, but also the purple-clothed veiled woman and the old woman who had not spoken much were all dumbfounded. As high-ranking figures in the Xianji pavilion, they were well-read and had seen many treasures, but they had never seen such a thing. "What do you think of this thing, young man?" Lin Ming asked. The handsome young man looked at it for a long time without replying a word. He couldn't even call out the name, let alone know the value. How could he reply to Lin Ming? However, he could indeed feel the extremely rich ki and blood power from this thing, that he didn't know whether it was an animal or a plant. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. If it was used to refine medicine, to replenish ki and blood, it should have miraculous effects. Facing Lin Ming's question, the handsome young man was extremely embarrassed. He had said too much before, and in the blink of an eye he encountered something he had never heard of. He was really embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go find my master." Chapter 775 Evil Intentions. The handsome young man left the Xianji pavilion headquarters without looking back after saying this. In fact, he only needed a sound transmission talisman to find Zhuangbixian. The handsome young man left alone, because he was too embarrassed to stay. After the handsome young man left, the red-robed old man who had also wanted to buy the Xianhua stone flashed a strange look on his face. He looked at the box of the 10,000-year corpse grass, and then looked at Lin Ming. It was unknown what he was thinking. The old woman of the Xianji pavilion could not help but send a sound transmission to Lin Ming. "The things this young man took out are really rare. I have never heard of them. I wonder if you have other rare and precious things that you don't need, and you can take them to my Xianji pavilion for consignment." Lin Ming said, "We will cooperate again, if there is a chance. I have to buy a lot of things recently. The materials needed by the alchemists are extremely scattered and complicated, and some are rare treasures in the world that are priceless. It is necessary to build good relationships with these businesses." Just a quarter of an hour later, a middle-aged man in white, greeted by a purple-dressed girl, strode into the second floor of the Xianji pavilion. This man was tall and strong, with a sharp gaze. He swept through the hall and finally locked his gaze on Lin Ming. "Is this the young man who wants to exchange my Xianhua stone?" There is no doubt that this middle-aged warrior is Zhuangbixian. When a warrior reaches the stage of dying, it is difficult to judge his age based on his appearance. For example, Zuanuki was more than 1,000 years old, but she still looked like a charming 30-year-old young woman. Lin Ming couldn't tell the age of Zhuangbixian in front of him, but he could feel the extremely vigorous fire of life from him. Obviously, Zhuangbixian still has a long lifespan. He even has a hope of entering the Sea of Gods and becoming an emperor. "Senior Zhuang." Lin Ming stood up and saluted. "HMM." Zhuangbixian nodded, his eyes fixed on the 10,000-year corpse grass in Lin Ming's wooden box. After looking at it for a full quarter of an hour, he showed a thoughtful expression. "What's your name, little brother?" "My last name is Lin, and my given name is Lan Jian." Lin Ming borrowed a name casually. He has decided to embark on the path of an alchemist. The number of Yuan Ling stones involved in various transactions in the future is certainly not small. It is safer to hide his real name. In addition, he may have conflicts with some people in the 4 great divine kingdoms in the future. His relatives and wife are all in Shenhuang Island, and he doesn't want people to find him by following the clues. "Little brother Lin, if I'm not mistaken, your plant is called Yuan corpse grass. It is very useful for the warriors of the corpse sect, and can be used as a plant-based contract beast, but it takes too long to raise it into a useful material." Zhuangbixian also saw the 10,000-year corpse grass for the first time. He said the name of Yuan corpse grass based on speculation. Although it did not match the 10,000-year corpse grass that Lin Ming knew, it was normal for the Xianan continent and the Holy Demon continent to be called differently, since they were so far apart. Judging from Zhuang Bixian's description, this yin corpse grass is indeed the same medicinal material as the 10,000-year corpse grass. Lin Ming really didn't expect Zhuang Bixian to be so knowledgeable that he could even recognize the 10,000-year corpse grass. He said sincerely, "Master Zhuang is very knowledgeable. I admire you." Haha. Zhuang also saw the record in the Shura Divine Kingdom's classics when he was away from the Shura Divine Kingdom before. This thing doesn't exist in the Xianan continent. Maybe it exists on some isolated islands in the deep sea. Zhuang Bixian's words surprised Lin Ming a little. Since it is said that there is no such thing in the Xianan continent, then why is there a record of yin corpse grass in the Shura Divine Kingdom's classics? It is said that the Shura Divine Kingdom belongs to the country of magic martial arts. Could it be that the Shura Divine Kingdom also has some kind of relationship with the Demon Emperor or the Nether Emperor who came from the Holy Demon continent? These thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind quickly, and without thinking too much, he asked Zhuang Bixian, "I wonder if Master Zhuang is interested in this yin corpse grass?" Zhuang Bixian said, "Although young Master Lin's yin corpse grass has not yet grown, it is also a top-level material for refining qi and blood spiritual medicines. It is indeed useful to me. To be fair, it is more precious than my 3 pieces of Qianxue stone. I will not take advantage of the younger generation. If you have any other needs, please let me know." Lin Ming was delighted after hearing this, for he was afraid that Zhuang Bixian would not be interested in the 10,000-year corpse grass. "Senior Zhuang, I still need a few dragon bone grasses. Does Senior Zhuang have any news in this regard?" As soon as Lin Ming asked this question, Zhuang Bixian chuckled. "Dragon bone grass is more precious than Qianxue stone, even more precious than the yin corpse grass you took out. If Zhuang has any news about dragon bone grass, he will most likely go looking for it himself. This thing is originally in short supply, and Zhuang wants to purchase it." When Lin Ming heard this, he was a little disappointed. The materials he needed were too rare and difficult to find. Even if someone found some, they would probably use them themselves. "How about this? I'll give you another 5,000 yuan of spiritual stones. How about that?" Zhuang Bixian asked. "Well, thank you, Senior Zhuang." Lin Ming agreed immediately. Although the 10,000-year corpse grass was rare, it had little effect on him, and Zhuang Bixian's price was also very fair. The two completed the transaction on the spot, and Lin Ming also got the 3 crystal smallpox stones. This kind of stone looks like white jade, but there are some smallpox patterns on the surface, hence the name. Zhuang Bixian paid part of the commission to the Xianji Pavilion, and then left with satisfaction. Lin Ming also said goodbye to the Xianji Pavilion, asked for a sound transmission jade card from the Xianji Pavilion, and left. Lin Ming flew all the way, with his spiritual consciousness fully open. After he left Wuxi City, he changed direction several times, and came to a dense forest. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Ming. "Young Master Lin, I didn't expect to meet you here again. Are you going to Pizhao? What a coincidence, I'm also planning to go to Pizhao. How about we go together?" Lin Ming turned his head and saw that the person who was talking behind him was the red-robed old man who wanted to buy sealing stone with Lin Ming in Qianji Pavilion. At this time, the old man was wearing a friendly smile, as if surprised by the chance encounter with Lin Ming. Coincidence? I don't think so. Lin Ming looked at the red-robed old man with a smile. "After I left Wuxi City, I changed direction several times, but you followed me closely. What's the matter? Do you have something to do with me?" The smile on the red-robed old man's face froze, and then he laughed. "Young Master Lin, you're joking. How could I follow you? It was indeed just an encounter. But then again, young Master Lin received 3 skyflower stones in one breath. Don't you consider transferring one? I'll give you 3,000 spirit stones to buy one. How about it? 3,000 spirit stones for one." Lin Ming smiled. "If you offer 30,000 spirit stones, I can consider transferring one to you." "Really?" The red-robed old man's face darkened. "I'm sincerely trading with you, but you ask for an exorbitant price. It's not good to be too greedy." When the red-robed old man finished speaking, his voice already had a clear threat. Lin Ming placed his right hand on the Zumi ring and sneered. "What are you still hesitating about? Are you afraid to take action because you are worried that someone is protecting me?" Hey, Kit, you don't have to lie to me. I don't know if you are a genius from a powerful family, but I know that if you really have someone protecting you secretly, you wouldn't have changed direction several times after leaving the city for fear of being followed. I have great use for those 3 skyflower stones. If you are smart, just put them away. The red-robed old man suddenly attacked when he was halfway through his words. Although he was fighting a junior in the late Zuandan stage with his 2nd level life-death cultivation, he still chose to attack by surprise. The red-robed old man had no sect or school, and he could get to this point because of his caution, ruthlessness, and cunning. He drew out an extremely slender soft sword from the Zumi ring, and the red sword tip pierced Lin Ming's throat like a poisonous snake's tongue. The red-robed old man's sword speed was extremely fast, and it was integrated with his own sharp and unparalleled true energy, which was really like a ray of light. A trace of murderous intent appeared on Lin Ming's lips. He wiped his right hand on the Zumi ring, and a spear-like light flashed. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the space seemed to be torn apart. The sword light of the red-robed old man was shattered into powder by the spear light. The spear light continued to move forward, cutting towards the waist of the red-robed old man like a big guillotine. What? The red-robed old man was horrified. He shouted loudly and was about to take something out of the Zumi ring and throw it out, but at that moment, he felt that his movement suddenly became slow, and then he watched Lin Ming's gun sweep towards his waist. Bang! The protective true energy was shattered like waste paper. The red-robed old man screamed, and his lumbar vertebrae was directly cut off, and his internal organs flew out. His body was like a broken painting, and was cut into 2 pieces by Lin Ming's gun. The red-robed old man stared with his eyes wide open, and his body flew out with blood, and he died with his eyes open. Lin Ming grabbed the red-robed old man's Sumeru ring, and counted the valuables inside. There were 8 or 9,000 yuan of spiritual stones, some wood spirit jade, and a bunch of elixirs and a medicine cauldron. It was obvious that the other party was an alchemist. The 4 great divine kingdoms were rich in resources, and the warriors here were generally well off. The red-robed old man was only a 2nd level life-death, but his wealth could catch up with Zhu and Wujia's 60% or 70%. Of course, this was also because the other party was an alchemist. Lin Ming put the things away, and then turned to a certain place in the void in the dense forest. He held his spear horizontally and said indifferently, "You have been watching for so long. Why don't you come out to meet me?" As soon as Lin Ming left Wuxi City, he felt that someone was following him, not 1 person, but 2 people. Lin Ming originally thought that the 2 were together, but now it seems that they are not. There was no sound in the dense forest. Lin Ming sneered and pointed his gun at a certain place in the void. "Do you think I'm deceiving you? Say it again. Come out. Otherwise I will stab you." "Wait, young Master Lin, don't do it." An old voice came, and the void twisted. An old woman in black came out in a panic. She was the old woman that Lin Ming saw in the Qianxue Pavilion. "Oh, is this how you do business in the Qianxue Pavilion?" Lin Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Young Master Lin, don't get me wrong. The situation is not what you think. My Qianxue company is one of the 3 major companies in the Jioding Divine Kingdom. No matter what, we will not destroy our reputation for just 3 Qianxue stones." The old woman hurriedly explained. What she said was reasonable. Qianxue company has existed for 6,000 years. If it sent people to kill and rob whenever it encountered some rich customers, it would not have been open until now. "Then what are you going to do with me?" Lin Ming asked coldly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.